will be African. That's a huge chunk. That's a huge chunk. And so it's a great time to be African. It's a great time to be connected to Africa as a member of the African the diaspora. And I think that we should also be thinking about this. Let me also just throw in one more statistic. According to the 2021 Ghanaian census, the bulk of Ghana's population is 14 years old and below. Now, we just entered 2025, so your 14-year-olds in 2021 will be 18 this year. That means they can do business with you, and we need to be thinking about that. Now, get this as well, about 74.4% of Ghana's population falls between the ages of 18 and 35. So it's a very young population, extremely young. So let's just be thinking about some of these things. And usually what's happening in Ghana is a good indication of what's happening across the continent. So let's just keep these things at the back of our minds. Now, I want us, talking about young people, social media is a big thing these days. And so, if you have your phone, how many of us are on social media? Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, WhatsApp, because yes, it is social media, whether we like to accept it or not. X or Twitter, depending on whether you're pre-Elon or, with Elon. But social media is a very big part of what we're doing here today as well. The hashtags are very easy to remember. The first one is Diaspora Conversations 2025, hashtag Diaspora Conversations 2025. And then we also have hashtag Roots to Results. Hashtag Roots to Results. And there are live updates across X, Instagram, Facebook. Please follow the Guba Diaspora Network pages, see what's happening there. And then, if you would like to become a member of the Guba Diaspora Network, today is your lucky day, because you have everyone you need to speak to in the flesh present. Starting from Lady Denta, and then everybody in the spectrum of the team is here. So have a conversation, and there are lots of perks that come with it. It's not just conversations and gatherings like this, but even just the kind of network you can access. That's one thing. But the more minute things, if you like, which are not really minute, you're moving to Ghana and you need a nanny. And that's boggling your mind, and so you don't know whether you should come or not because you're worried about childcare, how to open a bank account, and what kind of bank account to open depending on your own situation. Guba will get you sorted. So please, if you're interested in joining the network, and I think you should be, you should. And it's not just for people living here. Once you're a member of the diaspora, wherever you are in the world, you are very welcome to join, all right? Now we're zooming right into our first panel. And I'm going to invite my panelists up here. First, sustainable investment in Africa. Sustainable investment in Africa. Sustainability has become a buzzword lately. So you can look at it from sustainability in terms of environment and all of that, but also something that's been worrying us here on the continent, sustainable business. How do we create generational business? How do we create generational wealth through our investments? So we're going to have a bit of that conversation. And I have the perfect people to delve into this because they've walked the walk, they are walking it, they've talked it, they've suffered, they've achieved all of that. So first on the panel, we have Prosper Nti. He's the CEO of Lighting Hub. Prosper, round of applause for him. Please take the stage. Nana Amobi Chambers, she's a co-founder of Polished Nail and Beauty Bar, who just opened a very big branch, way about of 2024. We also have Obaya Amponsa, she's a co-founder of Rose Garden, director of Creative Consults, also doing very big things. And last but definitely not the least, Emmanuel Sakite Mate Kole, founder and managing partner of M&O Law Consult, who's also a sponsor and partner for this event. Ladies and gentlemen, you can take your seats. Feel free. Don't worry. It doesn't determine who talks more or talks less. All right, so I'm going to join them up there, and then we get into the conversation.
Hello.
Right. There we go. Is everybody's microphone working? Is it is it on?
Yeah.
Let me check at the very bottom. Let's try again.
Hello.
Still nanas. Maybe try one more time. All right, so let's start. We'll start as we sort out Nana's mic. Welcome again, ladies and gentlemen. So I want us to begin by, people do business with people they trust, right? I mean, that's a cardinal rule, and I know business people would agree. And so I want our audience to trust that we have the people for the conversation on this stage. So just maybe 60 seconds each. Just tell us, how you ended up in Ghana. And in your case, Imano, you've been here. So maybe just 6 seconds, a bit of your story.
Thank you very much, Guba, for the opportunity, and thank you for coming. So my full name is Emmanuel Sakite Matekole. I'm a real estate attorney. I've been practicing for upwards of 15 years, and I have advised clients, especially diasporans, to acquire land in Ghana. I've also done worked on some major projects, PPP projects, transactions, etc. So not to bore you, but in a nutshell, this is what I do. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. So my full name is Prosper Inti, and I'm an architectural lighting designer slash consultant. I was born in Ghana, traveled outside for school, and then moved to Dubai for work because of the industry. And when I was leaving, I knew there was a problem for me to address before I even left. So when I was outside, I decided to just come back and then fix the problem. And that's what I've been doing for the past 3 years since I moved back. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. My name is Nana Mobi Chambers. I was born in Ghana. I moved out of Ghana when I finished high school. I went to Infantsman Girls in Sopon. Yes. I started off my Abuche journey in England. I was in England for 2.5 years, and then I moved to Atlanta. In Atlanta, I went to college. I worked in corporate America for 10 years doing acquisition and planning. I decided to come back to Ghana because that's where I was raised. I also realized that coming back every Christmas, like doing Dirty December, like how everybody's doing now, there was gaps in the beauty industry. Self-care is a big thing for me. And everywhere I go, I want to experience it in the highest. And, if you live abroad, you have all these avenues that make health, self-care very, very nice, relaxing, and it really does what it's supposed to do for you. So coming to Ghana and not being able to get the same thing kind of pushed me to start a beauty business where we cater to people. Make sure that you look your best, you feel your best, you feel good when you come in, and then you feel better when you leave. So that is what pushed me to be able to start my entrepreneurial journey. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Obaya Amponsa. My journey was a bit different. I am Canadian. I with Ghanaian heritage, of course, so I am a Ghanaian. I moved back to Ghana in 2009 when we were approaching a credit crunch in the US because I was working for a US firm. Now, as Amobi said, I was one of those that would come every December to come and have a great time and thought that moving to Ghana would be the pinnacle. So when I returned after one holiday, we were all laid off because our company was a US-based company. And so I used that opportunity to move back to Ghana. When I moved back to Ghana, I joined corporate Ghana. I have a background in human resource management as well as project management. And so I worked in the banking industry within the human resource field. I did that for about 7 years, no, 8 years. And then I decided I wanted to do more. And so from there, I started my first business, Create Consults, which is an event management consultancy. And then in 2009, co-founded, no, 2019 actually, co-founded Rose Garden. There's been some changes, adaptations, and now we're currently here in Laboni, serving you all-day breakfast, lunch options, and just bringing you a new experience. So that's my journey in Ghana so far.
Very powerful journeys all around. So, Emmanuel, let me come to you. All right. Now, in terms of investment, business-wise, there's the law firm as a business, right? But then there's also you. I mean, when people come here, they want to live and thrive. Where do you lay your head? And then if you are going into business and you need a brick and mortar space, how do you maneuver the terrain legally to make sure that you can gain access to such spaces? What are some of the challenges that you find that people overlook when they're coming back in that respect?
That's a very good question. And so I'll address it in the light of the kind of problems that I see. Okay, so one of the biggest challenges that I have found is that a lot of diasporans who come to Ghana come with the assumption that things work differently here. So I've had instances where clients have come to me with issues, and simply because they did not engage professionals. And when I say professionals, I don't mean just lawyers, but professionals in general. And I just want to say that, you know, the way you do business abroad is exactly the way you do business in Ghana. I took time, you know, to travel to the US. I did a road show, I think 2 years ago, and I wanted to find out how real estate transactions were done in the US and even in the UK. And I realized that in these jurisdictions, the parties do not even handle money. The lawyers are the ones who handle the money. So the buyer's lawyer and the vendor's lawyers are the ones who are transacting. The parties are just there waiting for the key to, you know, change hands or handing over. That's what we call it. But surprisingly, in Ghana, when the diasporans come, it's a different story. I have clients who have contacted me abroad, send me YouTube videos telling me that they are afraid to buy property in Ghana because of some horror story. I watched the video and I realized that the person spoke to, you know, an agent or a surveyor, and they were, you know, they were shortchanged. And so Ghana is a bad place to invest. And then I ask, I mean, if you were doing this transaction in the US, would you use these people? So I don't see why people think that Ghana things work differently. Maybe as we go along, perhaps, you know, I'll touch on a few of these things. But yes, sometimes these problems occur because you fail to do things the way you do them in, you know, the jurisdictions abroad.
Before I move on, let me just ask, what's it like running legal business? You know, and I'm talking about professionally as a law firm. What's it like doing that here?
Well, I hope I'm the right person you've asked this question to. But so, you know, the legal profession is a very conservative profession. So permit me to use the word very old school. So you have this thing where there's a seniority, and you are supposed to wait your turn before you thrive and all that. You know, that is how it's structured. All right, but I mean, for some of us, we've been a bit innovative, and we've managed to get some recognition because of the kind of solutions we bring to bear. So let me just give you an example. So for instance, based on my interaction with the diasporans, like I said, I realized that trust was an issue. And I found that abroad, they provide escrow services. So what I'm doing in Ghana is a bit novel, but in Ghana, when they say escrow, you are dealing with a bank. But in my case, when we say escrow, you are dealing with a law firm. So in order to give the seller assurance that the buyer is serious, we will ask the buyer to transfer the funds into the firm's trust account. And we ensure that all the due diligence is done. And when I say due diligence, I'm even talking about we work with surveyors to ensure that the site plans are done. We work with building inspectors, real estate agents, and all these people are paid from the escrow accounts. And it's a structure that more or less ensures that the money is protected until the transaction is consummated. So far it's worked, but it's something that is still being, we are still experimenting, but so far I think it's helped.
Well, that's a great insight. And I ask this question because we also have members of the diaspora who are legal professionals. And some of them might like to come back and work in the field or even set up their own establishment, But great insights as well on the real estate conversation, because a lot of people come and make investments, and before you realize that some land guards at your office door or your shop, gate, and it becomes a whole issue. And that's enough to send you packing back to whichever country you came from. So we'll come back to that. Let me move on to Prosper for the meantime. Prosper, so tell us, you came to Ghana to solve problems, right? And you are doing that. So just very briefly, start by telling us exactly what you do at the Lighting Hub, and then I'll follow up with my question after that.
Okay, so basically what we do at Lighting Hub is to provide lighting solutions. So where we look at energy management, which has been a problem down here. People put up buildings and all of that, and they don't really factor the energy aspect of it. And I mean, we are talking about sustainability, so energy efficiency is key. And that's one thing that a lot of people don't pay attention to. And also in Ghana, we have a power crisis.
No, say it with your full chest. Yeah, or I should say it for you.
Oh no, we
So
have
that-
a problem, and then our power fluctuations here and there, so sometimes you have product lighting fixtures, you fix them, and then you have a power fluctuation and everything goes off. So based on that study, we decided to come up with products that has got extra surge protection to cater for some of these problems and all of that. So at Lighting Hub, we try to look at all of these measures to take care of the energy management situation, and also advise people on going for renewable energy, solar in particular. So at Lighting Hub, that's what we do basically, just to try and solve some of these problems. It's a very huge challenge, but we are taking it one step at a time, and gradually I think we are getting there.
All right, so I'm going to ask you two questions back to back. So the first I want you to answer. Now, when people think of sustainable energy solutions, they think of big costs, big price tags. I have solar in my house through and through, and there was a very big conversation that my husband and I had, and we decided that we are going to do it. And honestly, for those who haven't done it, it's a great investment, because when ECG disappears, we don't even realize it. We actually do not. And but we've tried to convert people in our circles, and the thing is, it's expensive. So what advancements are we making, if any, from where you sit, to make sure that sustainable energy solutions are more affordable, but beyond that, more accessible to underserved communities? Because the truth is that a lot of us who may even be able to afford the solar panels and any other form of sustainable energy, we are actually in the minority. The masses cannot. And that would also be a problem, because it still puts a lot of pressure on the national grid.
Thank you. So earlier, I was having a conversation with my brother here, and we're talking about the same thing. I think solar solution is like the best bet for everybody currently. And I know it comes across that it's very expensive. And based on that, I mean, anybody who is providing the service has got this mindset that, okay, solar solution is expensive. So, I mean, if I'm pushing it down to a client, they are supposed to pay for it. But we are looking at it from a different angle. So we are looking at providing solar solution. It's still under, we are working towards it, where we are looking at making solar solution more or less like an option for consumers aside ECG. Because now there's pressure on the national grid that everybody is relying on. So if people can actually embrace the solar solution, where we make it affordable, like in the case of affordable housing, you know, we find ways and means and then make it affordable. Now, per research, solar solution is going to be less expensive in the near future, you know. So if we are able to take steps to address some of these challenges, not only focus on, I mean, the people who can afford it, but then the rural areas where there's no power, we can look at all of that. I mean, solar street lights, solar lighting systems and all of that can be implemented. But as you said, with respect to the cost, you could have something that's very economical, you know, and that's something we are working on. So we want to come up with something where people can actually afford it, you know, because statistically, if you want to use solar solution for a 3 or 4 bedroom house where you may need about 10 kilowatts, ideally, cost-wise, that costs you about $8,000 to get it done. Now, I'm sure if you contact any of the solar solution providers, they'll give you quotes that are
$50,000, $60,000.
you know,
Yeah.
but if you want to make it affordable, you can still make it affordable and still make your profit. So I think that's one aspect that people can also look at and then decide to invest in it if they want to look at investment opportunities as well.
So very quickly, before I move on to Nana, let me borrow Obaya's term, corporate Ghana. How are they taking your advocacy for sustainable energy? Because corporate Ghana is one of the biggest culprits when it comes to really putting pressure on the grid, especially because we have urban planning challenges, which have caused sustainability issues. You have offices in residential areas and vice versa. How are they taking it?
I mean, gradually people are embracing it because when you look at the figures, the residential takes about 60% of consumption when you look at your electricity. You know, usually residential take about 60. Now, corporate will take about 40. Now, if you don't find ways and means to regulate some of these things, there's a problem. So I know there are some of the banks that we've been working for where we presented a solution to them to change all their LED panels to a more energy efficient one. And then have light management controls in the space so that you can regulate the usage of their product. And in doing that, I mean, they've come back to testify that their consumption rate has gone down drastically. You know, so some of them are embracing it, and some of them I mean, it's a gradual process. We are hoping that we get there in the near future, but so far, I think some of them are embracing it, and we encourage the rest of the corporate world to also come on board and then see how best we can address some of these challenges.
Wonderful. Thank you, Prosper. I'll come back to you. Nana, now you and your business partner, you personally have been in Ghana for, you've been back 8 years.
Yes, 8 years.
And I have seen your growth. It's been very inspiring.
Thank you.
From hair rack and polished in one space near twists. So dirty December, and then you go and do your hair small, your nails small, and then you move to the club, you know, and now you have branches and you've grown from strength to strength. What has that journey been like? Because people are struggling to even keep one business afloat, one business space afloat, but you are doing it. And one thing that is admirable is that regardless of the branch of polished you go to, the quality is the same.
Thank you.
How are you doing it?
It all comes from the roots. You know, polish is built organically. I always tell people the sacrifices that went into starting our business is what has pushed the vision to what it is. Because if you know what you have to lose, you do anything possible not to. And through that, you have to sacrifice. I sold my home. And if you live in America, you know, buying a home alone is not easy. I bought my home at the age of 30. And I was living with my daughter. My daughter was really, really young. And I was the only person she knew. And now your mom went to Africa. She came back, and all of a sudden she said,
She had an epiphany.
yes, I'm going to sell this house to start a business. How? You know, but that is how it happened. Because if you want to start a business in Ghana, funding is a problem. I know a lot of people have business ideas, but how to start in terms of finance is a big issue. And I can tell you for a fact that if I didn't sell my home and my business partner didn't also bring her savings, I don't think Polish would have ever happened. Maybe by some supernatural intervention, that too. But without the funds that we had, we could never have. Now back to your question. When we started Polish, things were not the same as it is now. The gap was so big. The beauty industry, everything that was happening in America, you find America, Europe, it wasn't been done here. You go to a nail salon or a hair shop, and it's the same thing. Somebody doing hair, blow drying hair, and somebody doing nails on the side. I didn't want that. I wanted a place where you can come in, relax, feel good about what you're doing, even read a book whilst you get the service. You don't necessarily have to patronize them in what they're doing. Just give the instruction, this is what I want, and they just get it done the way you want it. And through that, we also educate our staff. It's very, very important that when you're starting a business in Ghana, after doing all the research, finding all the funding, you have to empower your staff. To sustain your business, you have to train them. Train, train, train. There's room for training. Never stop. It doesn't matter if this staff got training last year, do it again. Because with the beauty industry, things are changing. And for you to be able to stay on top is the education, the investment that you made. It's not just about the glitz and glam, sitting in a nice chair, in a nice environment. No, that's just a little bit of it. The most important part is training. And what is training? You invest in your business, you invest in your staff. As much as you invest in the tools that will help the staff carry the job out, they have to have the knowledge. And that is one of the most important things. I think coupled with those things is what has made Polish and Heroic what it is.
So let me give you a follow-up question before I move on to Abaya. Now, I mean, you've outlined it, and we do know that the industry, beauty industry, is very competitive, very trend-driven. I mean, at the time that Polish came in, there were probably maybe just one or two that were dominating, and some of them had been around since the late 90s. How did you position yourself to tap into the clientele that these bigwigs had at the time and then maintain them? That's one half of the question. The other half is this. I'm one of your customers, and you've got Nigerians there, you've got Togolese, and you're paying these people well enough that it's not like they came, let me just say this, it's not like these people came to Ghana and were looking for jobs. They saw the job opportunity and came to Ghana to work at Polished. Yes, Nigerians, Ivorians, Togolese is very interesting. And then you're also stocking jewelry, all sorts of little trinkets from Ghanaian and African designers and brands. That's investment. How are you doing it and remaining sustainable in your turnover and whatnot?
So again, everything that Polish stands for has been very organic, very authentic. With these workers that you see, I just didn't want to have a business for business sake. No, I wanted a business that will impact people, empower people. You know, that you can stand somewhere and say, oh, if I don't work for Polish today, I'm able to start something on my own, because when I came to Polish, this is what I learned, XYZ, to be able to sustain myself and my family. And that's one of the things that Polish stand for. Now, with all the jewelry and stuff that you see, we give room to other African entrepreneurs to be able to showcase what you sell on our platform, in our space. We don't even charge them for it. That's our little contribution to the community. And another thing is the capacity building. It's not just for the workers. You know, like you said, they see the opportunity to come in. It's not just a workplace. It's a place where we believe in morals, we believe in values, we believe in everything that you're learning today needs to pay off for you tomorrow. Yes, you're working. Yes, we're getting paid. But what are you taking away as a worker or even as a client when you come in? You get to learn about all the things that we do at Polish. So then you're able to spread the word to the next person, and then they keep coming, and then we keep sustaining, you know. And also, when the module for Polish is to have not just a trend, but a place where everybody can resonate, but then have bits and bits of the Africa that we all see. So, for example, the juice that we serve at Polish, everybody gets a complimentary drink when you come to Polish. It's free. We don't buy foreign juice. We use the locally grown, you know, juices that we sell around. When I started Polish, I hadn't really gotten into the local products. But as time went on, when I was sourcing the things, I was like, no, I come from Ghana where there's shea butter, there's coconut oil, there's this. Why am I buying all these foreign oils? I'd rather just buy from the locals. So we use shea butter now. We use the coconut oil, almond oil for the pedicures and manicures. Even the scrubs are locally made. So we're trying to incorporate all these local things, local resources into our business module so that it doesn't just look on screen as that it's a foreign company. Because another question that we always get is when people see the pictures of Polish, the first thing they say is, oh, is this owned by a Ghanaian? Is it owned by an African? Because the pictures is something that you see in Miami, Florida, Dubai. It depicts nothing of Africa, except when you come in and you actually encounter the service. It's when you actually know that, okay, this is Africans really doing their thing. So, yes.
Thank you, Nana. Thank you. Abaya, now, some time ago, you've been in business for a long time, and you can touch on that after leaving corporate Ghana to do your own version of corporate Ghana. But some time ago, a little while ago, all of a sudden we're hearing Rosé Garden, you know. And I remember when the renovations were happening at this very prime address in Laboni, you know, and it was like, is it a bank? Is it you know, a foreigner who's coming in here? And it's fast become Ghana's premier space for brunch, for networking, and also, you know, a great space to experience Ghanaian food fusion, culinary art, you know, at its best. What has that journey been like, you know? And of course, Laboni is a space that has a lot of land litigation. Were you not scared? You know, how did you get there?
I mean, the journey has not been easy. A lot of it is grace. Let me start with saying that. A lot of it is grace. As an entrepreneur in this country, it moves back to sacrifice, strength, and determination, okay? Because in everything that you do, there will be roadblocks. But you have to tell yourself that I'm getting to the end goal. If you have conditioned yourself that that is what you're going to do, there's not anything that's going to stop you, okay? As she mentioned, we moved from location A to location B. We are partners who co-founded this business. We didn't start off as a breakfast restaurant, but we tried something, and we realized the demand for it was there. The people wanted it. And so we quickly crafted a new idea. And this is how the business has grown. Providing all-day breakfast, for me, I think it's a niche in this market, okay? We did have locations that were providing breakfast, but it wasn't all-day breakfast. As well, you didn't really have the North American fusion into the type of breakfast that was being offered. And I think we have brought a lot of different products onto the market, as well as the new sensation for brunch, is a new buzzword, and I think we fit right in. And so just constantly trying to stay consistent with your product offering, providing high levels of customer service, and then of course the aesthetics. But it's going back to things that you said have been said. From a human resource perspective, it's pouring into your staff, okay? We all have different mindsets. Service levels are very different. There's things that we need to teach our staff and constantly teach them, because you're exposing them to new ways of doing things so that we can provide people with that service level that they're looking for. I think times are changing. There's a lot of expectations now with the customer. If I'm leaving my house and I'm going somewhere and I'm paying for it, there's a level of expectation that comes with that experience. And so when, as a business owner, you must recognize that and put everything into the experience for the customer so that they can become a repeat customer. So again, everything is doable. You got to do your research. What do people want? How can I twist something and provide something new? Find yourself a niche market, okay? There's a lot of restaurants in Ghana. There's a lot of brunch, breakfast, lunch, dinner. Laboni is a very saturated area. However, find your niche. Our niche was all-day breakfast. Most places, breakfast ends at 11, ends at 12. We said we can give you breakfast until 6 o'clock. You want a pancake at 5? I've got you. Okay? And so with that niche, we've now brought in a new set of customers. Our movement into our new location, it was daunting. I won't lie to you. But I have a partner and she thinks big. Sometimes I say, no, maybe we shouldn't do this. You know, I'm very risk averse. But my partner is like, let's do it. So when she says, let's do it, I look at her and I do it. Okay? So we had about 3 months. Because we signed our lease in August and we needed to open by December. So we also didn't want to let our staff go, okay? Because they also have responsibilities. And it was no fault of their own that we had to move locations. So during that 3-month period, we weren't actually open to the public. What we did do was try and push takeout, and we kept all of our staff and paid them full salary during that period. And the reason why we also did that too is A, they have responsibilities, but B, we've trained them to a certain level, okay? Understanding the product, understanding what you do, you cannot work alone in this country, okay? You have to understand that the people that you work with are key and critical, and if they don't understand the vision, it's never gonna happen for you. We are very involved in our business. We're definitely hands-on because we haven't reached the level where we can let it go and they can do it. And I think that's one of the other success points for us. And what I would definitely, in terms of advice to the diaspora or people who are coming in to do business, please understand that you need to be hands-on with your business, okay? Unless you're doing a capital investment and you're not trying to start something, you need to be present, okay? Your presence is very important because you are the leader of the vision. And once you're able to continually invest in your staff and translate your vision, then you will see your business grow to where you want it to grow. But as you're beginning, please make sure you're on the ground and you're very much hands-on. And so that, I think, is another success point from myself and my business partner. In terms of the growth of the business, like I said, another advice for the diaspora is find a niche. When you're here, you know, sometimes we're here, we have fun, we're playing around. You can do that, but also take time and do research. You know, maybe there's an industry that you're interested in. As Nana said, she's interested in the beauty industry. So while she was here, she took the time to do her research and see what is happening around me. What do we have here? Where is there still space? I don't really think any market is saturated, okay? You can still come into any market now. Just find your niche. What is going to be the next level you're ready to take that business idea to that's going to separate you from the others that are already doing it? I think that's also key and critical. But again, determination, sacrifice, and a vision and persistence, and you can be successful as well.
Thank you, Abaya. Let me just ask you. Oh, yeah, can do a round of applause. You can. Listening to you, and you said two very key things. As the vision bearer, the torch bearer, you need to be involved. So you can't be doing boss, madam, chairman, and then show up once a week. You need to be in it. And some of the most successful businesses in Ghana are owned by the Ghanaian Lebanese and the Indo-Ghanaian communities, and you see them. You see them on the floor. And in fact, many of them even live around or above the business, so that they're in close proximity. So that's something great that you've put out there. But it's clear that you're a woman of research. You like to get it right. And so when I come to Rose Garden, one of the things that hits me is the fact that it's actually a garden. The alfresco feel. Now, I'm wondering, how did you and your partner maneuver that? Because this is a tropical country. Flies will come while you're eating. It's hot and humid, but I don't feel hot when I'm sitting out there because you've thought it through clearly. There's always either the fly spots on the table or, some citronella candle somewhere. What are some of the conversations? I'm just wondering what it was like with you two when you were planning this, knowing that alfresco dining out is also cultural here.
And I think it's back to what you're saying about the research, but it's also what do I want to experience, okay? A lot of the things I want, other people want them too. So if I'm looking at putting my business together, what are some of the key things that are important to my dining experience? And so heat, I sweat. I'm not a heat girl, We love the sun, but not all the time. So what do? We've put fans on the walls. Do we have enough fans? No. We've bought standing fans that provide mist to our customers. We have 5 in addition to 4 on the walls. Is it enough? No. We just sent them to buy 3 because this Hamatan is really serious this December. And with the volumes that we're doing, we had to continually look at how to make the situation more comfortable for our customers. And so it's constantly investing. Fumigation. Fortunately, unfortunately for us, the plot beside us is an empty plot. Okay, and we're in Laboni. All right. So fumigation happens 3 times a week. Some people would do fumigation once a month, once every 2 weeks. But knowing that flies enjoy food, you have to do the things on the back end to make sure your customer experiences the front end experience the way you want them to. So we fumigate 3 times a week. Some people may think we're crazy for doing that, but we understand the method to the madness. Okay? So that's what works for us. But I think it's really just understanding that the service experience, people have larger expectations. As people are continually being exposed, traveling, we have the internet now, so you see so many things. We all want good things for ourselves. Okay? So as an entrepreneur, if I can figure out how to bring that to my customer, I will do that. Okay? Because I think as an entrepreneur, again, who runs 2 businesses, to have repeat customers or a customer is a blessing. People don't have to come to your establishment, but they do. So you have to continually think of your customer and how to satisfy your customer at all times.
Thank you, Abaya. Thank you very much. Emmanuel, let me come back to you. Now, regulation within the space. Are there peculiar hindrances that you see that affect people when they come and invest? I mean, we're talking about sustainable investment, and unfortunately, a lot of people do the initial. It's hard enough to find funding, which we've already touched on, but people make the initial investment, and after that, they're struggling, not because they're not doing what they're supposed to do, not because they're not rethinking and innovating, but regulation just becomes a problem. So from a legal perspective, what are some of the things you'd say there?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I agree. I'm also a business owner, so I know that we are somewhat overregulated. Yes, it's a challenge, but like my colleague rightly put it, you need to plan. So you need to plan, and I would always advocate that you need to engage with the professionals. For instance, in Ghana, when you want to incorporate a company, some people think that just getting a certificate of incorporation means that you have a company set up. No. You have to go beyond that. You need to get data protection commission certification. If you are a foreigner, GIPC, GRA, SNIT, business operating permit with the local assembly. And then if it has an industry-specific regulator, that is even more important. You need to go and register with that industry-specific regulator. Like, for instance, if it's a bank, you need to get a Bank of Ghana license. If you have all of these licenses, then you are now a validly existing entity. But what I advise my clients to do is that you can do it, you can do it in a comfortable manner. So that the first one is the certificate of incorporation. After that, you have to get a GIP certificate before you can commence business. So these are things that are provided by the rules. So you can follow the rules. You don't have to do everything immediately, but you can do it, as and when the need arises. But clearly, you cannot also operate without the GRA and all of that. But that's why planning is key.
That's why planning is key.
Yeah.
From where you sit, I mean, there are some. Later on, we'll have a conversation with the regulators and the people who hold the policy in place. But from where you sit, tax reliefs and whatnot, those things exist, right?
Yes, they
Are
do.
business owners aware of them?
Well, I guess it goes back to the same thing. You would have to speak to those who are supposed to help you navigate the regulatory framework. Yes, but tax reliefs do exist. In fact, let me just put it this way. There's money to be made here. I mean, for those who also want to go into consulting and stuff. But you ought to understand that you become valuable when you help create value for your clients. So if you come to me and I'm not able to give you advice that will help you make money, then I'm not adding value. So for instance, when he started talking, he was talking about the lighting hub. And then I was like, let me tell him about this policy by Bank of Ghana. Bank of Ghana has passed a directive which requires all financial institutions to incorporate sustainable ESG goals. So based on this, you know that you have an advantage. These are the people you should be going to. So I'm just saying, yeah, so tax relief are available, and once you go and see a professional, an accountant, a tax consultant, a lawyer, these are things that, they could assist you with.
Okay, so last thing before I do the panel round one more time. Emmanuel, now, again, on the legal front, right, there are the bulk of our business space here is SME, small, medium scale. So a lot of people can't hire a law firm or even a legal professional retainer. What are some of the things that you, in your experience, have made available for the small business owner so that you can still get quality legal advice without breaking the bank?
Yeah, I should have expected this one. I should have expected this one. But I think that I have already answered the question. You see, for me, if you go on my website, I remember when I started practicing, when I started my own law firm, I put on there that free legal advice. I think the first consultation is free or something. I don't think I've removed it because I believe so much in my ability that I believe that if you come for the first consultation, you will come again. So if you think that you are adding value to a client's business, sometimes you don't have to charge at the first instance. Let them go and, take the advice, see if it works, and then they will bring the money. So lawyers offer pro bono services and all. I don't want to say that I do only pro bono, no, but I believe that if you see the right consultant and you believe that what they have told you has enabled you to make some money, it's only fair that you give that person some of that money.
So at this point, I'm going to open the floor up to the audience because this is not just us talking at you. So if you have questions, suggestions, I know there are also business owners here, people who have done it sustainably as well. And then people who maybe just be starting out, people who are now wondering, should I even come here at all and do the business run? You have the people here. Let's have a conversation. Is there a microphone that's going around? Okay. Any hands? Any takers? Okay, there's a hand over here. Or you want them to come up? Okay. So dear sir, when you come, please tell us your name, maybe just a line of what you do, and then you can tell us what you want to say.
Good morning and Happy New Year to all of us.
Happy New Year. Good morning.
My name is Andrew Stego. Andy is okay. Yeah, I don't like the set too much. It makes me feel old. Now, Shoko, from the beginning, you said something about the African energy, and I've been expecting that from the beginning. And as Africans, from the roots to the results, in between is Choboy. Choboy!
Hey,
Choboy!
hey,
Choboy!
hey.
That is simply call to action. And the response means I will participate. Then we also have the Nigerian version. That is Bosa, appreciation. So when they finish, we give them 3 Bosas. So Bosa, Bosa, Bosa. That is to appreciate what you have done. And then from some part of our accounts, I say, one for a year. One for a year. One just a year. One for a year. And then I am a gun. So, twa, ni omanya blao.
Yow,
Twa, ni omanya blao.
yow.
So, these are the slogans that we can move with. My question now, that Ghana has transformed itself and we are moving to a new government. And then the new government sold an idea. And one I heard is the 24-hour economy. And the people voted overwhelmingly for the 24-hour economy. What it means is that after the 7th of January, we are entering into the 24-hour economy. And then the 24-hour economy, I'm an agricultural engineer by profession, and then the General Secretary for the Agricultural Workers Union in Ghana, that is GAU. I see land and the law in the 24-hour economy. I see lightning in the villages in the 24-hour economy. I see rural women wanting to polish more and look better in the 24-hour economy. And I see 24-hour breakfast. Because when you are eating your first meal at 6 p.m., that means your breakfast. That is how I see it. And I am generally looking at Guba, how when I was forced to come here yesterday, and at 6 p.m., when I was registering and paying that amount of money after Christmas and New Year, and we are in that difficult January, I had a problem. But immediately I entered the place, I noticed I have already met my costs. And then what had come in the first round, actually, my money is worth it. It's worth paying for it. And I'm looking forward to now registering fully at Guba. I'm just asking, how are we positioning ourselves to take advantage of the 24-hour economy? This is my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Andy. Thank you. Let's take one more if there's another, so we take them in bulk. Any other question? Okay.
Quick question. Prosper, you haven't spoken about the different types of lighting. And because when we had a conversation, you mentioned about how some of the lightings give cancer. You know, we're using cheap lighting. So what are you doing to educate people on using the right lighting for our homes, for our businesses, etc.? Thank you.
Okay, let me.
Is one more. Prosper, I'll come to you. One more.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
It's a little tall. My name is Sewa. I'm actually from Canada, and I moved out here a year ago. My question is for Nana. How did you deal with family and friends who were against your vision or did not see your vision? Because to leave America or any other place to come to Ghana to do a business, you know your vision, you see your goal, you know where you want to go, you see the gap in the industry, but friends and family often do not see that. How did you deal with that in terms of staying put to the vision and going with your goals? Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you. So, Prosper, let's start with you. The lighting conversation.
Okay, so as Dental was saying, when you come into lighting, there's something called human-centric lighting. That basically means how lighting affects human beings. And that's one thing that in Africa we don't pay attention to. So I always use this basic examples. Imagine you go into a classroom where students are supposed to be active and you find a teacher teaching and all the students are dozing off. It happens. I mean, from being a teacher, I'm sure you experience some of these things. If you do a proper check, you notice that it's not because of the boringness of what you are teaching. Usually it's because of the atmosphere in the space. And typically it's from the lighting. So if the lighting is not done properly in the space, it goes back to affect the students. Now, illumination levels. If the place is under-illuminated, it affects the attention of the students. Not using the right color temperature. When we talk about color temperature, we are referring to either the white light or the warm light. If you don't have the white light in a space which is supposed to make you attentive or active, it also can have an effect on the user. Now, the corporate spaces, offices and all of that. Sometimes you could be in the office and then you are experiencing headaches, fatigue, and distress from nowhere. And you are wondering where it's coming from. And the least thing you are pissed off. Sometimes it's because the place is under-illuminated. Or the positioning of the lighting fixtures casting some sort of reflection on your screen into your eye, which is called glare. All of these things come together and cause a lot of harm to the users. Now, not being in the right mood, right now depression is all over the place. And I feel like poor lighting is actually contributing to this. Because imagine you go into your house and you're struggling to sleep because of poor lighting in your bedrooms. You wake up all grumpy, you get to work, lighting in your office is very bad, and you go through the same cycle again. You come back home. So repeatedly, it puts you in a particular mood where the least thing you are pissed off, and gradually you become depressed, and you're blaming somebody else for it. But then deep down, it's from your lighting, you know. And then poor lighting as well, causing a lot of eye defects. And so there's a whole lot. So what we at Lighting Hub, what we are doing is to sort of create some platform to educate people. You know, creating YouTube videos, having seminars for architects, interior designers, real estate developers, because these are people who usually set up spaces. So if we are able to educate them, then they can also implement some of these things and also do like a general education for the public. So gradually we are getting there, and I mean, we are hoping that we'll be able to cover the educational platforms as much as we can.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you very much. Nana, there was a question for you. How did your family and friends take it when you said, I'm going back to Africa, man?
Where do I even start with that one? I just didn't listen. I knew what I wanted to do. I knew what my vision was, and I stayed focused. I stayed on the path that I had created. So I just stayed on it. I didn't listen. It was just as simple. When you truly believe that you have a viable plan or whatever, just stick to it. Don't listen to what people say. Make the mistakes, fix it, keep it moving. Don't have to listen to what people say. It's only if it's going to lead to your detriment, then of course you listen small. But if you know if you have a vision, please go for it. It's not going to be easy, but with being resilient, being focused, just do a lot of research, and then you continue to build on your confidence. Be bold in that decision, and trust me, you execute it seamlessly.
So Nana, I'm going to stay with you as we take Andy's question. And Andy, I'm happy you asked that question because it would have been my last question. Now, every time I leave the office at 10 p.m., which is very often, or I'm heading out to some engagement at 6 a.m., I'm saying to myself, oh Lord, when will there be a 24-hour salon? When will my prayers be answered? So what are some of of course, polished, you're very flexible. There are several times when I've had to do a late one and you call early enough, okay, somebody will wait for you. And thank you for that, because a lot of people will just tell you no, and I've received a lot of no's. And sometimes you're going on air early the next morning, and it's very tight, or you need to get home to the kids, and you really just can't do the salon before you go home, and you get a no, and you've called at 5 p.m. So no, we close at 7 or so. No, madam, then can you come tomorrow? But I just told you I need to come today. But what, if any, interventions are you considering in the near future for things like that? Because you do have a lot of working women and men who patronize your services.
So the long-term goal for Polish and Hair Rock is to be able to employ so many people that we will have shifts. So instead of closing at 6:30 or 7, we're going to expand to maybe 10 or 11. And then come the festive season, it will be a 24-hour. Now, when I first started Hair Rock, I don't know how many people are familiar with Hair Rock, but I started Hair Rock 5 years ago in December. We did a 24-hour barbering shop and hair salon because I had the staff, I had the bandwidth
That's
to be
how
able
we're
to
able
do that.
to do our hair small
That's
and go to
right.
twist.
That is it. That is it. So it comes with its challenges here and there. So we are fine-tuning things. So give us about a year, and we should be able to do that. So at all times, if you need the polished effect, you'll be able to get it.
Wonderful. Abaya, what about you? We're going to have a 24-hour brunch.
I mean, we're not 24-hour yet, but we tried something this December. During this dirty December, we actually open at 5 a.m. so that all of the revelers after the club, they come straight to Rose Garden.
It's like IHOP,
We've started, and it's actually overwhelmingly successful. So it shows you that during certain periods, we're not there yet, but during certain periods, that's another service offering that we can provide. I will say from a logistical perspective, for my staff coming to work, there's a lot of arrangements we had to make, okay, from a transportation perspective. I have some staff that had to make some arrangements for childcare, et cetera. So we had to take a lot of things into consideration and make bulk plans in order to execute this 3 weeks of 5 a.m. service. But as he mentioned, if it's a new policy coming out from the new government, then I anticipate that they will put other resources in place and other policies in place to allow for a 24-hour economy, which would be the logistics, right? Because I can be open 24 hours, but if my staff can't come to work, we got a problem. Exactly. The safety, the transportation, how are they getting there, But if you really move into a 24-hour economy, there's going to be a lot of opportunities for all of us, starting from production, moving into the service side. So we wait to see, but some of us who move independently and ahead of the trends, we started.
No, agreed. And a lot of your clientele, I mean, you may want to think of this going forward. A lot of them are having meetings at 2 a.m. anyway, because sometimes that potential investor or the person you want to do business with next week, the only time they're available is 2 a.m., literally. And you're either meeting in someone's house or someone's office at that hour. We do it all the time. So it's already there, but, imagine if we could do our rosé garden. Over the mimosas and the pancakes. So let me come to you, Prosper. 24-hour economy. What are you thinking about there? That's a lot of power.
Yes, so it's also something we are looking at, where we are looking at smart street lights. I mean, currently, I'm sure most part of Accra, when you're driving through the night, is dark because of maintenance issues. I'm sure the government is sorting that out. But on our side, what we are looking at is smart street lights, where we provide a street lighting system that ensures energy efficiency. Because statistically, when you look at the traffic on the road after 11 p.m. all the way till like 3, 4 a.m., mostly the roads are very less busy. So there's no need for you to keep all the lights on at full power. So if you could have like a smart system that cuts the power by half around that period, it saves energy. And then when any of the lights should go off, you get a signal, and then you send a team to fix it as soon as possible. So these are some of the things we are looking at, so that at least at every point in time, people could have access to roads, and then in doing that, we still save energy and save cost.
What about security for the lights themselves? Because we do know that a lot of people are also stealing the street lights, stealing the bolts and nuts. Yes, it's unfortunate, but that's and they come fully kitted, and you actually think they were sent by ECG or Roads and Highways. Now, we did some research. There's an investigative report that a colleague of mine at Channel 1 TV did a few months ago, and we realized that the streetlights that have cameras attached to them were not touched. I mean, for obvious reasons. But most of the others which do not are usually the target. Is there anything there that you're thinking about?
I mean, it's true. The solar streetlights, for instance, I mean, there were some of them that were fixed that had the batteries on the lower portions of the poles. You come and all the batteries are gone. So now what we are doing is everything is integrated with just one fixture. So the batteries, the inverters and everything, the solar panel is one complete, which is up there. So for you to be able to go up there and go and pick it, I mean, that's your own thing. So I mean, these are some of the things we've noticed, and we've actually come up with solutions to address some of these things. So there's one complete fixture that houses the batteries and everything, and then we put it up there just to reduce the thefts as well.
Okay. Emmanuel, on a legal front, 24-hour economy. I know a lot of people have said, hey, Ghana, dear, if we have 24-hour economy, they'll make us work the 24 hours, or they'll tell us shifts, we'll end up working 24 hours. There are labor concerns, and then, also just from the perspective of what does that mean for the legal fraternity as we're having these conversations?
Well, I would say that I have been doing a 24-hour economy way before this policy. But yes, I like the question. There's a regulatory framework governing, how many hours a person is supposed to work, and payment over time, etc. Now, in this policy, for instance, and it will have to be reactive, because there must be a demand, and the remuneration must be such that you should be able to pay those who are going to do the overtime and not be in breach of the law. So it depends on how the market grows. That's how I see it. Yeah, we can't just say we are going to do 24 hours.
So again, looking at the systems and policies that are putting in place from the business perspective, but also from the market angle.
Exactly.
As well,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. There's an online question for all of you. Can we have your websites, or your digital presence? Okay. Yeah. Emmanuel, you can start, and then we'll move through.
So Oh, the website is www.molawconsult.com. So it's molawconsult.com. And we are on LinkedIn, MNO Law Consults, Facebook, and that's it, I think. Yeah.
So for Lighten Hub, it's www.lightenhubgh.com. And on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, Lighten Hub GH.
For us, it's only Instagram and Snapchat. So for Instagram, it's polished, POLISHD, Beauty Bar Ghana. The Ghana is GH. And then for hair rack, it's hair.rack. So hair.rack. And then for Snapchat, it's polished beauty bar 1.
For our social media, we are Rose Garden GH. So all of our social media handles are the same.
Wonderful. Emmanuel Sakite Matekol is a founder and managing partner of MNO Law Consult, Prosper NT, CEO of Lighting Hub, Nana Amobi Chambers, co-founder of Polish Nail and Beauty Bar and Hair Rack as well, and of course Obaya Amponsa, founder of Reze Garden, director of Create Consults. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us on this conversation. Sustainable investments in Africa. At this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break. We have Trap Naturals, which is one of our sponsors. So it's going to be a juice break, you know. You remember what we said about doing things the Ghanaian way, the heritage way. We like juice, we like sobolo, so we're doing a juice break instead of a coffee break, but it's pretty much the same thing. Just for 10 minutes, and then we come back and we zoom into our second panel. Thank you very much.
Oh. Okay. Huh? I already have company set up.
everything we hear, as we engage, as we speak. And the theme is very simple: roots to results. Roots to results. Thriving in Ghana's diverse economy. Okay? Roots to results. Thriving in Ghana's diverse economy. Is it sticking? Is it sticking? Great. I used to be a teacher, so I like asking questions and I want responses. Okay, the energy is what is going to drive everything we do here today. But beyond today, the actions that we take to make sure that what we talk about becomes a reality and manifests in our lives and in the Ghanaian economy. We need the energy. All right, so one more round of applause for yourselves. Now, this is being organized by the Guba Diaspora Network, which is one of the seeds of the Guba Diaspora Enterprise. And Guba is 15 years old this year. Big deal. Massive, massive deal. And at some point, we're going to be talking about sustainability when it comes to investment in Ghana and on the continent, really. And 15 years is a long time to have invested time, energy, emotions, and money into something, isn't it? All right, so I want us to start off by watching two videos. The very first one gives you a better understanding of this 15th anniversary journey and the things I will be doing. And the second one talks about the Guba Foundation, because one of the great things about Guba, and any business or entity worth its salt really, is the fact that they give back. So let's take a look at these two videos and then we continue. Are my videos ready? Should I wait or should we move on? There we go.
When I came up with the concept Guba years ago, the idea was to create a platform to award the great work being achieved by Ghanaians and friends of Ghana.
People will be staring and my son was not functioning normal like other.
Benefits elsewhere in the world. And what's possible now is a much more equitable formula where Africa is also able to reap the benefits of its natural resources, and that also includes its people and its talent. I, for one, I'm very excited about this prospect. My family were here in Ghana, and then when the coup happened in the early 80s, like many families, we had to leave. So my siblings and I were all born in the UK, but the plan was that we would be raised in Ghana. And the coup meant something else. And so we went to London, and that's where we grew up. But I think that actually having had the benefit of both, even though that was never necessarily my parents' intention, was such a benefit to me because they ensured that we still were steeped in our Ghanaian culture. I still speak Tree, albeit with a bit of an English accent, but I still speak Tree. We came back very often and really knew our heritage. And while I've been here on this trip, I've been really going into my family history even more. And on my mother's side, we can trace back our family up to 11 generations. And I think we cannot underestimate what a gift that is, that as Ghanaians and as Africans, many of us actually can do that. So there's this rich blood that runs through us that is actually fueling us and expecting us to deliver on the promises that were within them, that we have the ability and the opportunity to be able to do. So I think today's conference is such an important one to be able to get those tools, to be able to network and connect with people that you can work with to help build your businesses and establish whatever it is that you're planning to do here in Ghana. The only thing that I would add in closing is that actually I think it's important that we think global, that even if we're building businesses that are based out of Ghana, their reach is across the continent and beyond. I think if we look at markets like America and, of course, the UK, where I'm from, one of their successes is that they think global, and businesses that start in those places don't just think about delivering purely for the home market. They think big. And what we have now is, because we have so much talent and so many people who need opportunity, if we think bigger, that means that's more opportunity that we can deliver and also create world-class businesses out of Africa. I think it's time for that to happen, and clearly the people in this room have the ability to do that. So on that note, thank you so much for having me. I'm so excited to stay. I'm going to stay for most of the day to be able to really immerse myself in the conversations that are going to happen. And I hope that you come away from this taking tangible advice and connections to do big things for Ghana, for Africa, and of course for the world. So thank you very much.
One more round of applause for June Sapong OBE. Thank you. I think you've given us a lot to think about. You know, statistics always have a way of putting things into perspective. And so by 2030, and 2030 is now just 5 years away. I mean, and really we can walk there. And we're saying that, you know, about 40% of of the world's population will be African. That's a huge chunk. That's a huge chunk. And so it's a great time to be African. It's a great time to be connected to Africa as a member of the African diaspora. And I think that we should also be thinking about this. Let me also just throw in one more statistic. According to the 2021 Ghanaian census, the bulk of Ghana's population is 14 years old and below. Now, we've just entered 2025, so your 14-year-olds in 2021 will be 18 this year. That means they can do business with you, and we need to be thinking about that. Now, get this as well, about 74.4% of Ghana's population falls between the ages of 18 and 35. So it's a very young population, extremely young. So let's just be thinking about some of these things. And usually what's happening in Ghana is a good indication of what's happening across the continent. So let's just keep these things at the back of our minds. Now, I want us, talking about young people, social media is a big thing these days. And so, if you have your phone, how many of us are on social media? Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, WhatsApp, because yes, it is social media, whether we like to accept it or not. X or Twitter, depending on whether you're pre-Elon or, you know, with Elon. But social media is a very big part of what we're doing here today as well. The hashtags are very easy to remember. The first one is Diaspora Conversations 2025, hashtag Diaspora Conversations 2025. And then we also have hashtag Roots to Results. Hashtag Roots to Results. And there are live updates across X, Instagram, Facebook. Please follow the Guba Diaspora Network pages, see what's happening there. And then, if you would like to become a member of the Guba Diaspora Network, today is your lucky day, because you have everyone you need to speak to in the flesh present, starting from Lady Denta, and then everybody in the spectrum of the team is here. So I have a conversation, and there are lots of perks that come with it. It's not just conversations and gatherings like this, but even just the kind of network you can access. That's one thing. But the more minute things, if you like, which are not really minute, you're moving to Ghana and you need a nanny. And that's boggling your mind, and so you don't know whether you should come or not because you're worried about childcare, you know, how to open a bank account, and what kind of bank account to open depending on your own situation. Guba will get you sorted. So please, if you're interested in joining the network, and I think you should be, you should. And it's not just for people living here. Once you're a member of the diaspora, wherever you are in the world, you are very welcome to join, all right? Now we're zooming right into our first panel. and I'm going to invite my panelists up here. First panel focuses on a very big conversation, sustainable investment in Africa. Don't worry, it doesn't determine who talks more or talks less. Her name is Sandy Aivo. She's been with the FDA for 16 years. Oh, I thought that deserved a round of applause. Now, why is that important? It's important because she understands the operations of the FDA in and out. And she's the head of accreditation maintenance. She's just going to come up here shortly and speak to, especially those who are the people in the food industry, pharmaceuticals, anything that revolves around that, you need to pay attention. So Sandy, please come to the podium. It's yours for the taking. Round of applause for her as she comes up here.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Are you happy to be here? I'm enjoying myself. I've learned a lot today. And I'm here to support my sister, Lady Denta. So my name is Sandy, just like she said. I've been with FDA for 16 years, heading accreditation maintenance at the FDA. So with all that we are doing, regards to business and all that, I just want to throw a little bit more insight to some of our operations so that if you are here and then you fall in that regard, you know the right thing to do. So basically, FDA has been in existence for more than 20 years, and we have branches all over the country. We are at the borders and on the airport as well. The head office is at Shiashi around the Golf House. And then also we have one of our labs around the TUC sharing a boundary with Movenpick. So basically, when it comes to our operations, we fall under the Ministry of Health, and we regulate cosmetics, allopathic medicine, that's drug, herbal medicines, food supplements, food substances. We do medical devices, etc. So when it comes to FDA, we are mandated by the laws of the land. And what actually that means is that if you have products, any products within the categories that I've actually mentioned, and you want to start that business, whether you are importing it into the country or you are making it in the country, FDA is supposed to regulate that product. Failure to do so, it comes with a lot of things that is like breaking the law, and then FDA will actually take you up on it. So if you are here and then you have any business in that regard, feel free to come to our office and then you'll be rightly served. I'm going to be here for a while to take up all the questions that will come in regards to FDA. And then also, I just want you to also know that those of you who know about standards and accreditation certification, FDA is now high up in terms of the world map. Why am I saying this? When you come to FDA, it's being accredited. The labs have been accredited as per ISO 17025 2017 standard. And then the drug lab is WHO pre-qualified. The entire institution is also certified as per ISO 9001 2015 standard. And then in terms of WHO GBT, benchmark, we at ML3, that's maturity level 3. This means that when we test a product, if your product comes to us and we test it and actually fails, wherever you take it to in any developed country, it will still fail. We were accredited by NAAB, that's American National Accreditation Board, and then also with our certification of the 9001, that was done by SGS. So it placed us on the world map, and currently in the whole of Africa, FDA has the largest scope of accreditation in terms of tests. We are at 63. It means that 63 tests have been accredited. And it means that when we give you our certificate, wherever you take it to is really valid. I think I'll just end it here. And I've already mentioned where you can find our offices. And then you can also check the website, fdaghana.gov.gh. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the event.
All right, thank you, Sandy. Another round of applause for her, please. So she's around for quite a bit. If you fall in the line of work or one more thing? Okay, Sandy has one more thing she wants to add, no problem.
Sorry, I think I forgot to add, our mandate is that huge. So when it comes to setting up food establishment, I'm talking about restaurants. I mean, now we are even certifying street food vendors as well. So if you are here and then you have a restaurant or any, cookery thing going on, FDA will have to come there, do inspection as per the GMP, and make sure that you are complying with the standards, and then they'll give you approval. If not, you can really not operate. And if you have a product and you don't register it and it's found on the market, spot fine can be like 25,000 cedis. Thank you. Oh, you don't want to clap for that. Just don't fall prey. Don't fall on the wrong side of the law. And I think Emmanuel outlined that. Do business with the right people, engage with the right institutions, and if you're doing business, not only will you be sustainable, but you avoid problems, at least most of the time. All right, so we're moving on to our second panel, and we're going to have a very interesting conversation, one which I think pretty much all of us can really connect to. And we're talking about reconnecting through heritage and culture. So I'm going to invite my panelists up here. Before then, I want to thank our sponsors once again, because, like I said, it takes a village and we have a town. The Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, who is hosting us today. We are on their premises. A round of applause for them, please. Beyond the Return, and I believe we have the head of the Beyond the Return Secretariat, Annabelle, here. I saw her earlier. Oh, there she is. So a lot of you don't see her, but she's a mighty force behind Beyond the Return. Thank you, Annabelle, and Beyond the Return for being here. The Ghana Revenue Authority, GRA. Are there any reps here? Okay, GRA is here. Round of applause for the GRA. Oh, you guys are not clapping. I mean, you have to pay your taxes, or you have to. So clap for them. It's important. Keeps the country running. SNIT. SNIT here. Any reps? Okay, SNIT is here. Round of applause for SNIT. Spotlight Homes. Spotlight Homes. Here? Are they here? Any reps? Okay, I'm sure they're around somewhere. And then we also have, of course, M&O Law Consult, and we had the co-founding partner here earlier, Emmanuel. Yes, M&O Law Consult is here. And then Trap Naturals. You just drank for them, enjoyed that break with them. Round of applause for them as well. And then, during our next break, we're going to do something very special. We're going to be tasting some pastries from Ebenezer Delis. Okay, and these are world-class pastries, but they're made here. Okay, and when you taste them, you understand why you need to up your game when it comes to your weddings and your events. You know, the kind of life that we like to live in the diaspora. Ebenezer Elise or Delis can make sure that that happens, okay? So I'm going to invite my panelists up here for panel number 2. Are we ready? Very, very ready? Very, 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 very ready? All right. So first on my list, a very special lady, because she is doing something that I think more people should be doing. We've just had juice and whatnot, right? But there are other drinks that we like to drink. And wouldn't it be great if all of those things could either be run, imported, managed by Ghanaians and the diaspora, African diasporans, or produced by them? And so allow me to welcome, like I said, very special lady, Ama Mensah. She's the founder and CEO of Rain Rum. Ama Mensah. Welcome. Please don't stop clapping until she takes her seat. You can have any of them. Okay. Thank you, Amma, for joining us today. And then we also have Kwab Asamoah, who's the CEO of Custom Looks. Where's Kwab? Oh. There we go. Round of applause, round of applause, round of applause, round of applause. You know, and he just had to show up like the way you would have expected him to show up. And as we have the conversation, understand why he is who he is and why he's here for this conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for joining us. Just two of you for the taking.
Ready? No pressure, right? No pressure, right? Okay, so we're having this conversation, and again, it's a very important one. When we speak of heritage, that means many things to many people, depending on where you come from, where your story is, where your personal heritage is. But bottom line, we're talking about reconnecting through heritage and culture. So I want to start off by asking you, Amma, first. For you, what does heritage mean to you personally? You have a microphone next to you.
Is it working?
Yeah.
I think heritage has to be layered. I think it's a question of where it is that you're coming from, but also where it is that you're going. Because I think we often think about heritage as being something that is from the past. But I also think it has to be a question of what we want our children to see their heritage as. And I think for me that was particularly important because I wasn't born here. My name is Amanya Kumensa. I have a fully Ghanaian name. However, my accent is not Ghanaian at all. And I've always, I was born and raised in the UK, in London. My parents went to the UK. My mum is actually here in the audience.
Where's Amma's mom? Let's acknowledge her in the spirit of heritage. Thank you. Thank you for joining us today.
And for my mum and also for my dad, who is now late, it was really important to them that their children's heritage, even, being outside of Ghana, was Ghanaian. And so I've always grown up knowing that I'm Ghanaian. I returned to Ghana almost 5 years ago, believing I was Ghanaian until I got here. Why are you laughing?
I think a lot of people here know that story. Yeah.
And had a very rude awakening on a number of levels. But again, I think that also feeds into what heritage means because mine is complicated by virtue of, just where I was born and where I come from.
Wonderful. Thank you. A round of applause for that. Kwab, what about you? What does heritage mean to you?
Heritage, I guess, would be your roots, your principles that define your character set based on the pedigree of your culture and community, right? So heritage, as she said, is something that has established or was established way before me and is connecting to it, being educated in it, and more importantly, applying it so you can go forward, right? If you're not applying it to go forward, then it's no longer heritage, it's just history, right? Mm-hmm. So heritage is something that you have to carry with you. So it's active, within the present, and it's not something that's historical.
Heritage has to be active in the present. You need to carry it forward. Otherwise, it's just history. I think you're both on the same page there. Do we all agree? We all agree. Great. So, Kwabs, let me stay with you just for a short while. What is custom looks? What do you do? Because that's going to be at the heart of this conversation on your part.
Okay, well, let's see. I was born in Ghana. I left at 7. I did 35 years in the United States. I got my degrees in electrical engineering and physics. When I came out, I attempted to climb the corporate ladder. I found out that ladder was leaning against the wrong wall. So custom looks was me attempting to get into the fashion because of opportunity. The particular area that we lived in, Prince George's County, which is, at least at the time, was the most affluent, most educated county in America for African Americans. We have multi-millionaire African Americans, but we didn't have high-end clothing stores. Neiman Marcus, Saks, Fifth Avenue, none of them were opening in our county. So we had to go all around to find clothes, and I just happened to have found a tailor that made good clothes for me, and then him and I decided to partner up, and that's how custom looks took off, in the United States. But custom looks in Ghana is probably an evolution that's different than that. When we were in the United States, we were doing suits and shirts, but I physically moved to Ghana because I wanted to expand into a factory.
You know, and that's what Custom Looks really represents, is a factory where we make clothes. Our goal is to release tribal sportswear, which is going to be the first 100% sportswear made in African soil by Africans through Africa. It makes no sense that we go to international competitions and we represent other brands that's not local. So if you see the Ghana Olympics, you see Ghana Sports Federations, we are localizing all of their designs. Because it's important that when we go outside and we do something like the Olympics and there's 22 billion people watching us, that we are seeing something that's Ghanaian, not something that's Puma, Nike, China, that's not even spending one peso on this continent. So that's what Custom Looks means. It's an evolution of the mind, fashion, and we're trying to disturb the fashion space, the manufacturing space. We want to disturb it. We want to go local. Simple as that. And we hope you join us on this ride.
Thank you. Thank you. Amma, what about you? Rain Rum. What's it all about?
So Rain Rum is the world's first African luxury rum brand, made here in Ghana, like you said.
Round of applause.
Thank you. And I think, again, you know, if we're talking about heritage, the fact that it's a Ghanaian brand, I'm a Ghanaian founder, it's made in Ghana. And when you see the packaging, if you've not seen it, then you also recognize and see yourself in our packaging. I don't have bottles with me.
Don't worry. Well, but I mean, at some point, maybe you can get the audience to look online, look on social media, because there are images there.
Yeah,
right, so that we can connect.
Absolutely.
Yes, please go ahead.
So it's made in the Ahafo region of Ghana. Brong Ahafo, as many refer to it. And I am responsible for almost 2,000-acre farm and distillery, almost 450 kilometers from here, from Accra. We grow sugarcane, we grow cashew, and I take care of almost 300 families there. It's called Rain because I took over a failing business almost 5 years ago, an agriculture business, and I agreed to take it over because I had been learning more and more about agriculture, particularly in Africa. So before I came back, I did a master's at the London School of Economics, and it was in business. And I was learning all of these different examples of innovation and social innovation around the world. And some of those examples were in Ghana. And there were a few things that really stuck with me from that study, but there was one statistic in particular that really stuck with me because we were learning about cocoa and the value chains of cocoa, which obviously is one of our biggest exports. And I remember the lecturer explaining that for every 1 pound that is made in the sale of a chocolate bar, for example, 5p of that goes to African farmers. And I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Like, who decided that this is what the value of cocoa should be when you can't have chocolate without it? And so it really started to, make me question, like, what's going on here? And so I guess I somehow went on a mission of wanting to disrupt value chains, particularly agricultural value chains. And so with Rain, when I took over the business, I started to understand why so little was going to African farmers. And in my process of taking over the business, one of the first things that I did was I restructured the staffing. So it was heavily dependent on expat workers, which we're not now. And that also allowed me to increase farmers' salaries by 50% and to try and start to shift those percentages from the 5p into something that I think makes more sense. And so we're called Rain because we're building a community where everyone feels royal. And our branding, our iconography, all of it is drawn from African royalty. And so when we talk about heritage and what it means to me, I think I now understand that being African, being Ghanaian is a superpower.
Round of applause for that.
And I think it's one which we're only really starting to re-scratch the surface on what that means if we tap into it and are able to use that power to build our countries, our economies, our communities, and our people.
Wonderful, round of applause. So production team wants me to move over this way, so I'm just going to do that very quickly. Is this okay? Is here fine? Okay, great. Amma, let me stay with you very briefly. Are you from the Ahafo region originally?
That's a really good question.
Because, I mean, and I'll get into why you moved to Ghana,
there?
but you moved to Ghana, and it's difficult enough to do Accra, you know. I'm not even talking about the greater Accra region. I'm talking about Accra, the city, and a certain part of the city, or certain parts. And then Amma comes, and then she goes all the way. How many of you have been to the Ahafo region? Okay, very few in the room. How many of you have been to the Bono region? Okay. How many of you have been to the Ashanti region? Okay. The Ahafo region is beyond the Ashanti region. It used to be until we were 10 regions before, until we were demarcated into 16, the Brong Ahafo region, right? It's proper middle belt. How did you end up there? And you didn't even end up in Sunyai or Techiman or something. You went all the way to the farm areas.
Yeah,
How did that happen?
Okay. I think first to touch on kind of what you're alluding to, that, you know, when people say, oh, I've been to Ghana, I love Ghana, I'm going to Ghana, what they mean is they're going to Accra, which isn't Ghana. And I do believe that we can't build our country if we don't build our country. And so that's the first thing. How did I end up there? I really do think it has to have been somehow divine. And I say this because when I finished my master's at LSE, I started putting out feelers for opportunities. I decided at that point that I needed to focus more on the continent. I'd done a little bit of work in Senegal, but not much on the continent. So I was looking at opportunities in Ghana, South Africa, anywhere that I felt like, you know, it could make sense. I started putting these feelers out. My brother, who isn't in the room, but I do have one brother in the room, my whole family is here. One of my brothers found an opportunity to do a consultancy at this farm in Ahafo. So I wasn't meant to go and take over the company. I was meant to just do a strategic review of it, hand that over to the owners, who were a European company, and then go about my business. But when I got this opportunity and I told my mum, and I said, oh yeah, I've got this consultancy gig, they said it's in Mim. And she was like, Mim, what part of Ghana is that? I was like, I don't know. They said it's in Mim, it's like northwest of Kumasi, it's here, she's like, in Mim. She's like, and you're going to school. It's there, that's where I went to school. I was like, yeah, in Mim, you're always talking about in Mim. But obviously I'd heard the word from a European source, so I called it Mim, because that's what I was told it was called, but it's called Imim.
Oh, please welcome Kwabena. You're welcome.
And yeah, so my mum is the first girl in my family to go to school, and she went to school in Imim. It's not where my family are from. But when my mum went to school there, as I say, she was the first girl. I'm the first girl in my family to go to university. She was the first to go to school. And when she went to school there, she, to support her education, did a little bit of farming and would actually sell oranges outside the gates of the company that I now own. So I didn't inherit it. I didn't look for it. So which is why I say, how did I turn up there? It must be divine. That's all I can say.
It's divine. That's quite a story. It needs to be a movie, really. Any filmmakers here? Any takers?
I think Denta's got her designs on making the film.
All right. So let me come to Kwab. Now, the two of you are the definition of disruption. Yes. You are the positive disruption. Proper definition of that. Now, Kwab, when you came, you started something very different in the U.S. At any point in the U.S., did you think, okay, I'm doing suits and whatnot, but I'm going to incorporate maybe African or Ghanaian motifs into the designs as well? Did that come up at any point before you decided to come to Ghana?
No, not at all. I was living in the U.S. I was enjoying my life. Ghana was in the rear view. I had no interest in Ghana. The only reason I came to Ghana because my mom called us sellouts. And she gave us pressure. So me and my siblings got together and decided we're going to do a one-time trip, go see these family members that we ain't never going to see again. Love, peace, and hair grease. Bye. So that was the plan. And 17 days later, we all were like, we got to get over here, because we just saw so much opportunity on the landscape. This before, there was no Accra Mall. Right? And I had clients that were building malls. I'm like, dude, a whole country with no mall. No Holiday Inn. We had guys that owned hotels. I went back to the U.S. screaming to them like, we got to get here now. The opportunity, sometimes a lot of people understand opportunity is timing. We in the diaspora community, we're not going to come to Ghana and create something new because the culture here is rich. But what's happening is the more we grow, the more we need diasporan things here. And that opportunity, that's to me your window, right? We want to be able to capture the culture, experience the culture, but we would like to do it at the same pace standards that we're used to from outside. So if you can somehow marry the two, you'll get success out of it. And that's what I saw in those 17 days that I came. But no, I didn't come to Ghana thinking I was going to do business here. I was love, peace, and hair grease. Bye.
Peace out.
Peace out. That was it. Yeah.
So now, eventually you came, you conquered, you stayed.
Yeah.
Okay, and then went and came back with other people as well.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, at what point did you think, there's an opportunity for fashion here? And because like you said, when diasporans come in, you're not reinventing the wheel. There was already fashion of a sense happening. But what made you say, no, you know what, I'm going to do fashion and I'm looking at sports fashion, for example?
Well, first, when we came, which was 2005, the first thing I asked myself was, wow, I saw more tailors just in Kanishi than the entire Washington, D.C. metropolitan area. At the time that I had my business in Washington, D.C., I think there were maybe 4, 5 tailors. Those of us who grew up in the U.S., remember back when we were middle school, there was a class called home economics, right? They used to teach you sewing, cooking, and stuff. Do they teach that now? Nobody in America even has a sewing machine, right? So when I came to Ghana and I'm seeing 10 tailors in a row, and I'm wondering, why are we not seeing these clothes there? Because we've got all of this production. So that was where that was for me, where I was like, we've got all these people sewing, but we're not wearing it here. And answering that question is where the opportunity came for me to say, okay, I'm going to come and fill that question. Right. That was what I saw as that's where the money's at, because with the money, they're already making this stuff.
Right.
People are already wearing stuff. It was the ability to connect the two is where I thought I could succeed.
Wonderful. Amma, let me come back to you. Now, the farm that you divinely inherited, right? Let's call it that. What was being produced on the farm at the time you went to do your assessment?
Yeah, I think, and I guess to follow on from what you're saying as well is, I do feel like sometimes as diasporans we can come back with an arrogance that you're going to come and create and build and do and and they don't have this and they haven't done that, and it's like you said, there's a million tailors. I'm wearing everything I'm wearing. All of my designers are African designers. I'm very intentional about that because I think, you know, we do want certain standards. We do want a certain aesthetic. But everything you could want is on this continent. Some of it, much of it in Ghana, but also exploring the rest of the continent as well. But in terms of the farm specifically, and we still do grow sugarcane and cashew.
Okay.
So those are primarily the two things that were grown then and are still grown now, but were not being turned into the highest possible value product. So we see sugarcane all over Ghana. It's abundant. We chew it and throw the rubbish on the floor most of the time. And so one of my objectives was to realize the true value of African materials for African people. Because that realization of African materials has always happened.
Right.
It just hasn't happened here very much, and it hasn't happened for us very much. And so really for me, RAIN is just a prototype. Like it's really just an example of what I hope many other African people will do, which is to take something that we have so easily, we take it for granted, like so much of what we have and what we own and what we are. And then somebody else comes and says, this is a gold mine, and makes incredible value elsewhere. I mean, you talked about the fact that, you know, we have some of the best sports teams and sports players on the planet, right, who are of African descent, but they're not wearing African brands. They're not wearing Black-owned brands, let alone African. So, yeah, I think to kind of follow on from your point, but also in terms of what was there, lots was there. But the question is, who is benefiting from what is there?
Yama, so let me stay with you. Now, you came, you saw this farm, you did your assessment, right? You mentioned in the beginning, and we spoke about cocoa. Now, why didn't you think, okay, reconnecting through my heritage, let me do cocoa, you know, for example. Especially, I'm sure you would know by now, because you are on the farm grounds, on the ground, that a lot of cocoa farmers and cocoa farm laborers haven't even tasted chocolate before. That's the truth. Many of them, they have not. It's mind-blowing. And you have a lot of cocoa farmers being women who have used their farming to send their children to school. They've got degrees, and now they've said, you know, I'm not going back to the farm. My mother is 62 years old. She doesn't have a pension. She's suffering. This is not my life. So you could have done cocoa because it already has an established sort of trade trajectory. But you saw the sugarcane, you saw the cashew, which is also very native to the Bono area. And then you said, no, I'm going to work with this. Now, you said, I'm going to work with this. At what point did you say, no, it has to be African spirits?
Okay, so first of all, on cocoa and on chocolate specifically, I'm not an expert in cocoa. What I can tell you is that it's a very complicated ecosystem in terms of how you sell cocoa out of Ghana. I have friends who make chocolate here. There's lots of innovation happening in that space. Bioko Treats is one of my favorite brands. There's loads of others. But when I speak to them, they can't actually get cocoa.
Yeah.
That also doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't.
They can't
It's very
get cocoa
interesting.
in Ghana. I'll leave that one there.
That's a conversation for another
That's
day.
a conversation for another day. So for me, with spirits, with rum, it was all a case of research because I could have lent on the cashew instead, right? And again, a lot of it comes down to looking at the global market, the market also here in Ghana, and also the infrastructure and ecosystems that exist. I started looking at cashew. When I first got into this, the government had just launched the Tree Crops Development Organization to look at how do we best make use of our tree crops. And cashew is actually, of the tree crops, at least at the time, was the highest grossing for the country. And so cashew was meant to be the example for, okay, if we build legislation around how we sell cashew, then we can apply that to other tree crops. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened, and the progress on that was really slow. Sometimes the best opportunities can be found when nobody else is looking. So there isn't another West African rum brand. When I looked at the market and I understood what spirits were doing and I understood what rum was doing specifically, and also understood the history of rum and the fact that it's ultimately a byproduct of the enslavement of African people in the Americas. There was just so much depth in the story, in the heritage of the product, and also a lot of growth in the category on the market. So particularly if you look at Europe, for the past 15 years, we had what was called the Renaissance, so everyone was drinking gin and tonics. But 5 years ago, when I started to look at the market, I could see slowly that rum was creeping up, and rum was selling twice as fast as gin was. So it's about doing research and understanding that, you know, when you're starting a business, you're solving a problem for other people and not for yourself. So what is the market doing? What is the market looking for? And how can you meet those market demands?
Okay. So I'm going to, because it's such a personal conversation, I hear a lot of murmurs in the room, lots of shock, and I'm sure you have your experiences to share. And again, this is a conversation for all of us, not just for us on the stage. I'm going to open it up. While we look out for our first few questions, though, Kwab, let me come to you. What challenges or opportunities, or both, have you experienced when it comes to sourcing fabric for the fashion? Because that's a really huge conversation. You know, what are you sourcing from here, if any? What are the importation metrics like for you, the logistics there, challenges, opportunities? Meanwhile, any questions, the floor is open.
Okay. Well, like most fashion houses, sourcing, typically you go to the markets and see what's available. We intentionally went to try to partner up with suppliers that could have access to sportswear fabrics. If you go in Ghana, every market, there's gazillion, GTP, High Target, wax prints. But you won't see sportswear apparel, right? There's only very specific people that are going to invest the money to bring it in, which is part of the reason why we don't even have a high production rate. So we've been trying to grow that with the suppliers by talking to them and encouraging them to invest in bringing those products in. One of my main things is I could go to their factories direct, China, Turkey, whatever. However, how am I feeding the next family? I'm good. When I came to Ghana, my stomach was flat. You don't get a stomach like this if you ain't making money. You see, so I can chew everything, but how much of my community is also going to uplift? When I gave the price quotation to this client, I included the cost of the supply, which I estimated from this local supplier. Now I've gotten the contract. Why bypass him? Why go straight to the manufacturer so you can keep all the profit? I'm not the kind of person that wants to sit on a beach alone. You know what I'm saying? When I'm rich and I'm sitting on the wherever I want to be, I need to have some people there with me to experience it. So the concept of all in for myself is not part of my heritage. It's what I carry with me. A rising tide raises all ships. So we purposely are conscious of going to the local suppliers and saying, hey, we need 200 bundles of this, and I want you to order it. Why? Because you will feed the 10 people in your factory, and I'm going to feed the X amount of people in my factory. But if I bypass you, yeah, I get a greater net. But at the end of the day, it's my community growing. You can't be the only one growing. We didn't come here to be the only person to take all the money. That's America. And that's what you left for. So don't bring those habits here. You say we're not meant for that. So for us, yes, there's challenges in supply. But every challenge is just an adventure that has yet to be addressed. Right? So if we can't find certain materials, like dry fit is the big thing now. So we're doing dry fit shirts, and people are loving it. If you don't have one of our dry fit shirts, you need to get one. Right? But it's a very hard, complex material to get. We at times have to go to the suppliers. We have to work with them. We even have to at times give them money in advance so that they can fulfill their quantity. But it's all part of the team. It's all part of the fact that I understand here as we live in our culture, we say, well, it takes a village. That village isn't just about raising a child, it's about raising a company. And I'm trying to raise the first biggest global African sportswear brand on this continent. And I cannot do it alone. I will not do it alone. I will not get there alone. And I will not make all the money alone. So it means working together in teams, identifying the other person's shortcoming and being able to say, how can we work together to fulfill that shortcoming?
I mean, that's a powerful statement. And if anybody's interested in doing business with either Kwab or Ama, you need to make sure you speak to them because they're on to something. Kwab, I'll come back to you, but I want you to think about this. You were talking about suppliers. Now, fabric supply, and you are the expert, but from where I sit, and we go to, if it's Ashanti region, you've got the Kijitia market suppliers there. In Tamale and the northern parts, big market center there. Takrady would be Takrady Market Center. In Accra, Makola, we have China House, which is the home of every designer who charges you 2,000 cedis for a dress goes to China House. I can assure you of that. But I'm just interested in supply chains and how even working with them has increased and transformed their businesses on that level. But I'll come back to you on that. There's a question on the floor. Yes, please. You may step up.
It's a really interesting conversation here. Thank you very much. I wanted a question to maybe both of you, but particularly to Ama. I've also come in from the UK, but my children won't come. I mean, one came and left in the beginning of December. What sort of things? I mean, how did your mom get you? Or did you say you were, Mom, thank you very much, you've done well. I mean, what was your interest? What really piqued you? What got you coming home? And the same to Kwabs as well. What is it? Is it just the business opportunity, or is it that really Ghana is a place to be?
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, there's one here. Please come. In the corner. Yes. Okay.
Hello, my name
Hi.
is Frank. I'm building the largest distribution platform in Africa. So if you're into manufacturing, reach out. So I have two questions. My first question is, I keep hearing you saw opportunities in Ghana, you saw opportunities in Ghana. I want to ask you, what do you think those of us living here are actually lacking in spotting those opportunities? That is number one. The second question has to do with the market. I mean, yeah, you live in the diaspora. I'm sure you have your customer base and everything. But one thing I've realized is that most of these businesses don't build for the Ghanaian people in terms of pricing, right? So they build very wonderful products and it's super expensive for the average Ghanaian to purchase. So then the question is, how then do you balance these two? Thank you.
Okay, one last question, and then we'll take the three and then continue.
Are you going to remember the question?
Yes, I'm taking notes of them. Don't worry. Go on.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Sonia. I am a second generation Ghanaian American, and I actually live in PG County currently. So for me, I am a millennial who lives in Ghana. I work in tech full time, but I'm also an entrepreneur, and I'm looking to relocate to Ghana. So I wanted some tips or feedback as far as how was that transition, the risk that you took, the setbacks, just how was that kind of transitioning from UK and from US, from PG to coming here and kind of reestablishing?
PG and a half.
I know, right? That was so
Thank
ironic.
you.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll take these three. You can, let's take the three, but I'll still, come to you. The first one, so the lady's worried about, she just can't get her children to come. So for you specifically, what was it, and how do you think you can get into the psyche of people who are very skeptical, who may not even be thinking, like you weren't in the very beginning, about coming back home? Or making a repatriation of any sort to Ghana or to the continent?
So all of those questions are really, could all be a panel in themselves. So I want to try and answer it in a useful, as useful a way as possible. The first thing is you said that your child or children were here in December. That's the first step. The simple fact that they're even coming. Everyone has their own personal and very individual journey. And even for me, I really started to come to Ghana myself after my first degree. I was in my early 20s, and I hadn't been to Ghana for 10 years. And for me, that was because my father had passed away, and I'd connected a lot of that kind of loss with Ghana. So for all of us who are diasporans who have traveled, there are going to be positive and negative memories of Ghana, and there are lots of people in the diaspora who are like, I'm never going back to Ghana because X, Y, and Z happened, or this person did this, or whatever. And so I think if you're in the diaspora, reconnecting with Ghana is a lifelong journey and process. The fact that I'm here doesn't mean that I've made it and I'm done and I know what I'm doing and I know who I am and da-da-da-da-da. Like, I'm learning every single day. And so your children are at a particular point in their journey. I would encourage you to be patient with them and to ask them the questions that you're asking me and really genuinely listen to what it is that they're saying. And you may not understand what they say, and you're going to have to be really patient with them in understanding that, because one of the things that I understand is that when you are a child of the diaspora, every child doesn't understand their parents and their parents don't understand them because you're in different generations, right? So you've got like a whole 20, 30, 40 years between you. And so there's that huge gap between what you think and what they think. When you're a child of the diaspora, that's doubled because you didn't grow up in London like I did. And so not only are you having to get over this like huge generational difference, you're also having to get over these huge cultural misunderstandings. So it's challenging, and I would just encourage you to be patient. The second question was...
Okay, so let me just, Kwab, do you have anything to add for the first one?
My son is actually living here full time now, right? He's helping me run the business. He just got promoted to HR, as a matter of fact.
Oh.
I don't think with regards to your child is really any more different than an adult. I think it's the same thing across all tourism to me in Ghana, which is lifestyle. You know, our heritage is there. People know about Africa. They know about Mansa Musa. They know about Shaka Zulu. They know about Kwame Nkrumah. There's Pan-Africanism. They know all of that. But what most people don't know is lifestyle. See, before I came back to Ghana, I was living quite well in Prince George. I lived in Bowie, Collington Station. So if you know where that is, I was balling. What made me come here in 17 days say, oh no. I was in America for 35 years, and in 17 days, I flipped. I was a millionaire there, and I flipped, but willing to come here and start all over because I saw lifestyle. I saw houses that were as big as mine. I saw cars that was nice as mine, and they had no house note and no car note. They were enjoying time. Lifestyle is time plus money. It's a lot of people with money, no time. And broke people got a lot of time, but no money. So I was taught that most people want to become a millionaire because you assume you need 7 figures to take care of your debt. But if you are out of debt, your lifestyle is phenomenal. If you make 10,000 cities and you out of debt, you're balling like a millionaire because you can blow 10,000 freely like a millionaire. And Ghana can give you that. America could never give me that. So what I saw was lifestyle. I saw people living their life, the American dream. When I went to America at 7 years old and they told me, come out, get a good job, get a good education, I did it. But I wasn't living their life. What I saw over here, I saw guys building 3- or 4-story structures. And I'm like, wow, I don't have that. I got a better degree than him. I got a higher GPA. But I ain't got that. You see, so that's what I saw. And I think for my son, especially today with the social media bloggers and everything, we have got to show lifestyle. You have to show people the diaspora, I can come here and you ain't going to be getting chased by cheetahs. You're going to be getting chased by Land Rovers, my brother. You know what I'm saying? That's the kind of thing. And when we break that, your kids can start seeing. They can start seeing, well, I can go to Ghana and have fun. I can go hang out here. I can have social things. So to me, it is lifestyle. We as adults, we see opportunity. But the children need to see lifestyle. So that's my only thing is, promote lifestyle to them.
Promote lifestyle. Okay, so since the queue is...
I really want to add to that.
Yeah?
Because I think there's that element of it. For me, it was what it means to be a minority. So when you are you talked about this ladder on the wrong wall, right? When you're in the UK and you can be as smart as you like, or in the US, you can be as smart as you like, as talented as you like, or whatever, but they're going to see a black person before they see or hear anything else.
You're just a smart Negro.
Right. Right. And what it means to be black or a minority or marginalized and all of these kind of things, when you're outside, you're told that you're at a disadvantage just purely because you're black. And then you start traveling the world and you realize that there are more black people in this world than there are white people. So I'm not a minority. That's the first thing. And you just start to challenge all of these things that you've learned about who you are and what's possible. And I think that's one of the things that for me brought me to Ghana, was recognizing that when you start to see yourself as a black person in the world, you're the majority. When you look at yourself as a black person in America or the US, you're a minority. And it's a completely different starting point to who you then think you can become and what you think you can do.
All right. So let's take your question. Yes, so I'll add it to the list here.
Sorry.
No, so I'll come back to them. She's been standing for a while, so I want her to.
So, good afternoon.
Good
I'm not sure
afternoon.
it's afternoon yet. My name is Joanna Baidu, and I am into e-commerce. I produce in Ghana, and I've had a chat with a lot of different powerful brands that produce locally. And one of the main issues that we are all facing is shipping internationally. Right now, it's just DHL literally having the monopoly. And we were having this chat, we were thinking, when is it that a black person is going to come and, set up a company that is going to facilitate shipping products within Africa, first of all, and also from Ghana to, all of these countries, maybe even aim for next day delivery. I know that's me stretching it, but potentially that's the experience that we have when we're abroad. So my question is to you, since you have a fashion brand, sports brand, how are you dealing with orders that you get in the States, Australia, Canada? Yes, we need to know.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you all in the queue as well? Okay, please come.
All right, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Hoffman Ernest. I just completed university.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I decided to come to this event, and honestly, this is a great event. I have a few questions here. I want to know, especially to...
Please ask them very quickly,
Yes,
so
very
we can
quick.
just
Yes,
list and then
yes.
move on.
To Kwab, all the panelists that comes, they talk about opportunities and stuff. Like my brother initially asked, I want to know what are some of the things that we as the Ghanaians here are lacking that we are not seeing that the outsiders come and see, and how do we network so that we can also start up some of these things over here. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Veronica. I don't live in PG, but I do live in a DMV. I'm over in Virginia. So my question
Redskins.
my question is, I'm building a property management company for residential communities in Ghana, and the biggest issue we're facing is marketing and user adoption. What has been your experience with that, and how have you been able to get people to see the benefits of your products? You know, in Ghana, it's very difficult to get people to do things differently, even if it's going to benefit them. They really do like their manual prep processes, even if technology is going to make their lives better. So how have you been able to overcome that?
Okay, thank you. All right.
Hello.
Hi.
My name is Lodi. This is a question for Kwab. In terms of your work, I noticed that a lot of Ghanaians sew a lot of stuff, but then we depend on foreign fabrics. So we have all these really nice looking sort of menswear, and a lot of it, they say is suit fabric. So I go in, I'm like, no, I want a local fabric. So you can do it for my husband. He's like, it won't do this, it won't do that. My question is, I do understand maybe there's an issue in terms of our fabric, the way it looks, or the way, how heavy it is, or I don't know. But how do we move beyond just the GTP like this and actually producing fabrics that can be used for different things, and everything is coming from here? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so let's run through these questions. I'll throw this one to you first, Amma, because I know you wanted to answer it earlier. Opportunities. How do you spot them? And, you know, how can Ghanaians spot them? What are diasporans seeing that Ghanaians are not? Because it needs to be equal opportunity, right? And then lastly, I think for that question, the asker was also concerned about when you tap into them, it not just being for yourself or for your immediate circle of business, but for society and posterity as well.
So I try not to make generalizations, but I've been told I have to keep the answers short. So I want to try and get to the points. What are diasporans seeing that perhaps many Ghanaians are not? One of the things I think is the fact that we as diasporans are coming to Ghana to build businesses, to build the country as much as we can. A lot of Ghanaians who are not seeing those opportunities, because there are many Ghanaians who are seeing those opportunities, but Ghanaians who are not are looking for solutions for somebody else to solve those solutions. You're looking maybe to go abroad where there are schools and hospitals. We're coming here to build the schools and hospitals. You're looking for someone to give you something, and they're coming to create the thing that you're looking for someone to give you. And I kind of think that's probably one of the fundamental issues that I see with some people. There was another part.
Yes, so when you do identify the opportunity and tap into it, how do you go beyond tapping into it just for yourself or immediate community, but so that trickles down, you know, along the economic chain, basically, the social chain?
It starts with intention. Like you said, you know, I don't want to sit on a beach by myself. I'm building communities, and I want people around me to also be able to benefit. If you have the intention that you just want to go and grab for yourself, then you'll do that. And if you have the intention that you want to build communities, then you'll do that. I don't actually see that as being quite as much of a challenge. If that's what you set out to do, you'll make it happen that way.
Wonderful. You wanted to add?
It was
what are Ghanaians
No, so
not seeing
what are
that we're
Ghanaians not
seeing?
seeing that diaspora is seeing?
Okay, I'm one of you.
One of who?
Ghana, I'm Ghanaian too.
Are you?
So if I talk this way, don't get upset. If I step on your toes, sometimes we have to be stepped on to understand. Somebody asked a question, and the way it was phrased is, when is someone going to come here to do it? Why we keep saying when is someone going to come? Why are you not doing it? You see it. Opportunity, success is nothing. Business, first and foremost, is supply plus demand. I'll give you a simple example. Anybody been to my place? You see that when we first moved into this compound, that driveway where our gate was not there. So we had to move the gate, and then we brought a guy in who had to build the bridge so that over the gutter so that a car could enter. I watched this guy build the bridge with the metal rods and the wood, the cement and everything. And I was like, wow. Now, on my road in East Legon, the whole street, the gutter's open. That guy could go to every house and knock on the door and say, hey, listen, I just fixed this gutter for this guy here. If you pay me 2,000 cities, I'll fix your gutter. He can go down my street, 20 homes, and I guarantee 80% of those homes will give him money. But why won't he do it? He would rather have me come, set up a business, go buy the cement, go buy the iron rods, then call him to come do the workmanship. We are a workmanship mentality community. We don't mind workmanship, but we don't want to do the other parts to create for the workmanship. It is something that is engraved in us, and I always talk about it because we have a baku mentality. Every baku. We have been brought to believe that if at the end of the day you have 5 cities, you good. You can get 2 city wache, get 1 egg, buy your kosia, and then save another 1 city for your trotro. So your day is good. So our people leave the house for the search of 5 cities. And 5 cities can be made with your hand. 5,000 you can't make with your hand. And because we don't think that big, we don't see the opportunities that are that big. This opportunity is there all around us. There's a brother who went and got coconut leaves. And now he has the biggest charcoal manufacturing company in West Africa. Offer the same coconut leaves that we throw right here in Jamestown. He's young. He's been in business less than 5 years. 20 years ago, those coconuts were sitting in Jamestown. Why? We complain when the Chinese come. They're building the roads. They're taking the contracts. We know how to build roads. If you go on Spintex, aren't those earth-moving cars all sitting there owned by Ghanaians? So once again, why are we not doing it? Part of it is because we keep thinking our savior is somebody outside, not inside. So if you're saying there's a difference, the difference is we as diasporans, we got nowhere to go. You do. You home. At the end of the day, if you go to work and you get fired and you ain't got no job, you go right back to your compound, you look at your mama, oh, let's eat fufu. And you be okay. We the diasporans, we homeless. We ain't got nowhere to go. So guess what? We're hungrier. We're looking for ways. We got to survive. We didn't come to Ghana. Can you imagine right now you came to Ghana and you can't pay your rent? Who you going to turn to? You know what I'm saying? You, the Ghanaian that has been living here all your life. You know, you got uncles in the village. You got some over here in Brangafo. So you could just, you know what, let me just jump in the car and go. So you take all of these things for granted that is in front of you, that's available, because at the end of the day, you are comfortable. And listen, you ever heard the story of the dog that makes noise? A man went to a door, knocked on the door, and they kept hearing, He knocked again, Third time, The dog opened the door and said, man, what is that noise? He goes, what? He goes, oh, it's that dog. He goes, what's wrong with the dog? He goes, oh, he's sitting on a nail. He goes, why is he making that noise then? Why does he just get up? The guy said, because it doesn't hurt him enough. That's our people. We ain't hurting enough. If you're hurting enough, you're going to get out. You're going to do things. You're going to see opportunity. There's so much opportunity in Ghana. because everything is raw. I'm saying you can make every fabric that you want. You can make whatever dream that you want. You can make cement. You can make a building. You could do it. We are in the most raw state. When we talk about opportunity in the U.S., we always tell you what? Begin where? Get on the ground floor. There is no greater ground floor than Africa. So the opportunity is about you. Dream big. Stop dreaming about wache and start thinking about filet mignon and getting some of that. Stop thinking about going to Rosé and stop going to the nearest corner and talk about Two City Wache by the gutter with mosquitoes eating you alive. Think about leaving that. I keep saying lifestyle. Increase your lifestyle. Dream big, then you'll find ways to make the dream come true. That's all.
All right. So Amma, please take this one. Transitioning. When you do make the move back, how do you transition? Now let me just do a plug here. Join the Guba Diaspora Network because it'll show you how to transition. Literally. For those who joined us after we did the first panel, after we did the opening, I said that even if you're just thinking about, oh my goodness, I have 3 kids, who's going to take care of them? I need a nanny. Guba's got you. So join networks that can actually help you grow and make the transition easier. People have done the work so that you don't have to do that much work anymore when you do come. But Amma, your take, transitioning, was it because you've gone to the deep, deep hinterlands, man. You went all the way. You drank deep.
So I think when I came, I didn't come on any kind of high horse, but I definitely did come expecting to feel not comfortable, but welcome. I expected to have a certain familiarity, and I thought I was coming home. If I was moving to China or Japan or even to the US, I would have to go with a really open mind and expect to make certain adjustments. I'd expect to meet cultural practices and norms that maybe I don't agree with, but I have to respect because I'm in somebody else's country. And I would expect to have to adjust to be able to effectively maneuver. A lot of diasporans don't have that expectation when they come to Ghana. The expectation is, this is wrong, this needs to be fixed, I don't like how you do that, I don't like how you do this, and therefore you should change it. But who are you? Like, you've just turned up and you've got all of these grand ideas about how different everything should be. Yes, I'm Ghanaian, but in many ways I'm also not. And I don't say that because I want to create division. I say that because I think it's important for me to be honest about the fact that my life has been different, and I have different cultural norms to what I think about how things should be done. And I do think you have to accept that first before you can do the transition, and recognize differences and also look for similarities and create understanding and create bridges. There aren't enough conversations that happen between diasporans and Ghanaians that have never left Ghana. There's a lot of resentment between these groups, which is why when you said, I'm one of you, I'm like, are you? Because not everybody's gonna see you that way because of your accent, because of the way, because of these things that you do. Like, you're not gonna find somebody in Ghana doing those things, right? So there are differences between us, but there's also opportunities for us to learn from each other and understand, but it requires us all to have an open mind and to expect to have to make adjustments and expect to have to change and be humble about that.
Kwab, international shipping.
International shipping.
International shipping.
Well, like Madame was saying, I've been telling people in the diaspora, somebody's to come over here and open a post office, etc. FedEx, Kinko's, and they'll make a killing. But it hasn't happened yet. So, with regards to shipping, the main thing is to really look at your price and your client, right? You have to be smart about it. It's just there's not a simple solution. You have different outlets. You mentioned DHL. There's Ghana Post. There's EMS. Of course, you can ship by air, you can with the different airlines, or by sea. I think one of the main things that for us that we've tried to mitigate with the shipping is we can't get around the costs because it's not our situation. But what we can do is use the logistics to our advantage. There's a difference between shipping 3 to 5 days with DHL, which will give you a different cost factor, than let's say you're shipping with Ghana Post or EMS, where it may take an additional 5 to 7 days. So we want to take advantage of the lowest possible cost. So that means our production must be faster. Because at the end of the day, when you give a client a timeline, within that is your production plus your shipping, right? You can't necessarily change the shipping, especially if it's a cost factor. But what you can control is your production. So try to get your production out earlier, so therefore you can have a much longer shipping time and take advantage of the lower cost means of shipping, right? That's one. Another thing is you have to look at bundling. It's very difficult to try to do individual items. So you have to learn how to bundle. In our particular case, we have distributors and vendors in the United States, so we're able to bundle designs and be able to send them in packages versus individual units. But that also requires going to what you were saying, which your previous question, which is the network that you put into place, right? So we leveraged our network with people that we knew in certain places to say, hey, we need this there. Is there a way that you could be that person, or we could find somebody that we could work with that could fulfill this capacity? I mean, one of the things I've always said is I believe in rising tide raises all ships. So if you take a garment that let's say costs 50 US and it costs $20 to ship, let's just say that, right? In our particular case, what we do is we'll take the 50 and we'll ship it. The $20 for shipping we give to our distributor in the United States so he can take care of the shipping and he can eat. You see, I keep saying don't try to put everything in your pocket. It's not going to work. I mean, you have, but it's going to be a very heavy pocket that's going to weigh you down. So in that case, instead of me taking all 70 and keeping it, I will rather take the 50, ship it to my guy, give him the 20. He'll send it for maybe $5, $6, and he keeps the 14 in his pocket. And that scenario, he gets a little bit, keeps him happy. It keeps me logistically from having all this headache, right? And everybody wins. The client gets what they want at the time that they're supposed to get it. My man gets a little bit of money. I get the product. And my money is made on volume. It's not going to be made on those individual shipping charges. Okay, so understand your product. Break down your product. I'm a numbers person. I come from engineering. I tell people, like, I'm not a fashion designer. I'm just an engineer that happens to be in fashion. So the numbers is what I'm always looking at. And when I look at the number of days, the weight, how we distribute everything, also how you distribute your money so that everybody gets a piece is much better. I'm not trying to carry everything. I'd rather spread it across. When I was coming to business, I was told, would you rather have 100% of one or 1% of 100? I'm saying, and I take the 1% every day. So that's, the only thing I can help you with shipping, because there's really no way to get around the cost unless you are the shipping company yourself.
All right, thank you. We're out of time, so final words in 30 seconds. Amma. TikTok.
Be patient with yourself. Keep pushing. It's a lifelong journey. There is no destination. The only destination is when it all ends. So in every day, whatever the challenge is, whatever the opportunity, whatever the success is, it is the moment that we live for.
Thank you. Kwab.
2025. Have a mantra, a vision, and a goal. The only place where success comes before work is the dictionary. And the Bible tells you, if my people have no vision, they cherish. Talk to yourself. Hype yourself. Out of the night that covers me, black as the pit from pole to pole, I thank whatever gods may be for my unconquerable soul. In the fair clutch circumstance, I have no wish nor cried aloud. I need a bludgeon and a chance. My head is bloody but I'm bowed. Beyond this place of wrath and tears, loom news but the horror of the shade, and yet the madness of the years finds that it should find me unafraid. It matters not how straight the gate, how charge of punishment is scroll. I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul.
So, you know what? Quabs needs to do a one-man theater play. And we all need to get up in there and learn something from that play. Thank you. It's been great. There's some questions that we couldn't answer. Other people in the audience who can also contribute to that conversation. There was a question about marketing and user adoption as well. Maybe we can talk about that later. What I can tell you is that the Ghanaian African market is very different. What you learned in marketing school doesn't work in Ghana, I can tell you that. And you can speak to me because I am into marketing and PR as well. I can help you with that. Lady and gentlemen, Ama Mensah is the founder and CEO of Rain Rum. Please look it up. Patronize it, use it in your cocktail at your next party, and just spread the word far and wide. And Kwaba Sanwa is the CEO of Custom Looks, redefining what our sports fashion value chain looks like. Thank you so much. It's lunchtime, so please pay attention to the ladies and gentlemen who usher you to where you can have your lunch, and then we come back for panel 3. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So lunch is in the corner, okay? So speakers will go first, and then we continue. take our seats, please, while we can continue. We still have quite a journey for the rest of the day. So we'd like to get started as soon as possible. Operations of the FDA in and out. It in the country, FDA is supposed to
So we have some also special dessert from one of our sponsors that you'll be trying as well.
I hope everyone has had their lunch by now. Everyone has. Do we need to do some jumping jacks or play amping? Something, or we're fine? Because we have another panel that we're getting into right away. If there's anyone outside, can we please help them, usher them in so we can just take their seats and then we get started.
Yeah, hello, hello. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, be okay. The level be okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting into our third panel now, and it's another very heavy one. Leveraging heritage for economic growth. Leveraging heritage for economic growth. In our last two panels, I think by now we realize that the idea of, coming here and understanding the culture is very critical to the success of whatever business or livelihood you're looking to establish here, right? And these are basic things that we know already, depending on where we are coming from and what we've been doing all this while, right? Hey, guys, are you sleepy? Should we do one lap? One lap, one lap. Okay, everybody stand up, please. Up, 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 up. I need the food to get to your brains. All right. Raise your right hand. Say, I love Africa. Hand down. Left hand up. Say, it's my year. Left hand down. Wiggle your waist. Imagine there's an Afrobeat song playing. You can wiggle, you can wind, however you want to do it. Okay. Right hand up again. I pledge to do better. Hand down. Are we awake now? Okay, please sit down. A round of applause for yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. But we are talking about leveraging heritage for economic growth, a very, very important one. I'm going to go straight ahead and introduce my panelists. They, again, as usual, as we would have realized by now, are the people for the conversation. So first, and in no particular order, we have Kojo Adovo, who is a Yale alumnus and the CEO of Unscramble Africa. A round of applause for Kojo as he takes the stage. So Kojo, any of these. Thank you for joining us. Kwabna Darko, entrepreneur and author, is here as well, also ready for the conversation. Round of applause for Kwabna as he joins us up here. And last but definitely not the least, we have Audrey Forson, who is the CEO of Takura Designs. Audrey looking very lovely in red. Round of applause for her as she joins us up here. All righty. Thank you. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Let's test our microphones.
Hello.
Okay.
Hi.
1, 2. Perfect. And we're going to get right into it. Leveraging heritage for economic growth. I think the last panel enabled us to establish what heritage is. And one thing is clear, that heritage is not simply history. It's also the present and it's also the future. And I'd like to believe that all three of you agree with that. So I'm going to let you just talk a little bit about what you do first so that people, again, can build their trust in you and understand why you're the people for this conversation. So Audrey, I'll start with you since you're the only lady on this panel, apart from myself. So let's talk about Takura Designs, because Audrey, when I first met you, this is not what you are doing. So just very briefly, maybe in a minute and a half or so, what you do and what it's all about.
So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Audrey Forson, and I make furniture. In fact, you can see stools in between our seats. Those are examples of Takura.
Round of applause.
Thank you. So I run a transgenerational business called Takura, which my mother started nearly 25 years ago. And she started with 2 artisans just in our backyard, carving and painting. And I joined as an intern about 16 years ago. And so I've been working with her typically in my entire adult life. So I work as a designer and then I run the business, and I have a team of artisans. In total, I have about 65 people that I work with, casuals, contract, and then permanent staff. So what we do is we collaborate or we liaise with the Forestry Commission to go collect waste wood, what would typically be used in the rural communities as firewood. And then we transport them to a workshop and transform them into these beautiful pieces that you see here. And we export, so we're primarily an export business. We export about 80% of our output to the US mainly, and the remaining 20% stays here in Africa and then parts of Europe. So in a nutshell, that's what I do.
Thank you, Audrey. Thank you. Awesome stuff. Kwabna.
Okay. My name is Kwabna Obendako. I train as an engineer. I'm an author. I have about 9 books. We are retailers. We have multiple shops in Ghana. With my wife, we started by ourselves, not with family and loans. And we are developers as well. So that's what we do.
Okay, thank you. Round of applause for Kwabna as well. And Kojo.
Yes, my name is Kojo. I'm largely more of an investor in the finance space. From my background, most of what we do is alternative investment. So think everything but equities and bonds. My background is many years in investment banking on Wall Street, in New York, Chicago, and largely Houston. So obviously when I moved back, for those who are considering moving back or are in the process, after 26 or 7 years in the US, I moved back home, and I have been focused on what is uniquely Ghanaian. And one of it, as if you're in finance, you know, is one of our major assets is our young population. So as we speak, I am still the only African who's certified in Italian wines. It's a hobby that became a thing by the Italian government. Um, Now, the average age in Italy is 48 years old, right? Um, just think about it. And the average age in Ghana is about 19. So right there is like 20 years that you have to make mistakes and learn. And so one of the things I've done is encourage everybody, whether you have a degree or not, to certify in wine. I feel like it's a highway that leads you to so many places. Went to the UK, got about $50,000 a year in funding, nonprofit money, but I have challenges. I can't find enough people who want to do it, right? It's an international wine exam. You land in Dubai or London, you can work. It's better than starting from zero. Again, trying to take advantage of what we have. The other area is art. So as a finance guy, I understand the value of art and collecting it. And again, our youth allows us to be able to be in a good position to, yeah, I mean, if you give me a blank sheet of paper and you ask me, should the 48-year-old or the 19-year-old draw something on there, I'll choose a 19-year-old because creativity is a function of youth. So these are some of the things that I do and that I've created Unscramble Africa to platform. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause for him as well. Now, this fabulous lady to my right has just joined us. Should have been on one of our other panels, but in retrospect, looking at what we're talking about, we need her to join us here as well. So I'm going to let her introduce herself. I can tell you, though, that she's the CEO and creative director of Aphrodisia.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. So I'm Chedza McConan. I am one of the many who have repatriated home here to Ghana. I've been here for about 17 years now, which is a really long time. And at the core of everything that I do is empowerment of women and girls. So with that being the nucleus, all of the businesses that I have brought forward is about that. So Aphrodisiac Worldwide, which is what I'm known for globally, is my clothing brand. We're in 274 stores in 6 countries. And we started in Brooklyn as a dream. And when I moved to Ghana, it came into fruition. Fortunately, the ecosystem here made it a lot more feasible to start a clothing brand. Even though you have challenges, it actually is more feasible to start it here because you have so many micro institutions that can start a young brand. So I started my clothing brand. It was actually an accident. I was designing jumpsuits primarily for myself. And at the time I was traveling a lot, like a lot. I worked for Delta Airlines at the time. And I would travel all over the world and people would stop me and say, hey, where did you get that from? And I was using the textiles in a non-traditional way, particularly with jumpsuits. That's my thing. I'm a child of the 70s, so I'm stuck on the jumpsuit thing. But I would get stopped. Women would run across bridges and chase me down in front of Target and say, where did you get that? That fabric is not from here, being in America or wherever I was at the time. And so that's how it kind of sprung up, and now we're in 274 stores, 6 countries. 100% of our products are manufactured in Ghana. Everything in our supply chain is made in Ghana. Yes. All of our textiles are sourced here from GTP, Udine, Printex. I work with them very closely, and I also advocate for the textile industry. One of the things that I do is I speak a lot for the UN, International Trade Center on Empowering Women Through Trade. They're actually one of our sponsors. And I focus on educating the diasporan community who purchases the majority of African fashion on really making sure that their products are made in Ghana, and that includes being true to the textiles, because the industry is dying here because of the pirated print. So everything that I do kind of goes around that nucleus of empowerment. I also started Afro Style Lounge at the Kapinski. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm one of the co-founders. of Afro Style Lounge. We were in the Kempinski Hotel for 5 years. And so that's something I'm really proud of. And that came out of wanting to empower African brands and give them the opportunity to be showcased in front of an international audience during the original year of return in 2019. And then I also have my nonprofit, which is the Revolutionary Underground Foundation. And through all of these endeavors, we fund providing education for girls from primary through university. So we have students who've graduated from Ghana School of Journalism, who we started out with in senior high or JHS. And so that's kind of, everything kind of goes back to that nucleus of empowerment.
Oh, I thought you were going to clap for all of that. For all of that. And I'll come back to Chetza because just listening to her, you know, she does so many things. And that's actually very cultural. You know, it's Afro-cultural, but very much Ghanaian culture as well as African, where you don't do just one thing. Jamaican, there you go. Yes. Yeah, Jamaicans have 10 jobs. You can't do just one thing. And we'll come to that because as, for those of you who are thinking of transitioning, you need to understand that that's a culture. And sometimes you came here to do one thing, but you have to do 10 to be able to survive. Okay, we'll come to that. Audrey, let me come over to you. Now, I'm looking at your Takura tables here, and you, like you said, you're export heavy in terms of the business that you do. But I look at the tables and straight away I'm thinking, this looks like it could be from the motherland, you know, or from some Afro-diasporan space. How do you manage to remain relevant in a very global market without losing those elements of heritage and culture?
So I'll start by saying at Tekura we have essentially 3 core values. And the first one is sustainability. So I mentioned earlier that we're using waste wood to make these pieces. We're very conscious of the raw materials we're sourcing. We're very conscious of the environment where we're taking it from. We're contributing to the lives of the community people. We engage them in employment, different types of employment. The other thing is cultural heritage. I'm Ghanaian, I'm Fanti. And Fantis and other Akans are proudly known for the stools. So stools in the Akan space symbolize power and authority. And for me growing up, and I'll say this and emphasize a bit because I was born in the late 80s and I grew up in the 90s and early 2000s to now. And one of the greatest challenges or disadvantages I realized was we looked down on things that were made here in Ghana and within the continent. I remember we would tease people for wearing tie and dye or for wearing locally made opanka sandals and so on and so forth. So it became important to me as a designer and as a person that my journey in life should include rewriting the African narrative. And I think we've come a long way as a people from different parts of the world, waking up to this, having that consciousness in our everyday life. So it's become a lifestyle, a way of life, and I'm sure you get into that more, so I wouldn't want to preempt that. But essentially, I made it my responsibility to rewrite the narrative with the designs that we're making. So we want to promote Ghanaian culture, Ghanaian heritage, and yes, we've started with Akan traditional culture, but the vision is really into the other parts. I'm exploring Volta region and the northern regions, and I see that I'm not even halfway through my job or my role to promote Ghanaian culture, to talk about even Africa, the entire motherland. Then the last thing for us is really innovation. So, I mean, having a good product, sourcing it sustainably may not be enough. We play with our culture, our creativity, and we do a lot of collaborations to come up with pieces that can stand the test of time. So a typical example, and I'm actually grateful that this piece is here because then I can use it for demonstration. So this is one of our oldest designs. We came up with it in the early days of Tekura, around 2000. And this continues to be the bestseller, locally and globally as well. This stool is essentially our interpretation of the Ghanaian Akan stools or Ashanti stools. And we put a lot of different elements in there just to showcase to the world how unique the continent is, how unique our culture is, and how very little can mean so much. So it's a blend of a lot of things, from who we are as the designers, from the communities we work in, from our culture as Ghanaians.
Wonderful, wonderful. Round of applause for Audrey, please. 'Cause I'm also looking at the quality of these things, and maybe we'll come to that quality control and how, in your industry, I know there's a lot happening. You have counterparts. We've talked about precision, quality, all of that. We'll come there. Kwabna, now, when you were telling us what you do, you mentioned that you do business with your wife.
Yes.
And I want to go back to that because a lot of people say, don't do business with your spouse. Don't do it. But again, I'm asking you this question I'm about to ask you because I'm thinking about, again, the heritage and the culture. And it's something that we do. If you live in a farming community, one person does the farming and one person does the cooking for the society. Or if you're in a fishing community, the fisher folk, who will go to the sea, and then the women will usually be the mongers. They will come and trade. So there's always some kind of family business going on, whether it's for the sustenance of the family, or on a bigger economic scale. So what has that been like working with your wife, and have you ever thought of it this way, that you're actually doing something that's very cultural in an economic space, on an economic level?
Well, I didn't expect that. It's not part of my note. Yeah, the dynamics. Men think differently. Women think differently. How we started the business. She's a mathematician, and I'm an engineer, so we are with numbers. We pick it just like any other. We got a small space in one of those outlets, and over the last 14 years, we have more than 10 outlets. I think each of us, we work with our strength. And so what I understand, I stay with it. So let's say we are opening a new shop, the fittings, the infrastructure before the shop opens, I handle that. There are women accessories. So if you know Envy, go to Accra Mall, you see.
Envy is everywhere. Have you come across Envy? How many of you have been to the Accra Mall? Okay. Yeah. When you enter, there's a shop. It's like a magenta background, and then Envy is written in white. Yeah. And they have jewelry and slippers, all sorts of things. That's Envy. Yeah. Yes. But now you're putting a face to the name. Okay.
So we make some of the products ourselves. We have workshops that we manage. So for the men, I sort of manage them. But the designs, she works with them. The finance, she handles them as well. But when it comes to the state institutions, I go there. So we work based on our strength. And of course, men are men. Sometimes we want to be man, and it's okay. And there are other times that the woman would want to be woman. I know there can be some bit of clashes. But then when there's a critical decision that has to be made on the business, you put some kind of emotions aside and you make the decision. And so it's the business first, so to say. And we work with mutual respect, and we work with our strength. Where there's a strength for her, she takes the decision, and where there's a strength for me, I make the decision. I'm not saying it's very smooth, but at least it's working, I think.
You answered the question very well, even though I surprised you with it. Thank you. I think
right.
you can clap for him for that. Has he given anyone a manual? Yeah? Anyone who wants to work with their spouse, he's giving you a manual. But let me stay with you. You're an author as well. What kind of books do you write?
So I schooled in Ghana, KNUST, engineering. And then after that, I said we want to start business. I saw that there's a big difference between you going to the field to start a business and you completing school with your certificate. And so in between, the things that we learned are the things that I've put in books. So my first book is Perspective, How to Develop the Mindset to Start and Build a Business. 2016, I wrote that. And a lot of our young men and women read it. And I think if there is any book on business that our youth are buying them, it's Perspective. I've written Streamline, that is on finance. Because when you go to school, they just say that finish the school and somebody should give you a job. Now, people want to be prosperous, want to prosper, but you can't prosper with just your certificate. It doesn't matter whether it's a pharmacy or medical. No, you have to have the right information on money in order to make the right decisions in order to prosper. And so the very things that I had to learn, to build whatever we have built are the things that I've put in book. Our third book is resilience. You can't just quit. When you start with something, you need a lot of strength to make sure that it becomes a reality. There's unlimited opportunity, African advantage. Purely, the things that I've written out is that I think we need for life as an African youth. Most of our young men and women, when you put a visa here, we will move. And I can say that many of us here, at least I can hear the accent. So maybe 70% are people who have had some kind of training somewhere. And if you're here and you have not had that, and people come and they say that this is the standard, and you're here, you would want to have a feel of it, isn't it? And we all know that people who have traveled somewhere, when they come, they say this is global standard. And it's almost every time when we talk, we knowingly or unknowingly put us down. And so how do you build that kind of strength of mind to maneuver through this and stay with your vision if you want to build something in Ghana and you don't have all this infrastructure? Like you said, you're an investor. Who invests in my business in Ghana if I don't have that kind of connection? What kind of person, what kind of fortitude, what kind of strength do I have to have? What kind of knowledge, skill set that I have to develop to make sure that I can pick something out of nothing and build a business out of it?
So let me just stay with you a little while longer, Kwame. Now, I was asking you these questions because, you sell your books, and your books also fetch you some kind of income, right? Now, when it comes back to the question of heritage, inherently, people of Afro descent, we are storytellers. And so I find it very interesting that all the things that you learned, you didn't put into a textbook, but you wrote autobiographical stories which are still educating people. So you're giving people keys and knowledge that can help them achieve economic growth personally and within their communities. But then also, you are also gaining some kind of economic growth from that. And I just wanted to let us draw those connections. We are storytellers. Yeah. It's part of our heritage, it will always be. And so I thought that was interesting. But when you were writing down some of these things, did you ever reach a point where you were skeptical about sharing your personal experiences? Because it's also something that a lot of Ghanaians and Africans face. We don't like to share our stories.
Okay, so perspective. When I wrote it, my friend is Odia Inkai. He's a PSFM. He does a lot of the programs in our language. And so since COVID, since the day I gave him a copy and he said, let's be on this show. And so a lot of these things that we talk about since 2020, we have done over 200 topics on some of these technical things that will open the minds of our people in P. Okay, not in English. I think the first major interview I did was with Denta. That we did an interview and it was in English. And that's where maybe the people with certificate and degrees saw what we're doing. But some of the things that we've been teaching them all this while. I didn't have any skepticism, if you want, in me putting any ideas out. Because mainly, I felt I should know, or I should have known these things, especially our history. And I major on our history, prompting or making our people aware that if you don't study your history, you don't have an identity and you don't know yourself. And it's very difficult for you to really see yourself as an African if your sense of history starts from 1957 or 15th century that the Europeans came. Because really, if you look at the whole architecture that they built them to sacrifice us. And so we're still living in the effect of it. That's why you go to the Canadian embassy and the guy with a medical certificate, medical doctor, wants to become a nurse in any other country but his country. That's why a teacher at the secondary school with a wife, children, will leave the child, which is maybe 5 months, and said, I will go to England, that she's never been there, because she's thinking the pound will make her rich or him rich. And so I think that we have to do a lot of work in terms of us trying to bring the kind of education that we give to ourselves, not the colonial kind of education that we have. Because if it's not colonial, then when you have been through it, you should become very proud of yourself. Because if you're not confident to become successful in the very place that we were born in, then something different was given to you. You know? And when people are very much confident, they can become anything wherever that they are. And I think that is what is lacking in environment. So I didn't fear putting those things because I didn't write it for the critical minds, so to say. I didn't write it for the people who would want to see England as the standard. No, I wrote it for the young man without any father who has to live in Ghana. I saw Bracco here. He said he watched one of our videos and he came solely to Ghana 3 days ago because of the video. And and we put a lot of information on Facebook. We do a lot of programs for young men and women. Just the last 2 days, we did knowledge seminar for a lot of our people. We don't speak English. I saw, I don't even think this is my audience anyway. Because I think where the critical...
No, it is because you see, this is the other side of the diaspora, you know, and sometimes when we use the word diaspora, it's also become a buzzword, unfortunately. We think, oh, you know, it's people who've been born elsewhere and are coming back to the motherland, or people who've schooled elsewhere and are coming back. But there's also the diaspora that is present and indigenous to the space.
Okay.
And if we don't work together, the two sides of this diaspora conversation, all the things that we've been discussing today will not come to fruition. That's the truth. You need to work with the people on the ground. And so you're a person on the ground and you understand it. And if you can also get other people to understand it, then when people from other parts of the world belonging to the diaspora show up in Ghana, in Africa, and are ready to invest, to do business here, to live here, we can coexist and work magic together. So it is your audience, just an audience that you haven't paid attention to yet. So today they're here. A round of applause for, I'll come back to you, Kwabna. I'll come back to you. Kojo, now let's talk about you and a little bit about your journey. I mean, even your business name, Unscramble Africa. Unscramble Africa. I mean, it takes me back to the history class where there are certain points in history where there was a scramble for Africa, or several scrambles for Africa, and that's how we got the borders that we have, you know. That's how certain people were taken away from us, ancestrally speaking, and all that. So let's talk about the name. I'm very interested in that, Unscramble Africa. And really, what were you thinking the day you said, this is the name of the business, and I'm going full throttle with it?
It's great. So, so I'm going to tell Kwabna, right? Yes, I'm going to tell him that I am your audience. I went to secondary school here and I left, right? Probably because, you know, I'm a product of whatever circumstances I was born into, whatever. I went to university in the U.S. I'm a physicist, studied physics, financial mathematics, Wall Street for 15 years. And then I went back to business school with very intent of coming back home. I say I'm your audience because, and almost everybody here is that Ghana never left me. And I found myself in so many spaces. The example is that when I took on to wine, I'm a banker, I took on to wine and I wasn't afraid. Like, I'm still the only African among about 200 people in the world who is an Italian wine expert. Like, Italians don't even know their own product as much as I do, right? And it's not an accident. It's because I know where I come from. And I'm confident in my culture. And I find that a lot of people, the fact that you're even sitting here means that you recognize what you have. You recognize the power of where you come from. And that's the language you speak, the education and all of this. So I'm part of that. But, you know, having done all this, played in so many worlds, I figured it was time to come home. And then since I've been back, I gave the example. I was talking to the lady who was sitting next to me, and I said, I went to secondary school in the Volta region. That's where I did my O-level. And there hasn't been a new building in the school since I left about 35 years ago, right? So I set up on Scramble Africa for that. For the fact that while I was working in the U.S. for so many years, I could have gotten together with everybody else, and our little $1,000 each could have added to $10,000, $20,000. We could have built 5 bungalows for young teachers who are going into to teach at these schools. When we were younger, the government would build this. But well, we all know our governments have adopted the Western system where they feel, that personal wealth is the primary reason they go to these places. So I set up on Scramble Africa for these reasons, to be able to harness our collective abilities. And the truth is that in the investment process, if you don't do anything, nobody will do it for you, right? There's nobody sitting anywhere in some cloud who's saying, I'm going to invest $1 billion in Ghana. If you're not investing your million, there's no billion coming from anywhere. If anybody brings $1 billion, they're going to take advantage of you, right? So this has been my experience. So we set up Unscramble Africa for this. We're building all kinds of things. I grew up on Lagos Avenue in East Legon. On the back of it is a school called La Baleshi Basic School. And it's been like that for that neighborhood for a long time. There's so much money on Lagos Avenue, but none of it ever touches that part. So I went there a couple of months ago and I talked to the headmaster. And I said, let's build a basketball court. Now, it's one of the things that basketball teaches us a lot of things. How to work in small teams, a team of 5, and you actually understand your role based on how good your skills are. So as we speak, Unscramble Africa has partnered with Gaston Foundation, the cement company, to build a basketball court for La Baleshi School. And with money from people who are from that area, with money from the other side of East Legon that actually has a lot of money, we can learn to build teams. And when we do that, we don't have to go outside, right? Because if I have 5 people, 4 other people working with me, there's a lot we can accomplish. I have professors from my school that are connected to the NBA. But if I tell them, hey, I built 10 of those courts, then they can say, okay, let me go to the NBA and let me tell them to give you $100 million. And now we can build all around Ghana and all around the continent. And as great as we are, one of the deficiencies I find is that we're not able to work together as teams. So hopefully this will be an investment in that process. So it's not only about infrastructure, about investment, but it's also about building our culture where we're sufficient and we don't need anybody else.
I thank you, Coach. A round of applause. We're going into Q&A, and while we set that up, because we need our microphone in the middle and we get our first set of questions, Chesa, let me come to you. Now, your work is extremely aesthetically pleasing and very bold. And when you said you're a 70s child and you're stuck in the 70s is back, in full force. And I see your pieces and I'm just amazed by them. But how do you ensure that what you're doing is not just creating aesthetic statements, but also making sure that the cultural movement that you set up Aphrodisiac to be remains so? How are you doing that?
It's actually not difficult because it's the core of everything that I create, whether it's clothing, jewelry, whether it's my nonprofit. So I find it to be extremely easy because it's the core of my value system. The textiles that we use comes from the core of my value system in terms of maintaining and creating products that speak of who I am and what my intention is. And what my intention is put into everything that I create. whatever that might be. So when it comes to sourcing our textiles, it's really important to me that the textiles are sourced here, that they say something, not just look pretty, but it says something. When we use GTP, we say we stand for textiles in Ghana, made in Ghana. We stand for the history from which GTP came from with Kwame Nkrumah and why he created GTP in the first place. Using the textile say that we're proudly Ghanaian. And so every single part of my supply chain, 95% of our supply chain is women, SMEs. From our factories that we contract with to produce our garments, our jewelry makers, all along our supply chain is empowering women. So putting that intention into the core of creating the products before we even look at what they look like, it's the intention behind why they're created that I think is where everything stems from. Even when I started 18 years ago with Aphrodisiac Worldwide, and I remember the first time I went to New York Fashion Week, 100% of our products are exported to the international market, 100% of it. So that brought some attention from the UN, and they kind of took a look at our brand, my brand, and said, hey, this is great because the whole goal is to produce in Africa and export to the international market and not just constantly import everything. So that's where they kind of viewed my company and said, hey, we need to take a look at this. And when I remember the first time I went to New York Fashion Week and the trade shows after that and dealing with large stores and wholesale buyers and all that, and I was right next to Donna Karan, who's a really big designer in New York and globally. And it's just me. And the pictures that I had behind me that represented my brand spoke volumes. And I remember so many buyers coming up to me and say, your imagery is amazing. And the intention in my imagery from day one was to show the world a different Africa than what CNN or MSNBC or what is typically portrayed about the continent. So all of my vision went into what the brand represented when it came to our marketing campaigns, our imagery. Proudly Ghanaian, modern Ghana, modern Africa. I actually made a point of never putting a beach or a market in any of our marketing materials because that's so much of what only the world sees of Africa. And it's not that there's anything wrong with the beaches are beautiful and the markets are beautiful, but I wanted people to look at the brand and knowing that it's Ghanaian made and think of Paris and think of Accra in the same league as Paris or New York City when it comes to fashion and not a secondary thing. So my imagery was intentional. The choice of the companies that produce our fabric is intentional. The factories that produce our products, intentional. So everything goes into that. So there can be no other outcome except what is, and that comes from who I am, and that's intentional, and intentionally African, and intentionally Ghanaian. So it just runs through everything.
Thank you. I thought we were going to do a round of applause. So we're opening up the conversation for the floor. Yes, you may come up. I'm taking only 3 questions this time around. All right, so I see 1, I see 2. Okay. Ladies, hand up. 3. We have our 3. Going, gone. Yes. No, there's a lady. Yes, so you're the first one. Go ahead.
Oh, me?
There's a lady with a shade. Yes, so you're the third. Yes. Yes. Okay. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, it's a two-part question. So, I'm coming from the film industry. I worked in Hollywood for about several years, Avengers, Iron Man, all that stuff. And just several months ago, I was about to open a studio in Los Angeles, but I made the decision last minute to move here to Ghana and open that studio. And the intention about it was the fact that I'm familiar with the Ghana film industry, but I know what I can bring to the table here in terms of the quality, the productions and whatnot. And so part of the first question I have is, well, I came here with the end in mind. I had the vision, and then as I'm getting settled here, I just realized, oh, I don't even know what kind of rates people pay or how to find the people. So the question is, coming from that background in here, how would you advise that I go along and find these people and build that? You know, I understand that I'm going to have to train many people to get to this type of quality that I've been doing with visual effects and animations in the film. And then the second part of it, I know you said you mentioned you're an art collector. So while I was in the USA, I'm not sure if you heard about crypto art at that point. I got deep into it. I was able to build a 20,000 community and witnessed many other Africans just doing crypto art, selling their arts, including myself. They were able to buy their parents' home and do all kinds of things. So I'm wondering to you, do you see a future in crypto art being able to bridge the gap between what is happening in this continent, where now we can use things like cryptocurrency to expand? So those are my two questions. Thanks.
All right, so Kujala, you take those, but the first thing you need to do, my dear filmmakers, speak to the National Film Authority. That's why it's there. Speak to the National Film Authority. It's an agency under the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture. They can give you a lot of direction, all right? And then also go to every film event you can find. Look for them, social media, all how big, how small, doesn't matter. Just go, because the filmmakers are there and you'll find them to work with them, okay? Kojo, I'll let you take it.
Yes, so there's an event coming up, Accra Indie Film Festival. Has a panel similar to this coming up. I saw it on IG, I screenshot it, so I'll share with you. I have the national, that organization, I have her number, I can give it to you. Juliet is her name. She's a very nice person, and she'll be happy to talk to you. I'm in that space as well. Naturally, as an investor, I get a lot of people looking to partner in these spaces. So I've had some of that. We have a film festival coming up. There's a very famous Ghanaian who's very quiet, or too quiet for my liking, out of England, who is in touch with all these brands. Chopard, I might not be saying the name correctly. They finance the Cannes Film Festival. So we've been looking to pick a financier for a film festival. So there's a, like you know, there's a vertical. So your talent would fit in somewhere. And obviously pick the one that is the easiest for you to start and then develop on there. But I have a lot of information in this space because I've been working in this for the last year and a half with some very major brokers, so I can help you. The second part of the question, I agree with it. And for me, anything that makes us a producer and not a consumer of new technology is great. So if our people are producing crypto art and it's selling, it's better than anything we're doing on Instagram and we're just consuming, right? So I'm all for it if it makes our people money.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kojo. Oh, you can do the round of applause.
Hello once again. My name is Frank, business lead at Stendo Retail. We are building the largest distribution platform in Africa. If you're a supplier, reach out. So my question is to you, Kojo. What has been some of the challenges investing on the African continent, and especially investing in African founders? What has been your challenge? And the second question goes to Kwabena. You spoke about perspective. How do you balance systems and perspective? Because I always have the impression that the difference between people living in Ghana and probably somebody living in the US has to do with systems. They have more conducive environments and systems that make even life easier for founders to thrive, right? So how do you balance systems and perspective? Thank you.
Yeah, Kwabena, you can go first. and then
Okay,
Kojo.
thank you. Life easier? I'm not sure. I think life is easier in Ghana. Yes, I think so. The only thing is that, you see, if a young man and you live in Ghana, you would think that you don't have any advantage. It's not because you don't have an advantage. It's because of the way you've been. When we were in school, the examples that they gave us were not the typical tractor mechanic or swami mechanic and how he does his business. They were giving us General Motors kind of examples. So when you come out, you are educated on your blind side if you want. And so you never think that there are opportunities here. But if you put a table on the street and you're selling orange, which certification do you need? So the entry point is so easy. The only thing is that we have not pushed that kind of advantages or the advantages that we have on us. And so I would say, let's bring a lot of things down to the level that many of the people can easily relate to. So if you're a young man, you want to start a business, they tell you write a business plan, go and look for an investor. You will wait forever. And that's why many of the young men without degrees who listen to what we do or what we say, many of them, they are not just making 10,000 a month. A lot of them are crossing millions in a year. Now, these are guys who didn't have anybody pushing them anyway. But the only bet was that I have to go into cassava farm. I have to open an electrical shop. I have to open a restaurant. And because they see the figures, that's what we don't seem to pay attention to. Many of the people who are into retail and things like that, they see figures. But they only need our assurance or the information that what you're doing is right, and so pay attention to do it. Systems and perspective, I think your perspective is your reality, and the systems that we have built or we inherited were not designed to promote our prosperity. That's why if you open a restaurant in Ghana, the regulators will come and give, the kind of bills that your business will have to pay just because your business is nice.
The regulators are here,
Yes, they have to hear them because you are really working with a structure that is preventing your people from becoming prosperous. So people are afraid to launch out because tomorrow GRA is there. You are not paying taxes. You are not paying. But the structure you are following, they give them money. Nobody gives us money here. So the more you put your taxes on us, you are taking our capital. And that's why the foreigners are taking advantage. You have a lot of youth without jobs. I think that if a Ghanaian open businesses, don't worry them about taxes. What have you given them? Nothing. And the other one, AMA and the other things will come with chains. Even in 1845, they were not doing that. 2024, you go with chains, big men. The woman with baby at the back has opened a shop, and 4 men with cameras going to lock them. We can do better. And they have to pay attention. All the big businesses will be run by the foreigners because they are not afraid of you. And they know that they can talk to your bosses. But I know a lot of Ghanaians who can do better, but they don't want to be worried by these regulators, especially the tax people. And a lot of the tax codes and the requirements, Antiafia, why are you asking Antiafia what is your financials? It's not money you want. So give her a rate. Every month pay 100 Ghana cedis. Where is your payee and senator and all those? So you're scaring people from doing business. And I think it's not your fault. It's the systems that we inherited, which we have to shut down and build the ones that promote prosperity in our country.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree with you. Being a financial guy, some of it answers some of the question that he was asking earlier. It definitely scares the young people from starting anything, and I've been through something similar lately where it almost seems like we just picked a policy from some place and then brought it here and we expect it to work and it's not working for our people. And the truth is that it's become very clear that 99% of our country can never leave, right? We can't go anywhere. This is all we have. And somehow, hopefully, we can fix that. We'll be having these conversations. And hopefully, some of these people who are in government will listen to us. But thank you. When it comes to investing with young people, it's important to be confident. Our school systems don't teach that. It's important to start. Our school systems don't teach that. And it's important to team. You know, because when you fail, somebody else would be up. And when you're down, somebody else will be up. When you're discouraged, somebody else will be up. When you're depressed about the situation, somebody else will be very excited, right? So it's important for us to be able to put all these elements together and be able to, I mean, look, some of the richest people in our in this country are in like the markets, right? Medina Market, you know, Makala, and so on and so forth, and they don't have all the degrees or the paper that Kwabena talks about. So it's important, and this is why I'm doing the things I'm doing. Is I realized that a lot of non-profit could help. So 501c3, get some money in there, catalyze people. If you're afraid, maybe here, let's start. Here's some money. Let's start. Let's see. And then till it becomes a business. But you have to start. We've seen a few. We're hoping for more.
Thank you. I know Chaza wants to add to this, but before that, let me just say that we're going to have a panel with the regulators very soon. They're here, and I must add that we need to give them a round of applause for even being a part of this. Some of them are even on our sponsors, because for those of us who have been here long enough, we know that there was a time when this would never have happened. You have a conversation like this and the regulators would be here. It didn't. It's just them versus us, but they're here and we're looking to build something better for our people together. So I hope as many of you as possible can hang around for that conversation with the big regulators. Chaza, you wanted to add something?
Yes, there's two actual points that I want to address with both of my brothers. In terms of, I'm a foreigner. I wasn't born in Ghana. And I think that right now it's perceived as foreigners are coming into Ghana, and that's a bad thing. And what I find is it's actually not. What's happening as a foreigner is it's really difficult to start a business here. Businesses grow the economy. It gives the young people jobs. It gives them hope. But it's not easy. You have to invest $250,000 or have equipment or show that you have put that in to even open a business here. And if you can't do that, then you have to show that you have a 50% Ghanaian ownership. That is hindering the foreigners from starting a business. We have about 543 African Americans that just got sworn in as Ghanaian citizens. They need to make a living. They want to start businesses. They can't do that. It's unproductive to make it difficult for people to come here who want to come here and not just make money, but live and grow the economy and give the young people jobs and hope and philanthropy and all of those things that any country needs in order to thrive and survive and grow. Without that, we can't be insulary. You know what I mean. With our thought process, because it's critical. So many from the African American community have the ideas, and not just the ideas, but they have the love and the passion and the ancestral connection to Ghana that they want to put in, but it's really hard to do that. If you bring your dollars and you put it into the bank, if you want to, this happens to me all the time. I give GT Bank my dollars, and then when I want to get it back out, I have to pay to get back my own US dollars that I put in that bank. This dysfunction has become so ingrained within even the business community that it's seen as a bad thing. And it's not easy. When you start a business, you're paying the landlords 1 year's rent minimum to 2 years in advance. This is not a hospitable business environment for foreigners or anyone, not even for a Ghanaian. So we have to remove that ideology and the attitude that, you know, somehow that's a bad thing, foreigners want to start a business in Ghana. No, it isn't. Any country that thrives needs people who want to contribute economically, culturally, socially, and otherwise. And there's so many, especially from the diaspora community, who want to do more than make money in Ghana, but want to help grow Ghana and grow the young people here and give them opportunity. And I think that we need to really address that at the Ministry of Trade and the Registrar General of what are these requirements that are hindering people from freely investing in Ghana and coming and creating jobs and giving these young people hope. A lot of the young people, I work with them through my NGO, they don't feel heard. They feel their parents' generation occupy all of the ministry jobs, all of the government jobs, and they don't want to hear them, and that they want to just keep their salaried jobs, and that's it. And if they want to, have a voice or give their input, they're not being heard. So I think that there's two different things. And going back to your point, when it comes to what the youth need, and I see this with a lot of the children that I work with, the lack of critical thinking skills being taught to them. To do that, you have to ask their opinion. You have to ask them, what do you think? From the time they're in school, it has to be normalized to have the young people feel like they have a voice, and they don't. They feel like it's disrespectful to question. And you see the ramifications of that in so many different areas across Ghana, where it's very difficult for young people to learn how to assess situations, situational awareness, come up with a solution, because they're taught not to learn how to critically think, but to learn how to write exams. And writing exams does not teach you how to think. It teaches you how to memorize. And the young people need to learn that. And in order for our generation to do that, we have to be able to say, it is okay for you to question me. It is okay for you to disagree with your professor. It is okay for you to challenge. By doing that, you teach them that it's okay. Your voice is heard. It's important for us to hear you. And I think that is a really key element.
Thank you. Thank you, Chetza. And I think maybe on another day, Guba again, then Tom, maybe we need to have a conversation, two different conversations, what education actually is and what it should be, beyond the classroom, and even looking at our heritage again, culture again, and redefining what education needs to be. And then also identity. Is your identity limited to a passport or a birth certificate? I mean, birth and death is here, by the way. After this panel, you can go and engage them, because you need a birth certificate to do a lot of things business-wise. But on another day, another time, we'll get into that. My lady, the floor is yours.
My voice is so soft, but I'm going to try to project it. My brother is my hand, but my sister here is my hand. And I wanted to just say, my name is Trace. Okay, hopefully it'll stay. It'll stay. It'll stay.
You see, I didn't think about us who fall below a certain,
I'm only 5
a certain height level.
So Nana, yeah, is my name, Tracy Langa. And so I said that about my sister because I also am a foreigner, and I come back to do business, to create and add to the economy, to employ Ghanaians. So my biggest challenge is coming back as a foreigner, and going through all the regulations. But the other thing is I do not want to import foreign material. So I'm opening up a gluten-free, all gluten-free, no contamination between wheat, I'm celiac, bakery, pastries, cookies, goods. One of its kind that I know. There's always that cross-contamination. So I'm using the natural grain funil. But the agribusiness that I need to source this material from, they only deal with micro tons. And for a startup business to have 500 kilos, 1 kilo is 25, or 25 kilos is 55 pounds. That's a lot for a small business. Now I need 500 in order to purchase it. So for those that have done that, only Ghanaian, 100% grown, made products, what can you do to tell me to be able to find and source the material that I need to not target diasporas from abroad, but even the locals here? And that's my question.
All right, so I'm going to say this to Audrey first. She knew it was coming because that is the ethos of her business, and then I'll come back to Cheza as well because that's also your thing, right?
I think generally for both locals and diaspora who come in to do business, supply chain is obviously one of our headaches. But what I would say is it really requires a lot of investment from you, the business owner. You have to really engage the local people identify who's going to work with you, establish a relationship with them, and let it run the test of time. I've had to change suppliers countless times. And for instance, for my wood supply or my paint supply, I have a minimum of 3 options. So I have plan A, plan B, plan C, because it's business and anything can happen at any time. You can get disappointed in the middle of an export order or when you're just about to ship your products. So it's important to understand the terrain, just as she said, she's identified how it works, and then come up with your own planning to essentially navigate it. It will be difficult to lift my way of doing it because I'm working with wood and paint and nails. But if you pay attention to the environment, you would see where their strengths are, where their weaknesses are, and how you can take advantage of it to create essentially a strong or reliable supply chain for your business.
And also, it takes a lot of creativity. I know for me, within the fashion industry, dealing with textiles is primarily looked at as a commodity in Ghana, separate from the actual finished product, which is part of the fashion industry. So the textiles are treated as shea butter or cocoa or any other commodity. So as a designer, when I'm attached to the international and global fashion industry, I produce according to the fashion calendar. That's spring, summer, fall, winter collections. I might create a collection in, let's say, in March. By the time I shoot it, put my books together, and then show it at Fashion Week in September, that fabric is not being printed by the textile company. So now, if I'm using 4 prints, I now have to order a minimum of 10,000 yards just to print the fabric that I now need to fulfill my orders. It's specifically because the textile industry here doesn't attach itself to the global fashion industry, so it doesn't consider designers in its ethos and how it runs its business. Oftentimes you're creating a new model and a new way of doing things. That's one of the things that I've learned, that if you don't see the situation there, we have to create it or educate the industry in what the needs are and how that might benefit them in the long term. For me, I spent a lot of time with the textile companies explaining to them how I'm using the product and the challenges that I'm facing by using their products. A lot of times it's education of the existing companies that are already there. And then oftentimes it's you just creating a new way of doing things where you can create that and supply other businesses that might come up behind. And that's a great opportunity that happens here in Ghana, is that there's so much opportunity for you to create something that doesn't exist already. And so that might be something that you might have to do. And if not, just communicate with a lot of different people who are doing something similar to what you're doing. And that's how I've been able to get around. And then also, it's just talking to those suppliers that are there. You know, there's a lot of times they have a system of doing things because that's the way it's always been done. But if you explain to them what you need and how that might benefit the company long term or give them a new way of doing business, then there are companies that are open to that. For me, with GTP, they've been extremely supportive in terms of helping kind of push my business to what it needs to be, even though the typical way wholesale for them were the women in the market that sell the fabric, not a designer. So just working with them and having conversations and saying, this is what this is the opportunity. We can use your product in 274 stores in 6 countries that's made with GTP or with Woodine or with Printex. So educating the companies that are there, maybe they do have that minimum right off the bat, but if you show an opportunity to create a new avenue for their business model, then they might be more open to say, hey, okay, well, we can lower our minimums and work with you. So communication is everything.
Round of applause for my extremely knowledgeable panel. Let's take final words from each of you, and then we'll wrap this up. Audrey, you first.
I see I'm the first for this panel and everything. Anyway.
It's where you sat.
Final words. it's a new year, and it's exciting to see that Ghanaians, Africans from the diaspora, Ghanaians from the diaspora are together in one space. And I'm saying this is exciting because it's an opportunity for collaboration. Now, in 2022, I had the privilege of having my products featured in, I think, one of the highest gross movies for that year, Black Panther: Wakanda Forever. And this didn't just happen in the spur of a moment or out of the blue. It happened because there was a collaboration between a Ghanaian and a Ghanaian in the diaspora. So I went into a partnership in 2016 with a Ghanaian in the diaspora to promote and market my products. And along the line, a few years ahead or later, this is something that happened. And it comes with benefits, etc., but that's not what I want to go into. I want to focus on how we can collaborate as Africans, no matter where we're coming from. The world is looking at us now, and it's a great opportunity for us to really show them who we are. We're talking about heritage, and heritage is what is sustaining a lot of us in SMEs or independent contractors or whatever it is that you're doing. We're leveraging on what our forefathers handed over to us, and how we're using it and handing over to the next generation. And so for me, it's really making heritage the basis of everything we're doing, from our education, our training, the work that we do, the businesses we're running, how we're thinking, our mindset, and how we perceive opportunities or challenges, just as my brother said, perspective. And so if heritage is the basis of your perspective, in the midst of all the challenges and difficulties in this continent, you see a lot of opportunity, and that in itself will give you an advantage in terms of bridging that gap and gaining a little extra from that.
All right, Audrey, very quickly before I take final words from the others, let's talk just very briefly, quality control, because that is part of the core of your business, and you are in exportation, you're export heavy. How have you been managing quality control, especially since, working with artisans here sometimes can be a pain, because we create with our hearts and our souls and not necessarily measurements.
I mean, I agree with you. It's a huge challenge, right? From lighting, plumbing, carpentry. We do have serious challenges with quality control, precision, accuracy, standards, essentially. And when you're working for a global market, which comes with its own specifications in terms of what standards you're to meet. Example, if we're sending a container load of tables to Home Goods, there are certain standards we have to meet. Now, your client has communicated these standards to you, obviously, and now it has to translate into the work that you do. And you're working, fortunately or unfortunately, with artisans who are very skilled, very creative, but perhaps lack that attention to detail, which will help you meet these standards. So I'm going to say how I've navigated it. I do not have all the answers, but essentially how I've navigated it is, one, I have a culture in my business. And so when you join us, you go through certain orientations and so on and so forth. And then we train you on standards and the quality that we have to ensure. And then also, how will I even put this? It's a sensitive thing, so I'm being mindful of my words, but it's important for us to train our artisans. I have, my carver is probably 70 years. I've worked with him for more than 15 years, and it requires investment because an order comes with QC expectations, and we have an internal quality control inspector, but the buyer brings in a quality expert, and you have to meet these standards to get into that global market. So it requires a lot of investment into your product development, your sample development, a lot of investment into your artisans, your skills, and essentially giving it time. And I say this because a lot of the inputs that we did in the early stages with the artisans, and it's paid off because when they buy into that vision, that culture that you've created in your space, they begin to understand that, okay, this is how they want it. And if it goes well, it works for all of us. So there's a lot of communication, there's a lot of education, there's a lot of training. And it's also, at least for us, important to every once in a while let the artisans see what happens to what they do or where it gets to, so that it gives them also a sense of pride.
Of course. Thank you, Audrey. Thank you. Pavna, 10 seconds. Final words. 10 seconds.
10 seconds. The root is responsible for the fruit.
The root is responsible for the fruit. Thank you. Kojo, 10 seconds.
I'm grateful for the opportunity. I think everything starts with us working together, building together, making sure that people who come after us are able to hold their heads high up.
Thank you. Chedza, 10 seconds.
I think I would say Ghana is what we all choose to make it going forward. It's not political, it's all of us. What becomes of Ghana is all of us. Everybody in this room and everybody outside.
Thank you. A round of applause for this fabulous panel, please. We've had Kojo Adovo, who's a Yale alumnus and CEO of Unscramble Africa, Kwabna Darko, entrepreneur and author, Audrey Forson, CEO of Takura Designs, and Cheza Makonnen, CEO, Creative Director of Aphrodisiac. We've been talking about we've been talking about leveraging heritage for economic growth, and I think we've done justice to it, don't you? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, final round of applause. As we get ready to move on, I want to remind you that the hashtags for this conference, Diaspora Conversations 2025, hashtag Diaspora Conversations 2025, and hashtag Roots to Results. And please follow the live updates on the Guba pages on X, formerly Twitter, some people still call it that, Instagram, Facebook, and follow the Guba Diaspora Network as well. See all the amazing work. And if you'd like to join the Guba Diaspora Network, please do speak to any of the Guba reps and they will get you sorted. There's so much that you can garner from the community, and I think the most important thing is if you are transitioning, you're moving here, you're doing business here, they can help you get set up, make it a little easier for you, okay?
This is where some of them come. What we offer is affordable homes, affordable for the right target bracket. We build luxurious homes. Again, luxury for those who have eyes for beauty. So we blend the two and we build 3 and 4 bedroom houses. That's currently the project we are on. There are a few that's still available. So come one, come all. Have conversations with our representatives who are readily available to give you all the information that you need to jump on this property ladder. So just before I bring my message to a close, I'd like to say that we will be honored, it will be a pleasure to work with you on obtaining your first home, your second home. You know, if you've got few projects going on, spotlight homes, we'll be more than keen to work with you on obtaining property here. On these very projects that we are working on is quite prime. It's a sought after location. And finally, I'd like to remind you that the Christmas discount is on and the entire discount is on as well. So please, this is a good opportunity for you to get yourself a deal, as they say. You know, it is a giveaway, like we've said previously, for what it is worth and the way we build value for money. With the discounts that's going on, I will suggest and I will encourage you all to grab this opportunity. And so thank you very much for watching, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Very cool also.
Welcome to your dream home, nestled in the heart of Accra's vibrant East Airport neighborhood. Introducing the exquisite 3 and 4 bedroom townhouses by Spotlight Homes, where luxury meets convenience. Each townhouse boasts generous sized bedrooms, perfect for relaxation and comfort. With 2 spacious reception areas, you have ample room to entertain guests or enjoy quality family time. The open plan kitchen and living area create a seamless flow, making your home the ideal setting for both everyday living and special occasions. The well-designed layout includes a downstairs bedroom, offering flexibility and convenience for your family members or guests. Parking is never a concern, with adequate space to comfortably accommodate at least 2 cars. Additionally, each townhouse comes with a boys' quarters, ensuring privacy and extra space for your household needs. Discover the perfect blend of elegance and functionality with Spotlight Homes, where every detail is crafted to enhance your living experience. Welcome to your new home in East Airport, where comfort and luxury await you. For more information, visit us at spotlighthomesgh.com. Welcome to your dream home, nestled in the heart of Accra's
I'll be down here. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause. You saw Kwabena Wilson speaking. He's the CEO of one of our sponsors for today, Spotlight Homes. So round of applause for Spotlight Homes, please. Because as I've been saying, it takes a village and we have a town pulling all of this together. I would also like to thank our other sponsors, the Ghana Investment Promotion Center, GIPC, and we are on their turf today. Round of applause for them, please. Beyond the return, the applause is very weak, very weak. Beyond the return, the Ghana Revenue Authority, SNIT, and Law Consult. We had the founding partner on one of the panels earlier. Trop Naturals, which refreshed us with some juice and other drinkables a little earlier. And then, of course, we have Ebenezer Delice. Impeccable pastries. I don't know if you've had a chance to taste them yet. If you haven't, you definitely will. Round of applause for all our sponsors, please. We're going to have a conversation with our regulatory bodies, but before they come up, I would like to acknowledge Phil Phillips, who is the Commercial and Cultural Attaché of the High Commission of Barbados to the Republic of Ghana. Is Phil here? Yes, he's at the back. Round of applause for Phil. And for the Republic, doesn't want to be, okay. Then we have Sandy. We heard from Sandy earlier with the Food and Drug Authority. Thank you, Sandy, for being here. And we also have Matthew Asada, who is with the U.S. Embassy of Ghana, as a press attaché. Round of applause for all of them for joining us here. Okay, so now it's time to have a quick convo with our regulatory bodies. I'm going to call the reps up. We have immigration, and representing immigration, Madam Edith is here. Madam Edith, are you here? She here? Okay, I'm sure she'll join us shortly. Mr. Kwesi Agyeman, CEO of the Ghana Tourism Authority, is here. Round of applause for him, please. From the Birth and Death Registry, Mr. Emmanuel Norte Botry is here, and the Birth and Death Registry is also available outside. You can go check on your birth certificate. Like I said, you need a lot of things to be done with a birth certificate, and so they're here to sort you out for today. Round of applause for our rep from the Birth and Death Registry as he takes the stage. From SNIT, we have Ms. Veronica Darko joining us on the stage. Round of applause for her as she comes, please, 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 please. Guys, your applauses are not applauding.
Thank you very much. And then from the Office of the Registrar, so Registrar Generals, there are different names, but Office of the Registry, we have Rita Ama Nuchuga. Round of applause for Rita, who's also taking the stage. We also have Dr. Benjamin Amakwe from the Lands Commission. Lands Commission is here. Round of please, let's clap until he gets up there and takes his seat. Okay, so I think we have a very nice spread here. How many of you have been looking for immigration? Raise your hands. Looking for them, they're here. How many of you have been looking for the GTA, the Ghana Tourism Authority? They're here. Birth and deaths, anyone? Okay, they're here as well. SNIT is here. Anyone have questions for them? Great. And then Office of the Registrar, here as well. And the Lands Commission. A lot of people had questions earlier. Now you can direct them to Dr. Amakwe himself. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome. Thank you for joining us. Right. So it's a very simple. Oh, no, don't worry. I'll be here. Don't worry. I think there's one more person who's going to join you. So I want to make sure that that seat is vacant for him or for her. But it's a very quick conversation. We want to find out, we have about maybe 70 to 75% of the attendees today being active members of the diaspora. Some are what we would call continental diaspora. They were maybe born here, or they know their Ghanaian heritage, they schooled abroad, worked abroad, they've come back. Others of the historical diaspora, so they don't necessarily, they're not Ghanaian in that sense, but they've repatriated, and they're here, they're doing business, they're living, they're trying to also add their quota to Ghana and to the continent. And then there are also Ghanaians here, Ghanaians who, by virtue of what they do, interface very much with the diasporan community, and by so doing, also with your outfits in one way or another. So I just want to put the first question out. Are there specific things that, especially over the last 5 years, 5 to 6 years, when we've really zeroed in on diaspora relations between Ghana and other parts of the world that are home to diaspora communities? Are there things that your outfits are doing for the diaspora? And I'll start with the Ghana Tourism Authority, because perhaps you've been very loud about it. And Mr. Ajman has written a book, actually. So a round of applause for him. He launched a book which talks a lot about the year of return and things that have been done for the diaspora. So I'll start with you, GTA. Things that we're doing for the diaspora.
Hello. All right. Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. And four key operational areas. It's also the agency that is coordinating this grand government initiative called Beyond the Return. Beyond the Return is a follow-up to the Year of Return, and it sits on 7 foundational pieces. Some of them: Invest in Ghana, Give Back Ghana, Pan-African Heritage and Innovation, Celebrate Ghana, Experience Ghana, Diaspora Pathways to Ghana. I think I've mentioned 7 already, right? Yeah. All right. So these are the 7 pillars, but these pillars are, really, like I indicated, as a follow-up to the Year of Return, the question was, what next? And so we say, going beyond the return, what are the feedback that we've put together, and what are people really wanting to do? One was, how do we make it easier for people coming to Ghana to visit or to stay, to repatriate? So that is where we have the Diaspora Pathways to Ghana. Issues of trying to work together to change the narrative about Ghana and about Africa. That sits under the Brand Ghana pillar. And then you have several skills. Cultural festivals and all that. So that is one thing that we do in terms of working with other agencies like Office of Diaspora, the Office of the President, with GIPC, GEPA, and the rest to try and engage the diaspora in a more sustainable and sustained way to ease the pathways for them to come to Ghana. But aside that, we are also the regulator of tourism enterprises in Ghana. So classification, licensing, inspection of facilities. And we do that a lot with almost all the various categories of tourism enterprises, restaurants, hotels. Recently we've added Airbnbs, car rentals, tour guides, tourist sites, the list goes on, hostels and all that. And I mean, last panel, somebody talking about regulation. Regulation is very important. There's no country in the world where you can just walk in and say, I'm putting up, and there's no regulator that will engage with you. We need to do that. I mean, the last 3 days, for example, I got a call around 2 a.m. from a very distressed occupant of a hotel. I wouldn't mention the name of the hotel, shouting that she had seen cockroaches in the room. I don't know how my number got to her, but then I had to, from 3 a.m., needed to reach out to find out whether the hotel in the first place was licensed and what sort of license category they were in and how, I mean, so you go through a lot of things, due diligence, getting inspectors to go there, and even settling that dispute because she says, okay, I need my refund. I paid for 10 days. I can't stay here. Boldly written on the wall is no refund policy. And so there is work to be done, and that's what the regulator does. We have to go in, we have to pull up and settle some of these matters. Aside that, we also are responsible for promoting and marketing tourism, trying to put Ghana on the map as a must-visit destination. It doesn't come easy and it doesn't come cheap. I mean, other countries are doing it. Everybody is really pushing their brand out there. Rwanda, you see it. If you are a national fan like myself, you always wear a jersey and you have Visit Rwanda. And sometimes people say, you are from Ghana, why are you wearing Visit Rwanda? But they want their brand out there. Dubai is doing that. A lot of countries are putting a lot of dollars behind marketing. And so we try with our little budget to try and connect through other means with partners both here and abroad, working with event organizers to come up with this December in GH concept. It's all part of trying to get Ghana out there as a destination to visit. And so that's one thing that we also do. We also do research and tourism research and development. I mean, a lot of people come in here, they want to invest in the space, but you need data. So what are the occupancy rates? Where are the areas people visit? So that if you're going to put up a facility, you will know where the benchmarks are, where the traffic is going, and what, sometimes we do traffic counts on the roads to make sure that people understand. So that is also another area of work that we do. And then we also do product development and investment, and working with investors coming into the space, in some cases even investing in land, and which we leverage as equity in some of the projects. And so, for example, in Ghana here, we have 4 5-star hotels, Kempinski, Movenpick, Labadi, and Marriott. And 2 of them, Kempinski and Movenpick, are sitting on land that is for the Ghana Tourism Authority, which is being leveraged to bring in such huge investments into the space. So these are the things that we do, and we believe that we've seen a very strong push from the diaspora, especially Ghanaian diaspora, I must say, who are bringing in a lot of investments in the spaces of accommodation. And we need more because we want to position Ghana as a MICE, the hub within West Africa, meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition. And to do that, you need a lot of beds. I mean, our bed count after the last check was just about 55,000 countrywide. And if you want to host the Africa Cup of Nations or the World Cup or major conferences, I mean, there was a time we were working with the tour operators Union of Ghana for a conference, and they were bringing in 10,000 people, and we couldn't get rooms here in Accra. And so with the addition of Airbnbs now being regulated, I mean, it's taking us about 3 years of engagement with Airbnb to finally get to a point where we are going to onboard all the Airbnbs. That's about another 7,000 or so apartments. And so that's what we do. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause, Mr. Kwesi Ajiman. All right, so let's move on to the birth and death registry. Okay, so we've been saying that when you come into Ghana, there's a lot that you need your birth certificate to do. Unfortunately, as well, we have people who come here who are not Ghanaians, but they may pass away here, or they may have relatives or close associates who unfortunately may pass away here. Now, when you're dealing with a diaspora community, how are the dynamics a little different to make sure that they're comfortable and they can also access these services?
Hello.
Very good.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the question, and I would like to use the platform to wish everyone a happy new year. It's good to have us once again. As our names speak for ourselves, we are the Births and Death Registry, and we are established by law to ensure that we register every birth and every death that occur within the boundaries of Ghana. And let me say that we do this registration irrespective of the nationality of the person. So whether you're in the diaspora or out of the diaspora, whether you're indigent, the law says once the event occurs, which is a birth, occurred in the country, we are mandated to register that birth and issue a birth certificate. The same way, if anyone passes on, irrespective of the nationality of the person, once the event occurs within Ghana, we are mandated to have it properly recorded and issue a death certificate for that person. Now, when it comes to people from the diaspora and such events occur, especially with the death, what happens is they might want to export the body to the country of origin, and that we have a special process. It's a simple process. We register and issue 4 death certificates. That goes through a number of, but before we do that, we take the health certificate, which shows that the body had been properly embalmed and can be exported. Based on that, we do the registration and issue death certificate. That goes through Ministry of Interior, and it also goes through the export company before you can be allowed to export the body. So when it comes to registration, there are no discriminations at all. The trend that we are finding now that sometimes becomes a challenge for the diaspora is assisted reproductive births. Some come into the country and they may want to go through some surrogate arrangement to have children, and that we have had some challenges. Although they go through the agreement, they have legal persons, they really don't go through the process properly by getting the pre-parental orders and then the post-parental order. So sometimes they go through the process. Once the product is out, then there are confusions here and there. So we would want to encourage, if any diasporan is in the country and want to go through that process, please ensure that the proper legal documentations are done. Then when the product is out, there are no issues. We receive a lot of issues when it comes to that arrangement.
So just to be clear, that process would be done through the Births and Death Registry?
It doesn't start with us. We are the final stage. It goes through the judicial service. What the law states is that once you go through the arrangement and the examination is done, 3 months later, you need to go for a pre-parental order from the court. That pre-parental order will be issued. Then you wait till the product is finally matured and the product is out. When that happens, you go back to the court to get a post-parental order, because between the incubation period, anything could happen.
So the surrogate could now say, no, I want to keep the child, any of those things.
Yes. So for us to have a clear who becomes the legal parent of the product, we need to see both the post and then the pre-parental order. Then we finally issue. We don't discriminate between children born through that arrangement and children who are born normally. But because it's a special arrangement, we want to ensure that the proper parent identity goes onto the birth registration, and that ends it. So that would encourage. Feel free to draw to us, and we will guide you on how to go through that process. You can also refer to the Registration of Birth and Death Act 1027. What you need to do has been spelled out clearly in the Act. Now, I've had a lot of conversation on investment and what you can do at the Birth and Death Registry. Studio, can you show my statistics? We have a lot of data that can also help the diasporans to go into business. We have a lot of data. One may ask what a birth data or a death data could do, but we have a lot of data, a lot of information that could.
Okay, can we all see the screen?
Yes, we have a lot of information. This is our 2022 analysis. I'm just showing a few of it. Currently in Ghana, we have most deliveries are happening within the health facility. And it will interest you to know that Upper East region, almost 95% of deliveries are happening in health facility. What kind of investment? We all think of investment in the capital. But if you pick the Upper East region, the 2022 analysis that we did, a lot are happening in the health facility. What that means is that establishing delivery facilities in such region could yield a lot of revenue, and it will boost the economy of the Upper East region. In terms of consumables for the health service, once the deliveries are happening there, you can do those businesses around that region, and it's also a means of boosting the economy across the region instead of focusing on in the regional capital. So we have a lot of data that can help the diasporans if they want to invest into such endeavors. There's a lot of information. We even have statistics that can tell you within the regions, within the period that more children are born. So if you want to invest, that means you can invest, let's say in Greater Accra first quarter, you have more children. In the Ashanti region could be the mid-year, and we have the data. Please approach us, and we can also help you to establish some of the invest into certain areas that we can also boost the economy. We need to really ensure that all the 16 regions are benefiting from the investment from the diaspora, and these are areas that we can collaborate to have investment. Now, if you look at attendance at birth, we have a lot of midwives taking deliveries based on our statistics. That means that establishing a midwifery through the proper proceedings within the regions could also boost the economy and also improve upon maternal issues. So we do a lot. Where we are channeling energy now is when it comes to mortality issues. There we have a lot of issues. I mentioned there are no discrimination. If a diasporan die, it's the same process, just that if they want to export, then they go through other processes to ensure that the proper environments are done. In terms of burials, whether you are burying in a private cemetery or in a public cemetery, we have a very simple process. Within the first 10 days when the event occurs, it is free registration, whether you are from the diaspora or you're a Ghanaian. It is only if you don't register after 10 days, then that would attract a fee. So we encourage, even if you want to bury in 5 years, if you want to bury in a year, the moment the event happens, please report with the relevant document, which is the medical certificate of cause of death that will be issued by the medical practitioner who was in last attendance. And in the event the death happens out of the health facility, then the police will have to come in to conduct investigation, and then the coroner will issue a coroner's report and the cause of death. You only need these two documents to go through the process for registration. So we have so much to do with the diaspora. We are online at the moment. We have a lot of Ghanaians who are there. You want copies of your birth certificate, please feel free to get to us. We are deployed a digital platform now that is making it easy to have access to us. You go to our website, you can chat with us, you can ask all your questions. We have deployed a web-based system across the country. So we are no more, we are a paperless institution now. Wherever you go, it's a matter of having the relevant requirements, and within a space of some few minutes, we can attend to you. We've deployed digital signatures. So there is no more like a printing will be done for someone to sign. Once you go through the process, the final product is already signed digitally, and you are good to go.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Birth and Death Registry. Good to know that we are digital now. Now, before I move on to SNIT, let me invite Madam Ekuba Kwenote, who is representing the NIA, the National Identification Authority. Yes, she'll join us on the stage. Round of applause for her as she comes up, please. Can we keep it going until she gets here? Alrighty. Thank you. The seat is yours. So now I'm going to Veronica Snit, and again, want to know diaspora relations, where SNIT comes in. But lately, you've been hearing a lot about SEED. SEED is the Self-Employment Enrollment Drive. Now, is that something that the diaspora can also tap into? What is it, and how does it work?
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Veronica. Like she rightly said, I'm happy to be here. And from all the conversations that I've had, it is evident and clear that most of the people from the diaspora want to establish their own businesses. So SEED is for them. SEED simply means Self-Employed Enrollment Drive. So it is not a tomato seed or a pepper seed. And SEED is basically for the self-employed. So since you will be doing your own businesses and you will not be working in the formal sector, we urge you to contribute or register with us so that you can contribute to the scheme. Before you can register with us, you would first have to register your company, and then the employees that you work with, you have to register them as well. And when you register them, they have to declare their income, how much they get. That is their basic salary. And then when they declare their basic salary, they pay 13.5% on their basic salary to SNIT. And then once they register with us and they pay their contributions regularly, they enjoy benefits under the scheme. We have 5 benefits under the scheme. Before I go to the benefits, I want you to know that the age limit is between 15 and 45 years. So you can join as young as 15 years and as old as 45 years. Above 45, you can't join the scheme. Why do I say so? Because it is mandatory that you contribute a minimum of 15 years. And you will all bear with me that 15 years plus 45 is 60. Right. And then in Ghana, the mandatory age to retire is 60 years. That is why you can't join after 45. Okay. So the benefits under the scheme, we have 5 benefits. We have the old age pension, we have the old age lump sum, and then we have the invalidity pension. We also have survivor's lump sum, and then we have immigration benefits. When it comes to old age, you would have to contribute for a minimum of 15 years, like I said, or a maximum of 45 years. That's for, you can, 45 years. And also, you must attain the age of 55 to 59 to qualify for a reduced pension, or 60 for a full pension. reduced pension because there are people who get to 55 and then they'll be like, they're tired, they don't want to work again. The law allows them to retire. And so between 55 to 59, we call it reduced pension. But when you are 60, that is the full pension. And then we have the invalidity pension. The invalidity pension applies to those who will be contributing and then out of nowhere, there will be a permanent disability. When it happens like that and you have contributed to the scheme for 12 months, just 12 months, in the last 3 years, we put you on pension and we pay you till you die or till the Lord calls you. So when it comes to old age pension, when you go on pension, we pay you till you die. So that's basically what it is. And then when it comes to immigration benefits, it applies to people who are non-Ghanaians, who have registered with the scheme, have contributed for a while, and they have decided that maybe they want to go to their countries and they are not coming back. When it happens like that, we lump their monies and then pay them with interest. And when it comes to the invalidity, we put them on pension for life. But if for any reason we have invalidity people as young as 29, 30 who are invalid and they cannot work again, and we are paying them till they died. There are invalidity people who per chance get well, okay, through maybe medical support or prayers, okay? And then when it happens like that, they can come back and continue. And it's not going to be as if because we have put them on pension and we've paid them for a while, we are going to deduct it from, no. You just continue as usual, as if it happened. So that's basically what it is. So apart from that, what you can also do is to make sure that you don't underdeclare your salaries. There are people, because pension is salary related. So what you put in determines what you get.
It's a percentage of your salary.
Exactly. The reason why I even mentioned this is because there are people who claim that when they go on pension, they give them something very little. I want to state that pensions is salary related. So what you put in determines what you get. We have people who are taking so much and people who are taking very little. And it's all because of what they put in. So I'll urge all of you to make sure that when you are contributing, you pay something meaningful so that when you go on pension, you can also get something meaningful. Basically, that's what.
Thank you, Veronica. And she'll be around for a while, so you can speak to her more about what you need to be able to enroll for the seed program, SNIT in general, and all that documentation and whatnot. I'm sure she'll be around to answer your questions for a little while. Now let's move on to the Office of the Registrar of Companies, and representing that high office is Rita Amanuchuga. Rita, it's all about business today. So as for you, whatever you say it's front line and center.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. As you already heard, I'm Rita Amanuchuga. Happy New Year to everybody.
Happy New Year.
Please, I want to know if you know about Registrar General's Department. Let me see by hands, because I have a lot of explanation to do. All right. Registrar General's Department, as you already know, it has been there since 1963. And we do register businesses, marriages, estates, trademark, and intellectual properties. But as time goes on, we've been hearing complaints from, let me say, our stakeholders, because we do so many things. We don't give the business community a lot of time and attention. So, per the law and by an act of parliament, we have been hived off from the Registrar General's Department. So we are now Office of the Registrar of Companies since 2019, and it was established by an act of parliament under the Companies Act 2019 at 992. This act You can get it on the line, on our website, or you can buy it from the publishing house, Ghana Publishing House. We have also established the LI to simplify operations. So our LI too, you can get it on our website. I'll put the website at the end of the presentation. So why ORC? ORC is there to now concentrate on only business registration. We register all types of business entities, sole proprietorships, partnership, external companies, limited by shares, private limited by shares, unlimited companies, all that. And we also have another function of educating our stakeholders and also have the power now to regulate companies. And we are to also establish our bulletin house very soon. So in short, that is Office of the Registrar of Companies. That's our mandate. We register, we educate, and we regulate. So we are supposed to move out from the old premises to another place, but our resources are not yet enough to have a new office yet. So we are still sharing the same premises with Registrar General's Department. I'm saying this because we want the public or the stakeholders to know the difference of ORC and Registrar General, RGD. So all the business certificates that have been registered from 1963 are still valid till now. If you have it before 2012, we ask that you come and upgrade and we'll put you on our new database. So we want to focus on the business community to ease the way of doing business and to make life easy for the business communities. So we are doing a lot of stakeholder engagement, educating the stakeholders to know more about us and to understand what kind of businesses, the various businesses that we have. And also, we want to go paperless. The paperless is very important, and to make business registration easy, because we realize that a lot of people complain that our office is too crowded. If they come, they don't know where to go. So we are making life very, very, very easy for you, especially in this 2025. By April, we'll fully launch our online registration portal where you can sit in your homes, the comfort of your homes, and you log in, you sign up, and transact your business. The various fees are there for you to. Immediately you log in, you want to start, you pay before you start. We will not allow you to fill the form and leave it there. So when you pay, you decide not to continue, well, we have taken our money. That is just on the lighter side. So that is one way of making business very easy and accessible and friendly to the stakeholders. So by April, I assure you, you will not come to our offices and be frustrated. But what I'll miss is I'll miss your faces. I'll not see you again that much. You are also free to download the e-certificates. You can file your annual returns online and do almost everything that you come there to do physical on the portal. When you log out the portal, 10 years back, you come and log in, you still have all the transactions that you have ever attempted in your log in. If I'm not using the term well, forgive me. You have everything, your history there to look at.
There.
So basically, that is what ORC is into now. So don't get confused of ORC, Registrar General's Department. Registrar General's Department is there doing the marriage, trademark, intellectual properties, and all other things. And we are just strictly by concentrating on the businesses. So I know you know about sole proprietorship, what goes into it, the partnership, and the private limited by shares. I will talk more on the private limited by shares because it has so many changes and so many things that have been introduced. Currently,
Okay, so Rita, you know what I think is people who have specific questions should come to you, because I know there are a lot of sole proprietorships around, and so people should come to you and then just download the information.
sure.
Yeah, okay. And then you also have a stand outside.
Yes.
Office of the Registrar of Companies. Please also go there, get the information. There are pamphlets. The contact information is there where you can find the office. All that is there, at least until April comes. If we have to go and see Rita's face, we know where to find her and the team. Just because I want us to move on quickly as well. We have the social media peeps in the house, so we'll be coming to them soon.
Okay.
Thank you,
You
Rita.
can follow us on our social media handles, Facebook, Instagram, ORC Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Rita. Round of applause for the Office of the Registrar of Companies. Powerful office, I tell you. Another powerful one, the Lands Commission. And the Lands Commission is represented by Dr. Amakwe, Dr. Benjamin Amakwe. And again, land, litigation, disputes, acquiring land, all those things have come up earlier today, especially because when the diaspora come in, many members of the diaspora are looking to do business either in already saturated areas or in territories that have a lot of traditional rulership still very active. And so sometimes we end up in situations where you're doing business and, as we said earlier, somebody shows up at your doorstep and there are all sorts of issues. So Lands Commission, what kind of education do you have for the diaspora today? And are there any specific things that we should be paying attention to make sure that we don't fall into unnecessary or difficult situations?
Thank you very much. And I would like to thank Guba for giving the Lands Commission this opportunity to educate our brothers and sisters from the diaspora. The Lands Commission basically is a constitutional body which has the sole mandate of regulating land registration, land documentation, survey and mapping, and valuation for compensation and public purposes. And one of the key things that the vision that we have is to become a center of excellence for land service delivery. In this regard, we take opportunity of this to educate our brothers and sisters on how to go about acquiring or investing in properties. I've always been saying that acquiring a piece of land or property is not like buying a laptop or a car. When you buy the laptop car, you drive it to your house. But when you buy a piece of land, you leave it where you were shown and you go home. So you need to be very careful. In the legal parlance, they say, caveat emptor, buyer beware. And to do that, there are certain steps that you have to follow to ensure that you don't fall prey to fraudulent activities. And the first is to tell you that you need to engage qualified professionals in your dealings, especially that you are not from here per se. So, for example, you need a legal practitioner, you will need a land surveyor, you will need a valuer or property manager to basically guide you in the complexities that are involved in land acquisition. But just to give you an overview of what you require to know is that first, you need to identify the piece of land that you want to purchase. What type of tenure or ownership is it? Is it customary, traditional ownership? Is it individual ownership? Is it state land? Or is it a vested land? So based on these things, it will guide you on how to go about it. But then subsequently, you do what we call due diligence, or making sure that you make some background information about the person who is purporting to sell the land to you. You need to make sure you make a search, what we call a legal search of ownership at the Lands Commission. And I would like to tell you, in the spirit of digitalization, my brothers and sisters have just said about digitalization. Lands Commission now, in undertaking a search of ownership, you don't need to come physically to the Lands Commission. You go to an online portal, that's onlineservices.lc.gov.gh. You upload your site plan of the land you intend to inquire about, and you make the necessary payment, and the Lands Commission will give you the necessary information about that piece of land, if it is available in our records. In addition to the legal ownership search, you need to do what we call a physical search. Go to the site, ensure that what has been shown to you on plan is what is actually on the ground, and make inquiries about whoever who owns the land, there are disputes and things like that, to ascertain that there is no dispute and things like that. Then the next, you do a zoning search. You go to the district assembly or the local authority. What has the land been zoned for? Maybe you want to use it for you build a hotel or a residence, is that what has been zoned for by the authorities? You need to check on that. It is very, very critical. So having done that, the next stage now is to do the documentation of the land, where you would prepare the necessary documents. And it is important to know that per the Constitution and the Land Act, if you are a non-citizen of Ghana, you can't get more than 50-year lease at any one time. The maximum you can get is 50 years, which can be renewable. So if you do that, it is beyond that. I think the lawyer says it's void or voidable, one of them. So you need to be careful about the documentation you get if you are a non-citizen of Ghana. With regard to companies, if the company's shareholding is more than 40% foreign ownership, it's also considered as non-citizen, and that one also applies. So having gotten your documentation, the next stage is to pay, go to the Lands Commission again to assess what we call the stamp duty, which is a tax that has to pay on the transaction. It's about 1% of the value of the property, generally. Then subsequently, you go through the process of registering your land and having it recorded in the Lands Commission for public notice. And we have two systems of registration, the deed system and the title system. The title registration system, which confers ownership on land, is basically being done in the Greater Accra region and parts of the Ashanti region. Any other area in Ghana practices what we call the deed system, where the transaction is registered and the document is recorded in the records and you're given copies of it. So basically, these are the things that I say we are doing. And going forward, in the coming months or going forward, we're trying to go fully digital. As I said, searches are now digital. We want to now subsequently roll on board registration. You don't need to physically come to the Lands Commission. You can sit anywhere in the world and transact business with the Lands Commission. That is the vision that we intend doing to ensure that the diasporans are comfortable in dealing with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Amakwe. Thank you very much. And just to the online portal, onlineservices.lc.gov, okay? onlineservices.lc.gov, so that everybody has that. .gov.gh, okay? onlineservices.lc.gov.gh, so everybody has that on hand. We're coming to Madam Guba Conversations, a National Identification Authority, who has also become very popular lately because of the Ghana card and other matters arising. While she speaks, can we please set up the question and answer space? We'll take just a few questions after she speaks, and then we move on to our final panel. Ikuba, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I guess I'm supposed to be the showstopper, so I'll try and give you full details in brief. Interestingly, all the state institutions that have done their presentations are supposed to verify and identify everybody who does any transactions with them at any point in time. And therefore, you definitely will need your Ghana card, whether you are Ghanaian or a foreigner. And to put that in perspective, so we are the National Identification Authority. We've been in existence since 2008. Since 2017, we went full digital with the registration of Ghanaians living in Ghana, Ghanaians living abroad, and then foreigners who are permanently resident in Ghana. Now, with the Ghanaians living in Ghana, we started with 15 persons or Ghanaians aged 15 and above. In recent months, which is sometime 2024, the latter part of 2024, we started the registration of Ghanaians aged 6 to 14 years, whereas the 15 and above is still ongoing. So we, as NI, refer to it as continuous registration. So your children can be registered, you as adults can be registered. The foreigners, well, let me go back to the Ghanaians living abroad. We also have done a test registration, and this is a fully online registration where you'd fill your forms online, whether you are in Ghana or in any country. Okay, so let me be specific. We intend to roll out in every country that has a mission, a Ministry of Foreign Affairs mission. But however, we have currently gone to the US, that's in North America. So in the US, we're in Washington and New York. We're in Canada, Ontario, and Ottawa. I hope I got it right. Yeah. And then in Europe, we're in Rome, We are in Paris, we are in Copenhagen, Berlin, and one is missing. But at least these countries we definitely are. We will definitely roll out into the other countries in Europe once our budgets are approved and we start working actively as a state institution that we are. Now, for foreigners, the foreign identity management, we have a system where any foreigner who is permanently resident in Ghana, 90 days and beyond, can come to our offices, our premium centers. There's our head office in Shiashi, there's Carl Bank, and there are other offices across the country where you can have your card, your identity registered in our system. And that is a card that is renewable every year. There is also, basically that is it. But the question I'm sure most of you will be asking, what's the essence of this whole card? It's, like I said, it is for identification. But it goes beyond the state institutions that I've mentioned. We have a system where we refer to it as the verification service, the identity verification services, where the banks and various other institutions like fintechs, the Securities Commission, forex bureaus, and you name it, anywhere where you're supposed to fill a KYC, and know your customer, or a form that should identify you, these institutions are being onboarded into our verification platform. Once they ask for your Ghana card, they biometrically identify you to be sure that they are transacting with the persons or the person you say you are. And I'm sure a few of you may have encountered this going into immigration service does it, DVLA does it, the airports are doing it, and almost all the banks are doing it. And I think that we can be rest assured, even while we're doing the voting, that there was this verification that was done. It was based on our interactions with the Electoral Commission, and therefore the source of their data was as accurate as we, NIA, prove it to be. Now, I say it was as accurate because the data we have is given by individuals like yourselves. So if you give us facts, we have facts. If you give us fraudulent information, that is the fact we will portray. But we pray that you're all going to give us actual facts so that our data has the integrity that it is expected to maintain. Beyond this, if there's any other question that you want to ask, I'm ready to answer it.
We'll open the floor for questions. Round of applause for all our reps of the government institutions, regulators who are here. And we thank you very much for being here. It means so much to us because I'm sure there are questions. The floor is open. Who's taking it first?
All right, good afternoon.
Okay.
Thank you for the esteemed panelists. I have two questions, one for the Ghana Tourism Authority, one for SNIT. For the Ghana Tourism Authority, thank you for the work that you've done, particularly with year return and beyond the return. My question is, with the new administration coming in, will the continuation of the beyond the return and specifically the Office of Diaspora Affairs that was housed under the president, from what I know that was done during Nana Adu's term, will that continue or will it maybe have another iteration? And then also a question in reference to, we know recently there were about 524 diasporans who received citizenship at the whim of the president. We've heard about a bill in Parliament, Homeland Return Act or Homeland Return Bill. Can you give any update on that bill, and is that something that either the Diaspora Affairs Office or your office is advocating for? And how can many people in the diaspora, I do tours and other programs bringing people to Ghana. The number one question, particularly, African Americans are asking, can we get citizenship? What do we have to do to get citizenship? They're seeing these, big YouTube channels where they're showing all this citizenship, but no one knows the real process. So that's that question. And then for SNIT, you mentioned about the people, once they declare their salaries, are they, the employees, paying those fees to SNIT, or is that something that is paid by the employer? So those are my two questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else? We can take the answer. So let's start with GTA. Mr. Ajaman. Oh, you want SNIT to go first? Okay. Ladies first, I'm guessing. Is the rule
Thank
here.
you for your question. Okay, so when it comes to payment of contributions, if you're in the formal sector, your employer pays for you. You pay 5% of your basic salary, and then your employer will pay 13.5, making a total of 18.5%. But then, if you are self-employed, you will pay 13.5% from your declared income. So we will ask you how much you gain or you get at the end of the month. And then based on that, you pay 13.5% out of that amount. And you are allowed to increase it annually. So when you start paying 200, let's say from this January, you can only increase it next year. You can't increase it midway. Okay. So basically that's what it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you have employees, you, okay, so if you are paying on behalf of the, what do you call it, your employees, you will pay 5%, okay, and then the employee, you will pay 13.5, sorry, and the employee will pay 5%, making a total of 18.5. Okay.
Can we speak into the microphone, please? Yeah.
So many of the employees, we employ people in the rural areas. This may be their first time getting a formal job, if you will. They may not be aware of this process. Is there either online tools or information where we can share with them, or how can we educate our employees and staff so they're not thinking that we're maybe taking money out of their salaries and, using the money ourselves? How can we inform our employees about this process? And then on top of that, thinking about how to deduct those, whether it's through direct deposit, et cetera, et cetera. So what educational tools do you have that we can share with employees and also our leadership staff?
Okay, so when you register, we urge you to check your statements occasionally, or we even send you your statements quarterly if you give us the right address, systems, and what do you call it? Email address. If you give us your email address and it's correct, we send you your uh, statements of account. Yeah. So you will know whether your employer is paying or not. And then when you get your pay slip, it's usually two on it. So you will know that they are paying for you. If you are in doubt, some people deduct the money but they don't pay. So if you are in doubt, if any employee is in doubt as to whether the employer is paying, he or she can come to our branches to find out if their employer is paying for them, or they can even check their statement on our what do you call it, on our website. Yeah.
All right, Ms. Sajaman, for GTA, let's answer those questions. Do you still have them?
Yes,
Or
I
should
do.
I
No,
reiterate?
no, I do.
You're
And,
fine, okay.
As far as the Office of Diaspora Affairs, Office of the President, that is above my pay grade, obviously. It's a presidential office, and so I cannot speak to that. But what I can speak to is beyond the return. As you know, it's a project that is backed by a government policy signed off by Cabinet. 10 years, 2020 to 2030. We've done 5 years of it. This year, what we did was to do a review of the 5 years, and that is 2024, sorry. We did a review of the first 5 years, 2020, 21, 22, 23, 24, and then the next 5 years. And so those documents are there, and then we have a steering committee that is institutional based. And so you have Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ministry of Finance, GIPC, GTA, and Ghana Immigration Service, and Pan Affairs Foundation, representing various interest groups and the Diaspora Coalition as members of the steering committee, and also the Ghana Tourism Federation. And if history is anything to guide us, I mean, if you look at initiatives like Pan Affairs that started in 1992, is still ongoing. We have emancipation that started in 1998. I don't see why beyond the return will suffer anything. It's just a continuum, and governance is a continuum. So I don't think from where I sit, and knowing that we have a fully fledged office at the Ghana Accra Tourism Information Center, which is a department also under the Ghana Tourism Authority, headed by Annabelle Mackenzie herself, a diaspora who's now become a Ghanaian. I think it will continue. Having said that, we also have the Homeland Return Bill, which has gone through various stakeholder engagements as it ought to be. Initially, that was being promoted through the Ministry of Finance. But I think after cabinet approval, it's now situated at the Ministry of Interior, which is the right source because they deal with immigration, they deal with citizenships. And I'm hoping that in the next parliament, it will finally be laid because it's gone through all the processes of stakeholder engagement, which is what for every bill to be passed, you have to do. So various diaspora groups have been engaged, various agencies have been engaged, and now is the laying. And I believe that once the next parliament is formed by Tuesday, hopefully, we should get it going. And I'm very hopeful. Thank you.
Okay, you want to add briefly?
Yeah, I just want to make a slight correction. So when I was mentioning the figures, I said 13.5%. When you are self-employed, you pay 13.5%. But if your employer is paying for you, it's 13% from the employer and then 5.5% from the employee. Thank you.
So 13% from the employer, 5.5% from the employee. Okay, thank you. Last two questions. Please make them very brief, and then we wrap this up.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. Hi. I just wanted to say thank you to NIA. The non-citizen card registration was very seamless. I went in, it was an air-conditioned office. Yes, some of us still need the air conditioning. But they were really helpful, helped to fill the forms, and it went really smoothly.
Great.
So that actually works really well. For ORC, I wanted to ask, can non-citizens register as sole proprietors? Okay. And a cheeky question for tourism. A little birdie told me that the Ghanaian government has some recreational land that they allocate to people if you were setting up stuff for recreation for families. Wondered if you know anything about that.
Okay. That's more of a
Okay,
last.
recreational land. We have some lands, not just one recreational land. We have, for example, currently we are the custodians of the Marine Drive land, which is behind the Independence Square, about 241 acres. We have some land in Azim, Shama, in the Northern region, throughout the regions. What we do sometimes is to acquire land banks and then look out for potential partners. So if you're interested, I did indicate of development and investment department, we could engage, but it's not just there. We just need to sit down. You know, we have a Public-Private Partnership Act to get approval that this is what is in the offing. In the Marine Drive, for example, if you look at the master plan, there are accommodation that is required, there are residential apartments, there are places for boardwalks, piers, and all that. And so we are looking to engage more investors who are interested, and we'll do the facilitation. I did give example of Movenpick and Kempinski as a prime example of partnerships that have worked in the space. Thank you.
Thank you. Last question, please.
Actually, two questions, but one I just want to
One
know who
was
to
not
direct it
answered.
to.
Oh, what was not answered?
Oh.
She answered. Yeah, she answered. Yeah, she.
Please, foreigners are not allowed to wear. We call it small
business.
So you can't come with your dollars and want to take the small business from us. Thank you very much.
All right, final question, please.
Yes. So two questions, but again, the second one, I just want to know who to direct it to. So the first question is really about dual citizenship. So, when that time came around, I call it responsible if you want. I really did not think that my footing was solid enough or stable enough to go through that process. And I take that very serious to go through that process. So I decided not to. But are there any plans for people who have dual citizenship just by name to make sure that they're contributing? Or to make sure that they're not just on the list to check a box, or to have that just a dual citizen. I would think that it is a serious responsibility. And if there aren't any plans, would there consider that? Again, I'm not a citizen, but I take that very serious if I were to be. The second part of my question is this. So I work in media in Georgia, and we were recently approached by South Africa Tourism, who came into Georgia and did a huge campaign to bring people into South Africa by advertising with our radio stations, and using us as partners to bring people to South Africa next year. That trip will actually take place in March. Does Ghana have any plans to do things like that? And if so, I'd love to be your partner in Georgia.
That one.
All right, thank you very much. I think with the issue of dual citizenship, and let me try and address, I think my brother earlier had asked about citizenships and at the whim of the president. I don't think that's what happens. I mean, there's been, from historical accounts, in 2016, former president and incoming president, His Excellency John Mahama, granted citizenship in 2016 to about 30 African diaspora. Fast forward, during the year of return, the president did say, look, why do we create milestones out of some of these events? And that's what led to opening up the fact that if you wanted to be a citizen, you could apply through the Office of Diaspora, and then you'll be vetted. And so there's a vetting process that goes on, and then 126 people got citizenship. Then in 2022, another citizenship ceremony was held, this time 139, and last year 524. I'm hoping that there's going to be another one before, before Tuesday, because just after that there's such a clamor for more, and the president gave directives that they should continue to vet, because he's asked people to come to Ghana to be part of the return, and if they are genuinely interested. But before that, there are processes. You have the right of abode. You could come in here, stay here without any worries. And if you also either get somebody to sponsor you, i.e. as an employer, then you could also use that route, or you can get married and go through that process. Typically, you need to have been resident here for, I think, 5 years before you can apply. But when the president has to use his discretion, then that 5-year period is waived. But the rest of the things, like looking at your background, doing due diligence, and making sure what you're bringing to the table. I must say, out of the numbers that have been granted citizenship over the last 5 years, almost, I think 900 people by now, a lot of them own businesses here. And I mean, if I go around, especially in the central region, in places like Asebo, in Cape Coast, restaurants, lounges, hotels, motels, and all those that have come up, you end up engaging and find out that they are owned by the diaspora. And so that sort of engagement is something that hopefully are captured, no, not hopefully, that are captured in the Homeland Return Act. I mean, citizenship, the route to citizenship, what is required of you and what you also benefit from the system. And hopefully that will get laid in the next parliament so that we can have a more streamlined approach and process. Because anytime there's been this citizenship ceremony, all you get are more calls for, I also want to be a citizen, I'm here, I've been in this country. Some people are here, some are living in Axim, in Wassa areas, and sometimes they don't get the information early enough. And so once it happens, then they come in clamoring for some. What was the next question?
So it was.
Oh yes,
She works in media.
I think I'll engage you on that. We do a lot of that. I mean, we've been able to do what we've done through partnerships and support from media houses, bloggers, organizations. I mean, we've worked with Essence, for example, Essence Magazine. We've been a key partner with them on a lot of things, and every year now we are featured. Ghana is featured at the Essence Fest in New Orleans. Last year we had a crew from here with film to go out there and talk about Ghanaian film. We've worked with so many media houses in the U.S., but we don't have the budget that South Africa always has. But we will engage, and I believe that we could do something with that because we need it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Round of applause for our panel. We've had from the Ghana Tourism Authority, Mr. Akwesi Ajima is the CEO there. Birth and Death Registry, Dr. Emmanuel Norte Botre, or I'm giving him accolades. And then we have from SNIT, Veronica Darko as well. Office of the Registrar of Companies, or the ORC, Rita Ama Nuchuga. And then from the Lands Commission as well, Dr. Benjamin Amakwe. And joining the panel over here as well, very nicely summed everything up, Ekuba Kwenote from the National Identification Authority, the NIA. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, very, very much.
And the final word, I see Ameya Debra here, I see Udimaya here.
Yes, they're all here for the final panel.
Okay, but I want to thank them for the work that they're doing for us. I mean, we have not had the opportunity to work with somebody like Udimaya, but everywhere I've been, I mean, people talk about Ghana, and they say, oh, I watched Udimaya. Woody, thank you so much for all the work that you're doing. And Ameya Debra and all of you, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone who wants to speak to any of them, I think they'll be around for a little bit, you can. But we're preparing to go into our next panel, which is Engage and Elevate Social Media's Impact on Ghana's Economy. And that's where we're going right now. So current panel, as they descend, let me start inviting the final panel up. Wudemaya, you've heard his name already. He's a content creator, an award-winning content creator at that, and the voice of African storytelling, as it were. Wudemaya, please come onto the stage. Round of applause, please. Ameya Debra is here as well, an award-winning blogger and journalist. Round of applause for Ameya Debra. Kobiche is here as well, also an award-winning blogger. Kobiche can take the stage. Oh, please, go on. Ameya, you can go ahead. Don't worry. Accept, sir. Kobi. Okay, good. And then last but not the least, we have Joseph Ejay, who's the founder and creative director of Black Volta, also in the building and joining this panel. It's a star-studded all-male panel. So before we go full throttle on this panel, I'd like to invite just for 2 minutes Mr. Sheikh Kluje, who is with the Ghana Investment Promotion Company, a GIPC, to also come and just give us so let us know a few things, basically. Round of applause for Sheikh. Oh, round of applause, please. And then after this, we go into our panel.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I hope everybody's fine. I think at this time in the program, and the talking has to be a bit less. And I have a whole 10 minutes speech prepared. I've been sitting in the back since 10 a.m. And Apioko is saying 2 minutes, but I can't. However, Akwaba, and thank all of you for coming year in, year out. The GIPC is always proud to support Guba in this particular conversation. It is nice to see so many of you take the leap to come invest in Ghana and to thrive. We at the GIPC are ever open to discuss your investment journey with you. Just think of us as your GPS through the investment landscape of Ghana, and believe you me, we will not ask you to make a U-turn and return home with your monies. I would calmly exit the stage and leave the award-winning bloggers to have a conversation, but my office is on the 6th floor, my doors are always open, And the GIPC, as we always like to say, come grow in Ghana and grow with Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shek. Thank you. All right, so can we please have everybody moving towards the middle, sort of try to fill in the spaces. So those who are to my right, right? Thank you, ladies. Thank you. I love you very much. Thank you. And then to my left as well, anybody who can fill in the middle bit would appreciate that. All right, this is our final panel. How many of you are excited? Hey, the excitement is like, 20% of the room? How excited are you? Woo! And we're talking about social media. And truth be told, everything that we've spoken about today, if you do the best of business, you come in here, you thrive, and nobody sees what you do, is there an end to the game? Not really. And we can't do this without the help of social media. So we're talking about engaging and elevating and looking at social media's impact on Ghana's economy. And these gentlemen here, they know how to do it. They have done so much either personally, because I know a lot of them, this is their full-time job, if not all. Your full-time jobs, right? All of you? Yes, what they're doing. And then they can also give you some keys as well, because like we've said pretty much throughout the day, Ghana and Africa are very different when it comes to a lot of things. So you may know all the algorithms, you may have all the theory, but you come here and you realize, oh no, it doesn't work, because we're just such a unique people. That's how it is, all right? And I also, where's the lady who asked a question about the dual citizenship? Is she still here? Or she's left? She's here? Okay. So I just wanted to let her know that I'm a dual citizen. After I came of age, somewhere in my 20s, I went for my Ghanaian citizenship. I wasn't born here, wasn't really raised here, came much later. So I can tell you how dual citizens can actively engage and not feel like strangers in Ghana. It's very possible. I can tell you that. So let's get into the conversation. I want this to be very fun, because you guys I feel like I'm not funny enough to talk to you, but I will try. Now, let me start. Woody says, Apioko, make sure you don't start with me, because anytime I'm on a panel with him, I start with him. So let me go to Black Volta, who happens to be my husband's friend. Hello. You came onto the scene a little later than these three. And you have come and you've taken the space by storm. I don't know anybody who doesn't want to do anything in the entertainment and lifestyle space who is not checking out the Black Volta pages. How have you done it? And from what you gather, how has what you do, and then also with the work, of course, I know you all work together in one way, shape, or form, the work that you do with your counterparts in the space, how's what you've done and what you do impacted Ghana's economy?
Okay, so good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you so much for the Guba Foundation for giving us this opportunity to speak to the diaspora community. My name is Joseph Ajay, founder, creative director of Black Volta, which is a social media entertainment platform and a media firm dedicated to entertainment and lifestyle within Ghana and in Africa. Essentially, although the platform has been in existence for about 24 months, personally, I've been in the entertainment and lifestyle space for almost 15 years plus. So Black Volta, starting off Black Volta wasn't necessarily a very new thing to me. It was just that I've been in corporate for almost 11, 12 years, spanning across oil and gas, finance, working with a lot of the multinationals within the world. and I've had a genuine interest for entertainment and lifestyle. But I've looked at it quite differently from how the stereotype is when it comes to nightlife. It's not about partying and drinking and jumping off of tables and all that. It's really about storytelling, and it's about the fact that people are themselves at night. That's what I believe. We get stripped of all these corporate jargons and things like that in the evening, and then we grab drinks and then we tell each other how messed up we all are. So it was really coming from a standpoint of storytelling. And one point in time, I want to use this as an example. If you go on your internet, go on Google right now, and you type in the hot nightlife spots in Accra right now on Google, your first 10 answers will give you places that are no longer in existence right now. So what I realized was there was not a lot of documentation, proper documentation, and people that could give you real-time updates because of how the world was moving. And to travel into all these other countries, when I travel now, I'm looking for a black voter in the country. So I'm like, okay, with all these 500,000, 600,000 people coming into Ghana every single year, they want access to information. We may not be able to provide everything when it comes to health, education, and all that, but from an entertainment and lifestyle perspective, will be that particular platform. So that's how essentially Black Voter started. I think to answer your next question, within the 24 months, we've partnered with both organizations like Amea Deborah Kobiche. We've shot the Grammys with the Guba Foundation. We were official media partners for Afrofuture this year. We've partnered with them for the basketball across Africa. We've shot Afro Nation. We have partnerships with almost all your A-list bars, lounges, hospitality firms within Ghana. We've provided a space where now people want to ascribe to become or creating jobs within the creative economy. People now see it as a job. Influencership has become a particular job, right? The creative space is valued at almost $190 billion worldwide. That's the market cap. In Africa, it's only $3 billion. That's about almost like a very negligible percentage. So if we have the opportunity to lead that within a space in a country where it's thriving, we as Black Voter want to just own that particular space and then drive it forward. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Oh, you can give him a round of applause. You should, actually. Amayal, now you've been in this space since what, 2008 or earlier? About
2008, yeah.
Yeah, about 2008. Yeah, he's a real OG. That's what Woody Maya said. He is a real OG in the space. But you've maintained relevance. And earlier we were talking about sustainability, because again, it's not just blogging, it's not just journalism, it's also a business for you. And you're a great case study for what a digital business can look like sustainably. But how has the terrain changed since you started? And we're in 2025. Where do you see it going? Things have changed very quickly.
Exactly. I mean, even for myself, a lot of people I started off with a website, and so a lot of the content I was creating was writing on the blog. And of course, eventually social media came in, and I was also using social media as a tool to now drive traffic to the website. And it's traversed so much that now social media is taking the leading role so much that visits to websites everywhere is reduced because people are comfortable engaging with the content on the platforms and not wanting to leave. And the platforms are making it difficult for people to even leave the platform to go and consume elsewhere. So the platforms are changing. The formats in which the content are being created are also changing. And for me, to be relevant, I've always tried to go with the times. When I see something is changing or trending, I try to go in and have my voice and my character within it and then grow with it. And so that's how I've managed to to sort of survive or thrive. And also about 7 years ago, I decided to now evolve and have a team. And so when it comes to the thinking behind the content we are creating and what we want to do, it's not just me. And so I'm able to tap into all of those ideas. And then, I'm hoping to launch a new platform beyond Amaya TV this year. And again, it's also going to try to create and grow something different that would serve a different purpose in a different time. So I try to always look at what is changing and try to see how I fit in.
You span different industries when it comes to projecting different things that people are doing, your clientele. Yes, there's a lifestyle, but you have banks, for example, reaching out to you to post about their new products. You have businessmen and women reaching out to you. How have you been able to position yourself so that that diversity is visible to anyone who might want to work with you?
I think it's one of the pluses of working within the social media or digital space. You're able to sort of have a sense of the people who are following you, what they want, what they like. And so I try to open it up so that there's a bit of something for all of these people who perhaps are following me for whatever reason. And so it's important to understand the platforms, and the platforms themselves are different. And so understanding how each one of them operates at the end of the day will be to your benefit in that regard. And like I said, I try to keep it a very human face. I'm as human as possible. People speak to me, they feel like I'm right there or they know me. That's because of how I've opened up and how I operate. I don't have a team, I don't have a manager, I don't have a marketing person. I put myself out there, make it myself very accessible, and all of that has helped.
Wonderful. Round of applause for Amayao. Kobiche, now you and what you do is very interesting because we're in an era where people feel if you're going to rake in numbers, followers, likes, then it needs to be, all fantastical bums and boobies and, that's how you get the followers and the likes. But you are out there pushing lots of social issues. How do you keep that balance, and how do you maintain your audiences and their attention? Do you wake up in the morning and strategize and like, okay, for the first 12 hours, I'm going to talk about this and this, and then after 12 hours, I'm going to switch to the social. How do you do it?
Thank you so much. Sorry I lost my voice. The Christmas was a very busy one for me, so I lost my voice. I'm super humbled to be here and to be in the midst of Woody Maya, and my brother, Black Voter. Thank you so much, Lental, for this opportunity. I think that, first of all, I have a different philosophy when it comes to social media. My philosophy has always got to do with impact. Apart from impact, nothing else for me. And for me, I believe that everything that we do, because I look at Kwame Nkrumah's old videos and ask myself, years ago, there were no social media. But when we chance on Kwame Nkrumah's videos and his ideology and philosophy, Nelson Mandela and all these great people, the things they said, I'm still using Kwame Nkrumah as a case study because in their era, there wasn't any social media. And when all of us hear chance on what Nkrumah said, practically, some of his videos that they were able to document, we go crazy. And I'm like, Kwame Nkrumah said this, and his words and image and the things he did is still breathing. And so I asked myself that, let's all ask ourselves here, how many of you have your social media passwords shared with people? Probably your boyfriend or your girlfriend, I don't know, I doubt. But I'm sure most of us, we don't have our passwords, our social media passwords shared with people. Now, so the point I'm trying to make is that every content that you generate, you put it on social media. When one day Woody is not alive, when I am not alive, when my people are not alive, when all of us here are not alive, the contents that we're able to put together, generations upon generations are going to look at it. And what are you going to ask yourself? What story are they going to say about you? Imagine when Woody is 80 years or 90 years, and Woody goes back to watch some of the videos that he created. I mean, how are you going to feel? like the fulfillment, especially those uplifting content. So whole narrative changed. And I told myself that even though social media is a space where all of us can operate freely, I still have to be conscious about what I put there. And so I understand entertainment is good, I understand lifestyle is good. But then again, Ghana, we have over 30 million population and over. Not everybody who wants to go to the parties. People are in the offices, people are in their neighbors. They want to see uplifting content. They want to see how society are suffering. They want to see how some communities don't have boreholes. And they like, in 2025, as we speak, a lot of communities don't have water to drink. And so those are the content that I use after. I literally, the way Udimaya is flying all over the place, getting content, push Africa, the same way back home in Ghana, I also don't stay in Accra. I leave my family, I'm always in the villages. I spend most of my time in the villages trying to also share the interest of the vulnerable. And as we speak, I gave a video to the producers to share. And if you watch my documentary of the communities that have, through my initiatives, I have been able to provide water for them. It will blow all of your mind. About 20 communities, I've given them water, and one of my campaigns that I even invited Woody to be on board is the respect for zebra crossing. Because I noticed Ghanaian drivers don't respect zebra. Even right here in front of this building, when I was crossing, drivers were not stopping for me to use the zebra. How many of you faced that? And so it was an initiative that I actually had to bring to life, bring drivers. So when you go on social media right now after here, just type Kobiche zebra crossing. Crazy. Like, I did advocacy. I went to high school tour. I went to media houses. I invited the Norwegian ambassador, the French embassy. And to climax the whole thing, Norwegian embassy gave me funding to construct zebra crossing for schools in Ghana. And, sometimes my friends would tell me, Kobe, you're not out there like a lot of us. No, it's not about the numbers. Because guess what? I'm going to use this funny and quote-unquote silly, example. When you see feces, toilets, you see a lot of house flies roving around it. It smells. You sit back and you notice a lot of noise. You go and it smells. But behind, you might think that is a quality. Have you seen nice perfume with flies on it? Because it's quality. So sometimes don't mistake the noise of the quality. Do you understand the picture? Because when you're behind and you see the whole noise, and the house flies all over, you might think that's something. Because even when we are here, when you hear bam, all of us will turn. Accident. It's not a good thing. So always people go like, Kobe, your numbers, your social media, you have to post certain things to get the numbers. I said, no. I want something impactful that one day my children will go on the internet and go like, yo, daddy, you did this story in 2024? God bless you.
Thank you, Kobe. Woody, yes, finally. Now, for you, how did you get to the point where you said, okay, you know what, I'm just going to dedicate my time to traveling around the continent and telling the stories? What was that pivotal moment?
Wow. I think I'm just going to go straight to the point. So my story is kind of long, but I'll make it short. I'm an aviation engineer by profession. I think my schoolmate is right here. Charlie, let them see you now. So I was in school, and I studied in China. And when I was in school, it was more like everybody see you, and it would be like, you're from Africa. They keep on looking at your foot. Why are you wearing shoes? Are you okay? I mean, you'll be in bus, and no one want to sit close to you. I mean, even our own classmate will touch your skin and be like, oh, my goodness. I mean, they're going to get dirt on their hands, So I was like, somebody needs to come up with a concept of changing that misconception about black people or Africans living in China in general. So I picked up my camera, started. Everybody thought I was crazy. And within a few years, I saw people coming to China. And when they come to China, they tell me that, oh, it's because of your video, that's how I'm in China. And I'm like, you came here because of me? The Chinese government is not paying me. And when I noticed that, I'm like, you know what? I think I can actually make a greater impact on the continent than doing this in China. Even though I started making some good amount of money from the Chinese government when they started sending me to Africa, but the stories that they asked me to go and do in Africa was more like propagandas, and that is what told me that, no, it's about time to go back home. I came to the continent. I started in Ghana, but Ghanaians never accepted me, by the way. Yeah. I came and I was like, you know what? They say negativity sells, but positivity brings change and impact. I reach out to, I think he can be an example. I reach out to almost every blogger or vlogger in this country when I arrived. That, hey, this is the concept that I have. I feel like we need to rebrand Ghana in terms of showcasing Ghana in a positive light. They all did not respond to me, by the way. So I took the initiative upon myself and I started making beautiful videos in Ghana with my camera. I'm glad that the CEO of tourism is here, so I can say that confidently, yeah? I reached out to them. They also did not mind me, by the way. But it was something that was boiling in me. It was more like a passion to tell positive stories, so nothing will stop me from doing what I'm doing. So Ghanaians started telling me to go look for a job, and I'm like, wow, I'm an engineer by profession. I can just go back to China if I want. So what I did was, you know what, the goal was to project the entire continent of Africa, but since I was from here, I wanted to start from Ghana. So when they never saw what I was doing, I left to Ethiopia. And in Ethiopia, that's when I started showcasing the beauty of Ethiopia, and people were like, is this Ethiopia? And these are Africans. And I'm like, you know what? If Africans don't even know that this is how beautiful Africa is, then I guess I'm going to limit my project, which is themed Africa to the world, to Africa for Africans. So I went to Rwanda, went to a restaurant to eat. I was super hungry. Went to a restaurant to eat. And whilst I was eating, I saw this guy cleaning a gutter. So I got close and I'm like, dude, the gutter that I saw was not dirty. Why are you cleaning it? And said, this is the cleanest country in Africa, so we clean the gutter 4 times a day. I just went back to the restaurant, picked my food, sat in the gutter, and I'm like, this is the craziest thing I've ever done in my whole life. I woke up and I showed the video, eating in the gutter, woke up, and I've never seen a viral video in my entire life. That literally changed my whole life. Something that I did not say, I think my classmate can testify. My first ever 5 countries in Africa was on a loan. And he can also testify that if someone is sick in China, I am the one who, be the frontliner to ask for money for these people. But when it got to my turn that, hey, I want to go to Africa to do this, everybody told me that we don't contribute to things like this. I was like, why is my journey so difficult? But he gave me that loan, $5,000. I'll mention his name everywhere I go to. Awe, he's a Chinese guy. And when I did that video in Rwanda, it went viral. Can I say they made my first ever $5,000 from one video? And then I called him and said, dude, we are paying the loan. And he's like, that's so fast because I know the highest we've ever made was $300. And I'm like, Rwanda just changed my life, and it's about time to continue the journey. And that is why I have never stopped. I think I've been accused in so many countries that I go to because they've never seen an African being positive about Africa. So when I go to a place, they'll be like, the government paid him. I was in Botswana. I shut down the entire country.
You're still fighting with some guy on X.
I even want to take him to court, I went to Zimbabwe, spent my whole money projecting the country. Everywhere I go, don't let anybody lie to you. Every single country that I've been to, out of the 33 countries in Africa, I spent my own money. Because I want to be free as I can to tell the story, no political affiliation. That's why in Ghana they think I'm NDC, by the way, but I am not. I just love being real, and I love telling the story in a natural and authentic way. And maybe some people might think that I belong, but I think His Excellency, Nana Dankwa, I appreciate him so much, especially what he just did. Visa for all Africans coming to Ghana. There's one thing that I'm waiting for. I'm here and I'm hearing that all African descendants are describing themselves as foreigners. I'm like, my goodness. You are not a foreigner. And I think that needs to change. If we are classifying foreigners in Africa, you are not part. because you are an African that was born out of Africa. I mean, we have the 6th region of Africa, which is the African diaspora. So why are you still calling yourself a foreigner? It's just that certain laws, I believe that it's about time for the government of the day to change certain laws to favor you all. If I ever become president, you will never acquire visa to come to this country. And you're not going to pay for any visa fee. Because, listen, the journey that I'm taking your time, yeah? The journey that I'm on, I went to the Caribbean. I took a journey myself. I see Barbados in the house. And the Prime Minister of Barbados invited me to her office, and they were like, young man, what you're doing is incredible, and people like us need to support what you do. And I'm like, you know what, I don't need that financial support or anything. I just want access to meet my people and tell the story. And that's when I discovered that when you go to the Caribbean, Africa never left. So when you are coming in here, we have to open our arms just to welcome you all back home once again. Thank you.
Woody. Let me go back to Joseph, Black Volta. Now, you did something very disruptive, and we've had a lot of disruptors on this stage today when it came to what you decided to do and how you decided to do it, right? What was the main creative risk, in your opinion, that you took? I said, look, this thing, I'm not sure if it's going to work, but I will do it because I believe that there's a possibility, a great possibility that's going to yield the results. What's that one creative risk that you took?
I think it may be, thank you for the question. I think it may be as cliche an answer as possible, but it is really down to the passion. What we do at Black Volta as a team, what we've understood is, even though we've done it for 24 months, it still feels like play. Right? So everything that we do, the countries that we go to, the people that we amplify, the artists that we work with, the celebrities that we work with, and every single time, it still feels like play. You understand? It doesn't feel like work. You get me? So I feel like once you have a genuine passion to do something, which necessarily doesn't make you feel like you're actually doing work, it's much easier for you. So right now, let me give you a typical example. We were official media partners for Dirty Rave and Afrofuture. Think about our platform. We would have done it anyway. We would have shot the video anyway. We would have done production and told the story from a different perspective anyway. You understand? But then it becomes a business venture actually for us. So for us, it's like every single thing that we are doing, it has to feel like, it doesn't necessarily have to feel like work for us. Plus, at the same time, I want to echo what Wodemaya also mentioned. One thing we don't do as much in Ghana is we don't amplify the good things that we are doing collectively. You get what I'm saying? It's always about, sometimes I spoke on a panel discussion. It was Tech in Ghana. And the panel discussion was super amazing that particular day. And I asked the audience, today, when you go on the social media platforms, what happened today? It's always the negative news that people will talk about. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, so, maybe something is trending or something bad, or maybe Akufo-Addo said this, or, okay, what happened today? What positive thing happened today about somebody? So I would just ask that as we move forward into the new year, let's cultivate that habit of just talking about positive stories. You understand? Amplifying the great work that people are doing, Ghanaians are doing, your politicians are doing, you understand, on the particular. It doesn't need necessarily, we've been tagged every single time. You understand? The flyover that was done, anybody that posted the flyover has to wear their jersey. You understand? But there are people outside, there are millions of people outside who are just looking to see, okay, what new thing has Ghana done? How is Ghana moving forward? And if we are the platforms to be able to do that, then we should be able to do that for Ghana. That's what I would say. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going into question and answers now. Any questions? Any takers? Okay.
Again, thank you for the panel. Thank you for everyone who's a part of the panel. I have an organization here in Ghana, and we actually have an institute in the Volta region. We've invited a few of you there. But what we did in August, we invited social media influencers from Ghana and neighboring countries to come to share about the work we were doing. And one thing that we charged those social media influencers to do is to create almost something like a union. That what you all are doing in Ghana, I'm sure, as you mentioned, Black Volta, you look for the Black Volta wherever you go. Walter Maya, who's your counterpart in other parts of Africa? Why can't we now, just like the West creates a conglomerate of how they promote Europe or promote the West, how can we now create a union of social media influences to uplift Africa as a whole? Because we know the propaganda that has been pushed on Africa has made many of us, myself, I'm an African born in America, we didn't want to come at first, right? It wasn't until recently that we've seen Walter Maya and we've seen others post. So how can you all amplify, I guess the question for you all, if you've thought about, how can you amplify your reach to where we can collectively work with other African influencers to make sure we uplift the continent and really be intentional about how we post, what we do? Is that something that you all have tried? It seems like, Walter Maya, you tried it, and maybe you didn't get as much support. Maybe now is that time to uplift and have more of a collective approach to where all of us can really be about uplifting the continent. So it's just it's a question, I guess, and a comment.
And a comment as well.
Thank you.
Okay, who wants to take that?
Well,
Amael.
I think increasingly we are getting to have events around Africa where influencers, content creators are meeting as a festival, and I think that's a start to it. And so now it becomes a deliberate sort of plan to say, let's do this, let's highlight the positives. I think it will fall in place, but I think we need the platforms that will unite the creators and influencers from around the continent first, and then perhaps those ideas can push through later. But I see it happening. We have friends in Ghana putting together a Creators Festival. We have friends putting together Influencer Festival, and they're going to travel with it as well. So I think these are the building blocks for such conversations to continue, because it's not an easy thing to be in one space and bring all of them together.
Okay, Kobe wanted to go, and then you can add as well, Jason.
Do you want to add something?
Well, I just want to say something. I used to live in Atlanta. In Atlanta, I consider Atlanta the Accra of North America. Ghana is the influencer, and Accra is the influencer for the rest of Africa. So honestly, you all are the ones who are at the forefront. You know, Kwame Nkrumah made Ghana the gateway to Africa. What the influence that you all have on the diaspora, or Ghana has on the diaspora, is larger than any other place. So I think when you all come together and maximize that, you can easily influence Rwanda or the other places to be, because even think of the year return. Everyone has started doing a year return after Ghana did theirs. So you all are the real key in a lot of ways to pushing this agenda. So it's a challenge as well to you all to push it even further. Thank you.
Okay, so I like your conclusion where you said that the year return was actually put together, was a policy by the government. Now, I think that the governments or the policymakers must also make it a conscious effort to engage us, because they have the larger resources. I've been to South Africa twice. It was just because the South African tourism agency had to. I think you've also been part before. They took me, a couple of bloggers and influencers back to South Africa, visited their zoos, their best places, just to share with the rest of the world. So what are our indigenous policymakers doing? You understand? So I think that they have to also see the bigger picture, engage. I mean, like Udi said, sadly, he is a Ghanaian, but the policymakers are not engaging him. And that is really sad. Policymakers, they see me going to villages to help rural communities, but policymakers are not engaging us. You understand? So that's the truth of the matter. Sometimes it's just so sad. When it's time for election, policymakers will engage us to post their campaign videos, but they don't use the same energy to give us videos or engage us and give us that enabling environment, because the ecosystem is big. So we need that enabling environment. Imagine I go to a place like Cape Coast, I mean, any of the tourism sites. I go there, introduce myself. There should be something that can even give us a direct access to certain places to tell the story. It's always difficult. They are not engaged. I don't remember the last time they even invited influencers. That this is, and every country, if you want to move forward, you have to set an agenda. And the agenda has to be an ecosystem where all of us come together. Everybody's doing their individual stuff. But if it's going to be a bigger picture where the policymakers are going to sit us down to say that this year, 2025, that is the direction we want to drive Ghana, I think it would be beautiful.
Thank you. Joseph, you wanted to add something?
You should ask.
We should go. Okay, so let's do all the questions and then we'll take the answers. Please keep them very brief.
All right. Very impressed with what you all have been doing, and obviously starting off, a lot of you are doing the work by yourselves. You know, we have these ideas, we do it by ourselves. I'm just curious for each of you, how long did it take before you actually started seeing momentum in the work you were doing, and what kept you going without giving up?
Thank you. Next question.
Hi guys, I love all your work. Maya, I'm so proud of you. I remember when you started from China and where you are now. I was like, I know I've seen you before, but anyways, great work. I have a real estate startup. We create software for property management in residential communities, and one of the challenges that we've had is even marketing on these platforms, finding the right companies to advertise our work, working with influencers. I wanted to know, what advice do you have for startup companies that are looking to get their products out there, and even for the influencers, what advice do you have for us in approaching you, and knowing even how to work with you guys and negotiate prices with you guys?
Thank you. Next one.
Hello, my name is Melody. I'm also a content creator. So I guess I want to ask, what is advice that you can give to people who are wanting to relocate to Ghana or Africa as a whole, and they also want to do content? And how do you surpass like a lot of challenges that you've gone through while creating content?
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Stephen from Gen Ghana. I want to ask a question, also contribute something. As Kobe said about generational thinking and how do we get people to continue with this work. You know, what I'm seeing is the skills gap that we have. How are we guys going to work collectively in the freelance space? I want to share this data with everybody here. You know, the freelance economy is worth about $1.5 trillion worldwide, okay? And approximately about 77 million freelancers are currently operating in Europe, India, US, North America. That's like accounting for half of the global market. If you look at the data that I even have here, you know, you can see the UK and other countries. You can't find Africa, all right, within the numbers. That tells us that we're short of skills in this industry that you guys are pursuing, all right? And how are you guys going to work, whether with government, private sector, with academia, to bring the next generation of whether content creators, people that you're also going to be hiring to help advance this industry? Because you know that there's a lot of job opportunity, economic growth opportunity in there. So if you can share your thoughts on how we can all work collectively to be able to advance this very well. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Hello.
Oh, Ms. Ananis, yeah.
Oh. Hello. My name is Ben Ananis. I work with the Ghana Tourism Authority. Mine is not a question, more like a comment, because two remarks that I've heard align with my thinking already. So I know that we're in a good place at the right time. Woody said you tried to reach out to us.
Many times.
That was about myself a very long time ago.
When was this? Do you remember when it was?
Listen, I even gave them proposal.
But do you remember when it was?
Of course. I mean, see.
When was this? What year?
I'm asking because there are also, you know, the Ghana Tourism Authority and other government agencies, they also have change of leadership, change of faces and all that. So I'm asking because I want to know.
I started traveling within the year 2016, 2015.
Okay, fair.
I went to the office myself. And, okay, let's forget about even
No,
going
it's
there.
okay.
You want us to go into details? More of a, I think
So Woody, it's fine. Let me.
Woody,
I
I'm not
think
denying what you're
he's-
saying. But see, I was the marketing manager in 2016. I don't remember meeting you. And Mr. Ajma, I was not there till 2017. But institutions are, it's a continuum. So whatever decisions that were taken before, fine. I mean, but you notice that we appreciate what you do. I think we gave you an award or something around last year or something like that. And that is to show that we didn't give you, there was no check attached to the award, if that's what you're looking at. But we certainly appreciate the impact of what we do. And like you said, we can certainly work together very well to push even domestic tourism. And some of the things you are talking about, we are eager to collaborate on that. The Prime Minister of Barbados is my friend. And she actually, when you were there, she was very impressed with your work. And you said Zimbabwe and South Africa, certainly we can do that. But you see, you also don't want a situation where it's like the authenticity of what you say requires that you are giving some space to express yourself without constraints. Sometimes, if your things are too curated, it begins to look like another propaganda or another marketing campaign. But knowing that your kind of mindset and your commitment to positive Africa and Ghana, I'm sure we can give you free reign and you still do what everybody wants to do. So we need to talk. We're just starting the year and we'll see how things go. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Final question, submission.
Greetings, everyone. I am Jackie, aka Mama Ajwa. I'm number 60 of the 524 African diasporans who received their citizenship in November. I'm very proud about that. I actually flew in at 4:30 this morning. That's why I've got my shades on. But what I'm going to say, Wodimaya, you spoke about foreigners. I do not class myself as a foreigner. We are given that title. That's how I see it. Because when you go to Cape Coast and all the attractions, it's Ghanaians and foreigners. What did the first president of Ghana say? I am not African because?
I was born in Africa.
I'm African because?
Africa is born in me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, so let's do the questions or get our answers to the questions. The first one was, how long did it take? I mean, any of you can take this. Did it take before you started seeing the momentum for what you do, and how you keep it, right?
Okay, I'll probably take that because when I started, it was very early, and I myself wasn't sure what it could turn into. But I believed in it, especially because of the feedback I was getting. I mean, when I started, I was also doing editing for Ghana Web, and so at least at the end of the month, I had some salary come through. And when it became conflict of interest for them because my platform was growing and I wasn't really making that much money, I was like, should I really give up this passion, this thing I see has a future? And it was still unclear what the future was going to be like. But I think I took that bold decision and decided to go at it my way. And to see the space, the landscape change so rapidly and be able to grow with it, because I remember the first time, actually just a week after I left Ghana Web, and then Google sends me an email that they've canceled my AdSense. I was like, how am I going to make money? But then I consistently stayed positive, started building on past relationships. If I've done something for you for free now, I will charge a token. And so people would understand it was a business, to a point now where the ecosystem itself was allowing people to do adverts online, because digital is a cool thing now. It wasn't the case before. Everything was traditional media that was getting it. And I'm happy that I was able to make a case for myself and for others who now came into the space, that it was a space that could yield results. And for me, that moment of not knowing was because the platforms themselves were evolving so fast and we're not sure. It's going to be the challenge of getting attention for what you're doing and for it to grow, because now there's so much happening on these platforms. So the difficulty is going to be how to differentiate yourself and to engage. And we have a good example of Black Voter, for instance. They came and they were like, we're the nightlife people. If anything was happening in that scene, you have to come to us. Of course, there were people also doing it, but they perhaps didn't have the same intention and strategy as they had. And they've evolved and are now making a mark. So in terms of timelines, for some people, they get lucky quicker. And so before you know it, you are something you didn't prepare for. But for some people, you have to really go through it. And that also allows you to develop and master the craft in one way or the other. Yeah.
So what's your advice for startups? That's the question. And how to engage influencers like yourselves? What kinds of negotiations should we have in mind when we approach you to do business with you and whatnot? Who wants to take this one? Yeah.
Shall I go? Okay. I mean, I think people, once you're a startup, once you have a business going on, I think it's good to get into social media, have your own presence on the various platforms, and understand how you can use those various platforms to promote your business. And also, when it comes to engaging with people, find out who you think has the audience that can sort of promote what you're doing and collaborate with the person. We deal differently. I sort of have a general rate card that I give to people for them to look at it and see what they want out of what I offer. And then we discuss maybe in terms of how we do it, or even what kind of money we can take and all of that. I'm even now building up to taking commissions and all of that. So you have to, on that level, but I think it's important that you have your presence on social media and use it. I mean, there are tools that can amplify your reach and target also. And I think that's what makes that space quite unique from traditional media.
I think I'll add on to that. If I think the person who asked the question was saying she's a content creator and was.
That's the next question.
Oh,
that's the next question.
Okay.
Yeah, this one is for the lady who is she's into e-commerce, right? Marketing, and right. Yes, and so she is wondering how, seeing as the space is very critical to putting word out there, marketing and PR wise, she could work with people like.
Okay, so I'll just add on to that to say you also need to identify what kind of media platforms you actually work with. Not every influencer, not every platform may necessarily speak to what you are selling. You understand? If you are selling homes to diaspora community who are coming into the country, it will be much easier probably to work with a Black voter than a Kobiche. You get what I'm saying? So you need to identify what the actual platforms also offer in terms of what they particularly do before you actually reach out to them. And you should also understand that this play on numbers, the numbers that people actually have, not be a measure of how you should actually market your particular stuff. You get what I'm saying? We have across on our Instagram, we are currently at about 270,000 followers, but 88% of that is full diaspora. It's a full diaspora community. You understand? When we post an event that people should go to, we have more diaspora people going to the actual event than the locals, right? So also asking these kinds of partner in terms of social media is also very important in terms of marketing and amplification of whatever product they have.
Thank you. The next question was for the lady who is a content creator, and she's wondering if content creators want to relocate here, then how should they go about it, entering the space? And so Woody, we'll get on to you.
I think you need to share your journey with us. In terms of, I believe that a lot of people make so many mistakes when it comes to content creation. Content creation is all about your surroundings. So if you are relocating to Ghana, why don't you share your story? So your video will inspire. And when your video inspires, that's impact, and that impact becomes an income at the end of the day. So the most important thing is stay as authentic as you can, because that is the way to go. Yeah.
Thank you. The next one is about the freelance economy and the skill to work with government and academia.
Hello. On radio, TV, interviews, if you give me a minute discussing the question that he asked. I think that in our space, we need a lot of generational thinkers. And I'm saying this because it is, I mean, it saddens my heart to see that faith in Ghana, that's YouTube, on all these platforms, and our leaders and who is in charge are not actually having a meeting, like a sort of a solid meeting with them, for them to know our values and our cultures and what we have to do here and what we do not have to do. Because guess what? Our values in Ghana is different from the values in Europe. So let's say, for instance, when Instagram or Facebook is coming to Ghana, I need our leaders to actually have a meeting with them to tell them that, look, Ghana, Africa, our narrative, our culture, and our values are different. We need to actually amplify the people who are doing positive things. We need to amplify the people who are doing things that are uplifting. But you go on social media, those who are messing up and fooling are being verified. Those who are fooling are getting the trends. And someone in my village, Aguna Diakwa, who has come up with something like an architect doing something impactful, we don't see them trend.
But I'm not going to cut you short, but I think it's the people.
No.
No.
My point.
I understand what you're saying.
My point is that when you are signing up, they ask you of your age. So we have to know that if you are in Ghana and you are posting certain things, they are the originators. They are supposed to uplift those who are doing something good.
I think when it comes to content, it's all about the consumers. The consumers, let me, like in Ghana, for instance.
The back door. Who is behind the back door?
See, I think there should be an education about all this. I wish I had lots of time. But what I'm just saying is that it's the consumers. The consumers like foolish things. Let me just put it that way. I'm so sorry. But when you see people doing great stuff, I mean, I focus more on certain positivity. But listen, when it gets so hard to get the numbers, right? But talk about, oh, I've been arrested in Uganda. Oh my goodness, I woke up 1 million views. You know, like I think the consumers are looking for, they've tuned their mind in terms of looking for something negative, to the extent that even when you preach about the positivity, it gets swallowed at the end.
So my question is that I created the app Facebook, and I am in Ghana. It is being operated in Ghana. Back end. Don't you think that I have the right to actually monitor some of these things? Even though we want to blame the consumers.
At the end of the day,
what you're saying about the consumers is fact. It's raw fact. But I believe that.
But I also want to tell you that.
Because I'm saying that you are from China.
No, I need my money. As a platform creator, as someone who created a platform, I need that money.
Hang on.
So our policy, no. Listen.
Look, gentlemen.
As we speak, US is fighting with TikTok.
Gentlemen.
US is fighting with TikTok, true or false? Why are they fighting them? Because of certain things. You are from China.
No, and I can explain that to you.
I'm coming.
Because, let me tell you, because in China, everything that belongs to the US is banned. Do you know that?
Yes.
You can't use YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, anything that is owned by America is banned in China. I was based in China, and I think anyone who has been into China will tell you that we need a VPN to access everything. So US is just trying to counterattack, because at the end of the day, that's why, you know, Huawei and all those things, that's why it doesn't work in the US.
Yeah, it doesn't work. I mean, that was
But
the whole
anyway,
thing.
that's another conversation for another day.
But that is a conversation for another day. It is a conversation for another day.
Maybe for us to truly
I think I have to land.
Then we also need to have or create our platforms, because that gives us our voice, all of those things.
Yes. So that's why I said I really wanted to land. If that is not going to happen, then we have to create it and amplify it. And again, I think that our educational, our curriculum and our syllabus has also failed us. Because in Ghana, I stand to be corrected. Now, the guy said, this new era, the generation they are coming, they're on TikTok, they're Facebook. And I told, when we were downstairs, I had a meeting with Maya that this year, one of the things that I want to do is organize a high school tour. Like a tough high school tour where myself, with Maya and the rest of these people go out to the high school to educate them. No, look, I went to see the education minister, Honorable, I forgot his name. Edichum, yes. And I opened something on my phone. When he opened high school girls in Ghana, it was TikTok, twerking, and everything. So we need to go down the education. We need to change the system. Because how is it that Facebook and all this, everybody is on social media, but our girls are messed up. But when you go to our schools, there's nothing like social media, the digital space.
No, you're very right. We do need to change the system. I mean, I'll speak briefly to this because I have been in education curriculum development. I taught the IB program. I am an IB alumna. And we do need an overhaul of our education system. Not to say that the Ministry of Education and the Ghana Education Service is not trying, because the curriculum has changed. And there are lots of things that are happening. I do hope that with the transition, some of these things are picked up and then we can see the manifestations. But a lot does need to change. But the other thing is that, which again, we saw it pop up very prominently in this past election season, we need cultural attaches around the world in our high commissions. We don't have them. And so everything that people in culture are doing it on your own, right? If we have culture attaches or we have an official culture desk, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, pushing some of these agendas, then your culture attaché in Washington or New York can have a conversation with Facebook and say, hey, you know what, X, Y, Z. So some of these things is not necessarily the GTA's fault or, the agencies.
No, but you believe it's possible we can have a conversation with Facebook, right?
No, it is possible.
Yes, it is possible.
But again, it is possible. Are we still?
It is possible.
Is it still an encumbered phrase? No, but it's great that this question came up. Thank you. But these are things that we need to be talking about. And I would like to see maybe influencers, bloggers, people in your space get together, go and pay a courtesy call on the president-elect, and then put some of these things to him and the government, that's coming in. At least if you look at the 120-day plan, some of the things we've discussed will fall in there. And I think if you're timely about it and you put it out there, we just may see some progress there. Let's not let it end here, because that's also part of the problem. A lot of us who are in the creative space, we don't like to engage policymakers. We don't. We're very frustrated by some of the things we've experienced, and so because of that, we don't even see when progress is being made or recognize that we've got to the point where we have enough of a voice to go and pitch. So let's do that. Come together, go and make a pitch. You never know where it may take you.
We need to unite, I think we need to unite. We need to educate ourselves. There's so many things that I feel like it's misinformation in the system. I took a whole year just to study social media. So there's so many things that they're talking about. Even the kind of content that you upload, the money that you make on it. That's why I don't really value entertainment content, because at the end of the day, it's the least amount of money to make. So people need to be educated about how all these things work. And trust me, one day they will understand the positive impact of Kobiche. Thank you.
Final question from our online audience, a member of our online audience. How can we ensure that nightlife and the industry thereof contributes positively to community development while addressing concerns such as public safety, cultural preservation, and environmental sustainability?
Okay, so thank you very much for that question. Why do you guys keep looking at me?
Because you're the nightlife guy.
So I think there are a couple of answers in there. For our platform like this, we are very, very selective of the kind of partnerships that we go into. So let me give you a typical example. For the MBA BAL, we partnered with a fashion business called Cacao. Cacao is a Ghanaian firm based here in Ghana who won the official license to style the basketball league in Africa. Shout out to Kweku Bediako for that. Yeah. And one of the reasons why we partnered with him was we were very intentional about the fact that he was creating the kind of apparels that he was creating for all the basketball players and fans and everybody across the world from an African perspective was the fact that he was using sustainable fabric. He was using cocoa sacks, right? Cocoa sacks that when they finish, they throw away. They were using that for that particular thing, and we were his official media partners. So one thing we do is we are very intentional about the partnerships that we get into entertainment and the nightlife space. Also, when it comes to the event space, which of the events, it's not just about the partying and everything, which of the events are actually promoting Ghana? You understand? Which of the actual events are giving back to society? Like Afrofuture. Afrofuture has a rising arts, something for rising artists. They give back to the community. They do workshops. They partner with YouTube to give skills transfer and things like that. So being very intentional about the partnerships that we actually work with. And secondly, we are also very particular about the content that also comes out. A lot of people ascribe to the Black Volta platform because it's quite different from your traditional entertainment and lifestyle. You get me? So we are very particular about the partnerships that we go into, then the content that we actually generate. And then also, we've built businesses across board. Now we have about 6 or 7 business units outside of our media and entertainment channels that are also giving back to the society. So we have a talent management business. We have a podcast called the Black Water Nightlife Podcast, which is the only nightlife podcast in Africa. Just talking about
Round of applause for that.
and then we've also much recently launched the Black Voter Card in partnership with Visa. So it's also something that we are also doing.
Wonderful. Thank you. Gentlemen, final words in 20 seconds each. 20 seconds.
Let me give mine. I want a lot more Ghanaians to understand and cut the stereotype around people that work within the creative space. It's, in terms of money, let's just forget about money. It's about a $3 billion industry in Africa. Let's see it as something that we want to get into. We need more lawyers, more accountants, more people in strategy, people, and as Kobiche said, we need more generational thinkers within the creative industry to make this thing thrive. So I would implore you guys and everybody that's in the diaspora coming back into Ghana to come and set up business or do things like that. Please, let's also invest. You understand? Invest your time, your knowledge, your advice into the creative economy so that we can move this forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ameyal, 20 seconds, please.
I would say that there's a lot of power and potential in social media, and so we should learn how to use it properly and benefit from it.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so my words would be that there's a lot of avenues and disciplines. You know, people want to go into entertainment blogging, quite a number of them, but there are a lot of niche that you can actually take opportunity of. You can go into health blogging, you can go into agri blogging. You know, there's a lot of avenues out there. Let's not just look at, you know, the fancy parts of we trending all over the place. But I mean, there are a lot of niche that we can actually capitalize. Don't please go and sit home and depend on the government. There are a lot of opportunities out there. And again, if you are from the diaspora and you're coming back home and you need a place to visit where communities that you want to build potable water for them, give them school uniform, books, I have the database. Just connect with me and we can make impact in Ghana. God bless you.
Thank you. God bless you.
My 20 seconds, I just want to call my sister. If we all can, just be on our feet to give a round of applause to Denta for organizing such a beautiful event. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Udi. And you've actually brought her here because she needs to be here next on the program. Thank you very much, Wudimai. Is a content creator, an award-winning one, and the voice of African storytelling. Amial Deborah, an award-winning journalist and a veteran blogger in this space. The real OG. Kobe Che, he's an award-winning blogger as well, doing very great things. And Joseph Ejay, founder and creative director of Black Volta, who's made a name with his team in 24 months. That's a big deal. Let's not lose sight of that. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you so much. So thank you to the panel. You can sit down. I'll just quickly do a quick speech. But to everybody that stayed, I know it's been a long day, from 9 till 5. And we run over time because the conversation was getting hot and steamy. But in essence, we put this event on for you. To make sure that, look, when you are coming back home, you know that there are processes in which you can do things. There are people that have moved, and they are going to share their stories to bring you value, right? And to let you know that, look, when you come, yes, there are challenges, but we do not want you to go back. And that's why we bring the government institutions here, so they can also hear what you are going through, right? So that the systems can change. The more of us diasporans that come in, the better. Do not feel like you are an outsider. No, you are not a foreigner. This is your home. This is your soil. And we will keep doing this event to make sure that you feel welcomed, to make sure that you know that there's GRA, this is what they do. There is Land Commission, this is what they do. There are social media bloggers who are promoting Africa. Sometimes, you know, some of us feel like, oh, we don't get posted on some of these social media because we're doing positive stuff. And yeah, you do see a lot of Botox and all of these things that are out there. But honestly, let's show the positive. This will encourage people to come back home. The opportunities are immense. There's so many. The Western world is done. I'm telling you, there's nothing there. There is nothing there. Bring your skills back. Honestly, I get very passionate, I get very emotional about it because I feel like we need to do this. We need to be championing the diaspora all the time. And that's why we set up the network. We didn't set up the network just to set up a network, but to help you. Please do the right thing. Come to us. Don't come when it's gone bad. Don't come when it's gone bad. We will tell you the right places to go because we have vetted the people that we work with. So please, please, please do not get discouraged. Do not get discouraged. Look, when we go to the UK, we adapt to the UK. So why can't you adapt when you come here? You have to adapt. When you go to Canada and it's freezing, you wear jackets. You do what they do. So please, 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 let's promote positive. There's already people that are promoting the negative about Africa. Let's promote the positive on Africa. This is all we have. Our children are looking up to us. Our children are looking up to us. Let's name our children African names. Let's let them wear African print. It's important for us to leave a legacy. You feel like maybe you're not making an impact. Every single one of you is making an impact because you've made that bold step to be here. Some of you is your first generation of coming back to the motherland. Yes. And so you have made an impact. You have no idea. Don't get discouraged. We're here. We're a group. We'll cry together. We'll moan together. But we'll go together. And we'll grow together. So again, thank you to all the government officials that came, to the entrepreneurs that have moved, to everybody. I really do hope that we'll be here next year in a bigger venue. In a bigger venue, and just basically create the opportunities for you. God bless you all. Thank you to our sponsors that have made it possible, to GIPC, to Spotlight Homes, to everyone, everybody. Now, lastly, I have this amazing artist who did a live painting whilst we were doing the conversation. Manaf, please give him a round of applause. Manaf did this whilst Wadamaya was speaking. So Wadamaya will have a presentation for you.
Oh, wow. That one looks fresher than me. Thank you.
Yeah, make you calm down, make you calm down. we have talent here. We have talent here. We want to make sure that we showcase our talent. So thank you so much, Manaf. Thank you. Guys, thank you so much for being here. I hope that you've enjoyed yourself. You have? Okay. So I want to do, because the people that are left, shame on them. Let's do a group picture. Come. Everybody come. Group picture.
Next year's going to be bigger.